Greetings, everyone. Greetings and welcome. My name is Slayheim, and today we are joined by classic EverQuest, the GOAT of EQ and Project Quarm. Just an absolutely outstanding guy, pillar of the community, incredibly consistent YouTube creator, specializing in EverQuest and anything Project Quarm. Really knowledgeable guy, really great dude. It was an amazing conversation. I learned so much. And in this conversation, we talked about EverQuest, Monsters and Memories, emulated servers. We touched on Pantheon. We touched on Adrullan Online Adventures and some really interesting things. Great guy, amazing conversation. But guys, I really apologize. I made a horrible mistake. I realized about an hour and 40 something minutes into the recording that I actually didn't have the camera on like I wanted. I really, really apologize. I don't have the video until after the 1 hour and 40 minute mark or so. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play some footage just to kind of play. It might be footage from my stream. It might be raid footage from Classic. But either way, we're going to have a little something. The audio's still there. And I'm assuming most people just kind of put it on another monitor and just kind of hang out doing some grinding in another game or work or whatever they have to do. But enjoy this conversation that I had with Classic EverQuest. And thank you again so much for being here. Really appreciate you. And I hope you have an amazing day. Thank you. I think we're going to perfect the flow. This is going to be great.
Just a couple of dudes hanging out, talking.
And I got something.
That's all podcasts are, anyways.
Yeah, exactly. I got something in there that I think you're going to really like and appreciate. So I'm excited when we get to this point. It wasn't on the list and it actually happened today. So I'm very excited. But okay, yeah, I'll just do my intro spiel here and then we'll kind of just go down the list and yeah. Okay. All right. Give me just a second. Let's see. I think I got it. All right. Greetings, everyone. Greetings and welcome. My name is Slayheim, and today we're joined by classic EverQuest.
What's going on, guys?
Thank you so much for joining me. You embody the spirit of EverQuest, and you've built this whole brand around EverQuest, and I love that you're just laser focused on that simplicity. You're a huge part of why the community feels alive, and it's just really awesome that you're out here on YouTube just doing the good work. And we appreciate how thoughtful you are, consistent, and how you keep the vibe positive. So thank you so much. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Nice morning out here in Southern California, getting rid of some of the storms. Can't be better.
Okay, awesome. It's raining a little bit here in North Carolina, so I'm on the other side, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we actually did have some storms overnight as well in the last week, but it seems to be clearing up now, so everything's good.
Nice. So for those that might not know you yet, so basically, who are you and what's your story in the MMO space? And just kind of walk me through that journey. What was your first MMO? What hooked you? And then specifically, how did you get into EverQuest?
Sure. This goes back to the 90s, I guess, right? It's a long time ago. So let's start at the beginning. How did I get into EverQuest? Back in the day, luckily, I'll start with this. Luckily, I had an older cousin who was maybe like 5 years. He's about 5 years older than me, and he was really into computers and stuff like that. So naturally, growing up, like most kids, we were into Nintendo and stuff like that, Sega maybe, and my cousin was starting to get into computers. Now this is in like the mid '90s. The internet starting to become a thing and all that. And so he was really into Blizzard games like Warcraft 1 and Diablo 1 when it came out. And so he kind of introduced me to that, being a little bit older and figuring computers out first. It was another time. Obviously, back then, I think kids are all over that now. But so that was pretty cool. I really lucked out on that front. He showed me all that kind of stuff. And then so I became this huge Blizzard fan as well. And so I started playing Warcraft and Diablo and stuff like that. So when we fast forward up to like 1999 when EverQuest is starting to come out. So I'm like just about to go to like high school at this point, and at this point I'm playing like Warcraft 2, and they started online capabilities, and then in 2000, I think it was 2000, Diablo 2 came out, and that was online. And so I started, at this point I'm starting to get used to playing online with people. And I missed the launch of EverQuest. I wasn't in the beta, and I wasn't in the original Norath. But Kunark came out, and it was probably we were probably decently deep into Kunark. Um, and I was at school one day, and there was like a newer kid, and he was talking to people and all of that, and I had overheard him in a class. We were actually in gym class, and I had overheard him behind me talking to somebody else, and he's like, "Have you ever heard of this game called EverQuest?" And being a gamer myself and being into online PC games and all of that, he caught my ear, my ears perked up, and I was listening. And so eventually I started talking to him, and I had heard of EverQuest actually. So I'm the youngest in my family of brothers and sisters, and my older sister, not being a gamer, one of her friends, this is dark, I guess, but he was like a victim of a random like drive-by gang shooting,
Oh man.
and he became paralyzed.
Mm.
And so being paralyzed, he got into computer games and stuff because not a lot of options, I guess. And he found EverQuest. And so her being his friend and life changing, he was trying to get her into gaming. He got one of his best friends into EverQuest, and they were hardcore like back then. So she bought the game, and it had been sitting on a desk in like our computer room at our house since like 1999. But I had no interest in it, didn't know what it was or anything. But when my buddy at school now, when he mentioned it, I was like, you know what? I have heard of that. I don't really know anything about it, but there's like a copy of it sitting on the desk at my house. And I guess she had found out that you needed a credit card to play, and she's like, well, that's that, you know. But anyways, that was like the very beginning. So I started in Kunark at some point. Can't really pinpoint exactly when. Pretty deep in the mid there somewhere. And it was a buddy of mine who actually, I still talk to. I was a groomsman in his wedding a few years ago, and he's on Project Quarm with me, and yeah. And so I've known him, since then, and that's basically the origin story right there.
Man, that's amazing. That's an amazing origin story. And just kind of hearing you explain, I kind of had a similar thing as well. So for me, it was Kunark, and like you said, I can't exactly pinpoint where I was. It's not like I started with Kunark day one and hit the ground running. I realized that I was just kind of somewhere in there, just enjoying the world as Velius was coming out, as Luclin was probably coming out, and Planes of Power. I just kind of did it at my own pace, but generally around that time frame. So it's really, really interesting origin story there. That's cool. And so it's 2026. Obviously you can play anything that you want to. Why do you choose EverQuest? And what is it about that old school MMO design philosophy that really interests you so much?
Personally, so there's a lot of people out there who are like, EverQuest isn't a hard game. Just because something takes a long time doesn't mean it's hard and all that kind of stuff. But I really think with EverQuest, some of the difficulty of it is like self restraint and like self control and stuff like that. It's very slow and methodical, and it's not all zergy like nowadays how games are, where you just rush into everywhere. You don't have to think about your actions before you take them. You can think
Hmm.
about it afterwards, like, whatever, wipe it up. We'll get another shot in here in like 5 minutes. Um, there's consequences in EverQuest, and I like that there is consequences, and I like the slow and I've always been a fan of turn-based RPGs. Now, they're not very popular nowadays. Nobody wants to wait their turn. Nobody, everybody wants to just go 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 go.
Yeah.
But I like the chess game within like turn-based RPGs. I like where you can pause for a second and be like, okay, like what do I need to do here? Should I use an item, or do I need to buff up this other guy, or like where are we going to go from here? And you create a strategy. I guess that might be the old school in me when people are just trying to like do that on the fly. But I really like to critically think, and I feel like EverQuest brings that out. And I loved not knowing. So back in the day, I was a noob. I was an absolute noob. like dying everywhere, losing corpses, not really knowing where I'm going anywhere, never being to many zones, just being like, oh, you can't go there. Like, what are you going to do? I always played melee characters. And,
Me too.
fast forward to today, 2026, we know that like melee characters have it rough. You don't ever have invis. You can't port anywhere. You can't gate anywhere. You can't bind anywhere. You're just, you're very gear dependent, but you're also poor because you're whatever, 14 and just started the game or whatever. And so
That's
all of that
brilliant.
created also like a mystery to the game. And I loved being scared in a world where the world is the main character. And you're just in it, and there's scary stuff. And I loved how EverQuest um would put crazy mobs in newbie zones, right? So we're all familiar with like a giant just like
Yeah,
pathing through a level 5 or 10 zone,
I love
or
that.
like a griffin will come, or a grim talon, or you name it.
Mhm.
And that was always, you always have to be paying attention. Games nowadays, you don't even need to pay attention sometimes. I'm not going to call out any specific games, or like say all games. I'm not going to loop them all into the same box. But a lot of the times, you just don't even have to pay attention. You don't have to worry about your actions. There's no consequences.
Mhm.
And EverQuest has all of that. It's unforgiving,
Yes.
and that's what I love about it. I do love that. So I also used to play like hardcore Diablo back in like 2000, 2001, and stuff like that. So maybe I have a little something for it. I like the punishment. I'm a glutton for punishment, but I've always wanted there to be consequences, because when you achieve something, it feels that much better. At least for me. Yeah,
Yeah, man,
definitely.
that is beautiful. That is beautiful. Yeah, I love that. And just hearing you answer there, yeah, it's like one of those worlds where the NPCs could cast spells, and yeah, I just have a memory of like waiting at the docks in Oasis, and that Lockjaw or whatever that crocodile was would come and kill people, or that sand giant Kazel and the little Spectre Tower, and I love it. It was the first game that I saw where there was like high level stuff and low level stuff all in a thing together, and you could kind of, it just intersected sometimes, and you had to go through the high level stuff, or you see a group of higher level players just kind of doing their thing. And I think that's why the world just kind of felt so alive to me, and I remember it to this day. And but yeah, you're right, it's like some people would call that tedious, but that actually ends up
Mhm.
being part of the magic as well. You pretty much nailed it. That was going to be my next question, is what is it about the tedious parts that actually ends up being the magic? And one joke that I always say on stream is like, EverQuest was kind of Dark Souls in a way before Dark Souls. Like, you die, you have to go get your stuff. It was notoriously difficult.
That's true.
It really was.
That's true. I never really thought about it that way, but that's definitely true.
Yeah. And so why is EverQuest special? You pretty much nailed it. Why EverQuest specifically? What does EQ have that other games never quite replicated for you?
I guess a couple extra things are like, you know, for me, it was my first MMO. In definitely like the first three-dimensional world MMO.
Mhm.
And I did play with a lot of friends back then. So it all started with the one guy that I met, and then it turns out he had a brother. And then it turns out when he moved to town, he actually found the game from one of his neighbors who we also went to school with. And so we formed, quite the group there. So there was a number of us playing within EverQuest. And so EverQuest is a group oriented game at the end of the day. And so it was nice that we had people to play with. We had a group to play with. And the magic of it, oh man, it's everything, right? Isn't it? It's just absolutely everything. The world is actually really big for back then. That's what's crazy. You look at a game that came out, well, few years earlier, but something like
Yeah.
Zelda: The Ocarina of Time, and you look at the size of the world, and it's actually tiny. They did a good job of making it feel big or whatever, but if you really like stop and look at it, it's like a couple zones, like basically. But EverQuest had so many zones to start out with, and like a hot topic that maybe we have been talking about a lot in other videos or streams is just like how much content they were able to push out in such a small amount of time, which
Yeah.
seems crazy because it's just not how they do things nowadays. And part of it we can't overlook this, but part of it is the internet isn't what it is then than it is now. What I don't know,
Hmm.
I said that backwards, but the internet then wasn't what it is now. So, there's like so much less mystery now. As back then there was a lot more mystery.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and yeah,
So many classes too.
we talk about that all the time. And yeah, now you can just data mine stuff, and there's guides and sponsors and just stuff involved where you already pretty much know what you're getting into. So yeah, it was just really cool getting to discover stuff and just all the variety in the zones, as you said. It has so much variety. One of the interesting things too, like I'm a huge fan of a loving robot, and I was playing a lot of. We can get more specifically why, but I was just kind of getting back into EverQuest after some time away, and I was very curious to see if there was like, are there any people doing EverQuest stuff? Like, is there people streaming it, talking about it? Like, what ended up happening to EverQuest? Because I had kind of moved on, and I realized that the game silently still was there, but it was just that magic era for me up to about like yeah, Planes of Power or so. And that's when I found you, a loving robot and whatnot. And yeah, like you said, there's so many classes, so much variety. One of the interesting things too, and sorry if this is just all over the place, but like when they designed it, they just gave stuff to different people. Like, hey, you work in customer service. Do you want to try and like make, yeah, well, why don't you make
Yeah.
these couple zones and this person can make these couple zones? That's why everything, I mean, everything to me anyway, at least feels like handcrafted, and there's stuff that's just there, and there's all this hidden lore and like, anyway, you remember that one channel, Michael's Shenanigans, that would like go and
I love it.
explore all the lore of all that stuff? Oh man, just
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah, amazing variety to this day. And another beautiful thing is like we as gamers, so like me, for example, you touched on this. I like to play melee classes. I think melee classes are just cool. I've never been into like
Yeah.
spellcasters and stuff, but one thing about EverQuest, you're right, they're very gear dependent. And for example, like if you're a necromancer or something, it's really your spells that are the key. Like, sure, gear can help you, but your spells are awesome. And once you get certain spells,
Right.
you're great. But, a rogue is just stuck with whatever dagger they have to backstab, and hopefully they find a group. So, yeah, I love the variety. And we as like gamers and kind of, fantasy enjoyers are different people with different styles. So, okay, perfect. Do you have like a specific feeling that you're chasing whenever you log in? You've played many different characters. You probably have the like a huge hours played and streamed in EverQuest. What are you chasing when you log in?
That's an interesting question. Um, I'll start with this. One of my favorite things of games in general is like the economy. It's something I don't really. I mean, I bring it up and I let it be known that I enjoy it, but it's not something that I like dive into very deeply.
Hmm.
But I've always, whether it's like World of Warcraft or Diablo or EverQuest, whatever game it is, and in the future Monsters and Memories, I've always been about the economy. I love just accumulating wealth, and I love farming. I've always been a grinder. I think that's something that that's part of the magic of EverQuest for me as well. As odd as it sounds, is I like the grind. That's how I was brought up. I always played games like that where you need to grind, and
Hmm.
EverQuest, ever grind, right? And so that was part of the magic for me. And the more you play the game, you make the money. You always see people begging for like gear or money or this or that. And I'm always like, just go play the game, man. Just play the game. And yeah, certain places are better than others to farm up money and stuff like that. But if you just go out and just enjoy the game and play the game, and don't worry about the finances, the wealth will come to you. Just play the game. But besides that, that was kind of a off topic, but yeah, I like really enjoy the economy. So I like to play in the EC tunnel or in the bazaar and stuff like that. I haven't had as much time to do that because of YouTube and stuff like that. It's not really, I don't know. It's
Hmm.
just not something that you'd really put on YouTube. But what gets me going is more often now than maybe before is definitely like the community. Not to sound cheesy or something like that or corny, but ever since doing YouTube and stuff like that, I've really enjoyed the community interaction and stuff like that. And that's something that I didn't have, like, back before. You have your couple friends and whatever, and you have your guildies and all of that. But now I feel like I could talk to anybody on the server, and that's really cool. It's really opened up stuff. I actually suggest it to anybody out there. Like, just start recording your stuff. It doesn't matter if you don't know how or whatever. You just push a button, you record, and you just go. So I really suggest that to anybody out there. Just record your adventures. Um, I look forward, and I know I'm all over the place on this one, but like, I look forward in the future to be able to go back and maybe watch some of my own playthroughs. Like, I'm not going to do that tomorrow necessarily, but 10 years from now, 15 years, EverQuest has been out for 25 plus years, you know. Do I wish I had adventures from 25 years ago? Absolutely. So in another 25 years, when I'm retired or something, I would love to maybe go back and be like, "Oh, I remember leveling with this guy. This was my duo partner back then. I wonder what he's
Yeah.
doing," and just kind of watching all the shenanigans that you got into. And so, I suggest that for everyone because I have a ton of adventures that I did not record.
Yeah.
Um, so, to sum it up, just playing the game still. I still just love the game. I love the interaction with players. I love the community. Let me touch on the community again. Is the
Mhm.
EverQuest community is unlike any other community. I've put a lot of time into World of Warcraft. I might have more hours, as crazy as this sounds to myself. I might have more hours in World of Warcraft than EverQuest somehow, just because during that period I was so hard, like going in so hard. But I put 1,600 hours into like New World, and I know that because of Steam, and a lot of hours into other games and stuff like that. A lot of hours into Diablo, and no community out there is like the EverQuest community. The EverQuest community is so nice. They're so giving and selfless. And yeah, you do encounter contradictions to that, but for the most part, it's overwhelmingly positive. Whereas some of the other ones, it's like you were walking down the street and you see a lady getting robbed or something. If you're in like World of Warcraft, the dude's just looking the other way. He just keeps going. But in EverQuest, they're going to run over there and they're going to help you. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, not to throw shade at WoW or anything. I love WoW, but something like that. The communities, it's set apart from everybody else. Also, I'll add this that is the that's the Monsters and Memories communities so far, and I know they're pulling a lot from EverQuest in terms of the community, but they are pulling from other games as well. And I think these are the people that they are going to pull from these other games. You're getting some from like Final Fantasy 11. You're getting some from World of Warcraft, but I think the ones that you are going to pull and the ones that are going to stick around are going to be the ones that fit that community.
Yeah. No, I totally agree, and that's an amazing answer. And so I have a video on my channel from like 3 or 4 years ago. I basically logged into EverQuest Live for the first time after like a decade, and I did slash played. And to be honest with you, I was a little bit disappointed with. I thought my playtime was a lot higher. So yeah, I have more time in World of Warcraft. I have more time in Final Fantasy 14. You name it, I have more time in it. But EverQuest was just so special to me. Maybe because it was my first one. But yeah, and I totally agree. The community has been nothing but welcoming, and it's been really fun, and kind of getting into Quarm, and I was playing P99 previously, but yeah, for me,
Mhm.
there was this whole world of like emulated servers and stuff that I didn't know existed. And oh god, my mind is just reeling. There's so much I wanted to ask you. Do you have anyone from EverQuest Live that you still play with, or you kept up with? Because for me, as you're thinking about that, I lost touch with every single person that I've ever played live with. I have no idea what happened to them. I was in a guild on Saren called Little People's Revolution. It was great. Shout out to them. I got my Epic 1.0. I got my Epic 1.5.
That's great.
I joined some other guild. We were doing some raiding. I'll never forget. They told me, it's like, well, now you're going to go off to a real guild, right? You're going to do some real raiding. Because I think at the time they didn't have enough to do like Anguish and stuff. Those were like very high end raids. And anyway, so um, and yeah, like 2007, like, so basically no one had logged in. It was basically a dead guild by the time I came back to the game. Every time I log in, I do friends, nobody's on. And I kind of lament. So to what you said, I like to look back on this one day too, because we're going to get into stories and memories. That's kind of my thing here, nostalgia. A lot of people think nostalgia is kind of a weird thing, but it's very powerful.
Yeah,
It's
the
very
drug.
powerful drug, yes. And so I I have all these memories and all these stories and people I played with, but I don't have anything to show for it, really. It's just in my head. And to me, I think that's why it's so fun to record some of these moments and streams and interactions and you know, it's like, yeah, like we can talk about it, but sometimes it's just cool having the footage of that kill or that named that finally spawned and you got
Yeah.
what you wanted and the excitement and, that player who was a jerk or that player that was really helpful. And
Absolutely. And as I get older, my memory is getting worse. I'm forgetting these memories and these stories. And it's happening more often where somebody will bring something up. And then I'll think to myself, like, oh my God, I remember that. I would have never thought of that again if you didn't just now bring that up.
yeah.
And so I don't like that. Obviously, nobody's going to like that. But yeah, I would like to lock in some of these memories where I can jog my own memory by watching these older videos. To kind of answer your question, back then I was such a noob, man. Like I didn't get my Epic 1.0.
Dude, I was a noob. I was a noob last night when we played. I
Oh,
just wasn't paying attention. But anyway, we'll get to that later. Sorry.
streaming, man.
Please continue.
That's the life of a streamer that some people don't understand. I feel like that to birdwalk a little bit. I feel like that every time I turn on the video, like everything falls apart. Like I start talking and then I'm not paying attention to other things. And I'm like, people think I play like this all the time. But anyways, yeah. So back then I didn't get my Epic. Yeah, I didn't even get max level for a while. So I started in like mid Kunark. I didn't even get max level for quite some time. So I mean, I don't know. Time went by so much. Even though Kunark and Velius came out in the same calendar year, they both
Yeah.
came out in 2000. Like, it felt like forever, right? It felt like Kunark was out forever. It felt like Velius was out forever, even though it just really wasn't. So by the time I got my crap together, it seemed like some things had passed. But as for anybody that I knew back then, I didn't. I didn't make too many friendships back then outside of my real life friends. So I was lucky enough to have a group of like five or six real life friends who all played, and we kind of stuck together. We weren't really like the best guildies or anything like that. I feel like everybody, not everybody, obviously we weren't, right? We're on the younger side, I guess. But back then, you really had an edge if you were already like 18 years old in 1999. You really, really did because your brain is just more developed and you just understand the world outside and inside just that much better. And me as a kid, I'm just like I went from like really really fast. I went from like Mario to Diablo to EverQuest, and like I don't know how to explain that, but like
Yeah.
you're just not grasping things. I feel as fast as like an adult would, and so I remember being in groups and stuff. And I'm bird walking again here, but I remember being in groups and stuff, and then people would be like, "Hey guys, I need an AFK." Baby's crying, and I'm like, the baby's crying. I'm 14. Or like, hey guys, AF. Not that people don't smoke at 14, but hey guys, smoke break every like 5 freaking minutes. Smoke
Yeah.
break, smoke break,
Oh,
smoke break, and I'm like, come on, man, let's grind. And I was like, who's smoking right now? Like, what is this? But
yeah.
but yeah, so like I don't know where I was going with that, but I guess as a little kid, like I wasn't as like on top of like the community aspect and getting stuff done. Besides grinding, I was just all about grinding and stuff. But I did raid a few things. I will say this: some other memories, I guess, is I did raid because I didn't get my epic right, so that's like a lot of raiding and stuff that takes place. But I do remember specifically raiding like Nagy and Vox and the very low echelon raids. Um, and then there was just a large gap. I didn't rate anything in Kunark. I didn't rate anything in Velius like that whole time. And then we get to like Luclin and Pop later on, and that's when I picked up rating. I was a little bit older by then. I had another couple of years, and I was just a little bit older, and that was just what it took, I guess. But yeah, I was on Bertoculus. I started on Bertoculus back then, and I was in. I bounced around being a kid and not being good at commitment and stuff like that besides the grind. Um, I was in a guild called Lost Boys for a while. If anybody's from Bertoculus, they probably remember that. They weren't like the bomb guild or anything. I think they were just like a mid range guild or whatever. But It's even hard for me. See, this is why I like to record, is because it's even hard for me to remember some of the guild names that were on the server. And obviously, like my friends, they have much better memory than I do. They would throw a name out there and I'd be like, oh yeah, them. But yeah, it's a little tough. So I'll just throw that out there. Not really, didn't really have any internet friends too much back then. I remember some interactions with some people, but it wasn't like everyday grouping and stuff like that. My server was Bertoculus the whole time. I never went to, I jumped on a PvP server. We played on a PvP server for like a month or two, but the main server was Bertoculus, and the one guild that I can really remember being in for a little bit and doing a little raiding with was the Lost Boys.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I think our servers eventually merged together because I was on Saren, and one guild that always stands out to me was Heaven and Earth. They really, I think not only were they famous on Saren, but I think they had like a lot of world firsts, and I always like looked up to those guys, and it was just really cool to see them kind of standing in plane of knowledge with their epics, and I was just like,
Yeah.
oh my God, I want to be
Yeah,
like that
that's some of the
someday.
magic too.
You see,
I mean, that can happen in
yes,
any game. Like
absolutely.
that's magical.
And like you said, I mean, Mario to Diablo to this, and for me personally, like, we can get more into this later, but like, so I come from an immigrant family, and you can't tell now, but like, English isn't my first language, and that actually helped me to learn
No, no.
because everything in EverQuest was like text-based, like,
Mm.
a skeleton tries to hit you, or you con this, and I had to read everything, and then like, in a way, I think it does kind of help you learn like social etiquette and stuff you
Yeah.
like how people behave, and everything was just kind of out there in this like sandbox, and yeah, anyway, yeah, just really beautiful. And so do you have, well, yeah, I'm sure you have lots of memories, lots of moments, but is there anything that kind of permanently imprinted on you, like something that you still think about years later?
Oh man.
Maybe one of the
From
first
back
things
then.
that comes to mind.
Uh, I wish I had like real specific memories, but I do. I remember a time there was a guy who was just like loaded with gear already. And I was kind of friendly with this guy, and he was an ogre warrior, and he had a fungi tunic and a blade of carnage and a helm of Ralzek. He had all of it. And he was just like, I was like, where did you get that? Because that was his first character. I was his only character. And he's just like, I have friends who play this game like all the time. And they just gave me this stuff and they said, level, like get to max level so you can join us. And so
Lucky.
I was always kind of chasing this guy around, and hanging out with that guy. That is a good memory that I have. Um, Bards being like AFK bots in groups.
Oh yeah.
Those are some good memories. Like a memory as in a story. Oh, that's rough for me. It's hard. But I have these like sporadic memories. Um, the trains of Karner's Castle, man, just endless trains in Karner's Castle. I'll never forget that stuff. Uh, I
Yeah.
always said the Dreadlands got its name because you just dreaded going there. Turns out in 2026, I love the Dreadlands, man. That's like my
Redlands is
jam.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, but back then I was just like, where are we gonna go level? It's just like, oh my god, we got to go to the Dreadlands. Where else are we gonna go? Because it was kind of like the best bang for buck back then. Like the mobs were doable, but
Hmm. I
everything was still like in
I
normal
remember
range.
I remember those little ruins like all the way around Dreadlands, and there was like little camps, and we would just kind of pull to there, kind of around the castle area there. Like
Yeah, yeah,
I did a lot of leveling
exactly.
there.
People would be like North Wall,
Yeah.
West Wall, those would be groups. That's crazy. Like that's what I do miss is like the groups that would just anywhere could be a camp. Nowadays with all the knowledge and time that everybody's invested into the game, there's optimal camps and all this stuff. Well, you get more density if you're at this area and yada yada. But back then it was just like you just make it happen, man.
Yeah,
Like where can we
exactly.
go? I don't know. People are right there. People are right there. So let's
Hmm.
go right there. And you just
Yeah.
make it. You just
Yeah.
make it work. And people said it was really slow back then, leveling and all of that, which it was and still is. But I think part of why it doesn't feel as slow is because we've just optimized things now. We know the best zones. We know the best Zem. We know the best camps.
Hmm.
We know how to play our classes beyond anything back then. And that's another thing with the older crowd is they just knew how to do like rotations and like the best spells. And back
Yeah.
then, I don't know. At least us, we're still like learning and experimenting with our skills and stuff.
Yeah,
Memories though. Going raiding Nagy was a memory for me. That was like a really good memory. That was my first raid. My first ever raid was Nagy,
that's awesome.
and just going through Nagafin's lair, and just seeing the giants and stuff like that, and the loot, and just knowing I wasn't going to get anything, and seeing stuff like Cloak of Flames drops. Like nowadays, Cloak of Flames, like nobody even talks about it anymore. Even in Classic, you see it around and you still talk about it, and it's still expensive. But back in the day, it was just like, oh my god, Cloak of Flames! Like even the name of it was just so cool.
Hmm.
And you could just imagine a cloak surrounding you with flames on. It'd be cool if I had a damage shield, actually. But
Yeah.
anyways,
No, it's great.
yeah,
It's
walkthrough memories
legendary.
too. What was that?
Oh no, I was just saying that's a legendary item. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Sorry to
yeah.
interrupt you.
And this is where I take a lot of heat, I guess, is like even though I played back in the day and I do have a lot of memories back in the day, a lot of my memories too, I have to credit them to like Planes of Power and Luclin, or Luclin, as myself and all of my friends would call it.
Yeah.
Absolutely, that's really cool. I'm jealous. I don't have that. I used to have the EverQuest Gold tin, and I'm actually trying to buy a sealed one. You just can't find it anywhere. I'm like willing to drop big money on a sealed EverQuest Gold tin. I just want that so bad. But I really like that you have that there. Um, but yeah, a lot of my memories are from like Planes of Power. So it's not in like the holy trinity of the original trilogy. Um, but yeah, I do have like so many memories from that, and that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, that's
That's just
beautiful.
it.
Me as well. Yeah, it's great. And I guess this is a trend that happens now that I think about it. Knowledge is power in these games. And you know, I'm going to ask you a fun question later. I'm kind of rambling, but like, people figured it out. They figured out the best spots, like you mentioned. And as kids, we didn't really care. We just kind of did what felt right, went where it seems cool. But now it's like, oh no, this zone is better. Trust me. Why are you still in Kunark? You get more XP here and this and that. So, it's really interesting. But and I think with a lot of these things, the knowledge. The strategy and all the stuff has already been figured out. You know where to position yourself. You know what the boss is going to do. You know what the drops are, so guilds just rush it. And I think even historically, like on World of Warcraft and all these, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but like the classic releases, I think guilds figured out all those fights in like a day or less. Like once they got there, whereas back then, people were trying to figure it out for weeks and how to defeat this and that. So yeah, it's knowledge is power, and it's cool that that can be applied. And yeah, there's so many memories, so many stories. Do you have a moment where EverQuest surprised you in a good way because of the community, and then in the inverse of that, a bad way, but it still kind of became a story? Because that was the fun thing, is like anything became a story, a good interaction, a bad interaction, maybe a camp you've been waiting at for a while and you finally got the item. One thing that comes to mind for me is like there's that camp outside of Blackborough in Keno's Hills, or Quanos as I like to call it. But there's that camp with the it's like the little undead area, and there's some kind of item that drops there. I actually never camped it, but there was someone, and we had like a ragtag group of adventurers, so we went there and we were like, hey, listen, this is really good XP. We really want it. Like, I don't care about this item. You can have it. We just really want to kill these skeletons because this is awesome XP. And the person was like, I understand that, but I'm camping this. So sorry. And I was like, oh man, all right, guys, let's go somewhere else. That was kind of like a hard realization that, like, okay, I'm here in the world. It's me versus you. You're more powerful. Yeah, I got to move on. But,
Yeah, I guess that's the
so
allure to PvP servers for some people, just to punk them out. Like, well, we have a group, man. So,
yeah.
but shoot me that question one more time. The beginning of that question.
Oh, I was just gonna say, is there a moment in EverQuest that kind of surprised you in a really good way? It can be because of the community or not, or is there a moment where you were surprised in a bad way, but it still became a story?
Hmm. Good way is probably always going to be the community. Um, like times where I remember a time being in Crushbone
Hmm.
back in the day, and just struggling as a I was playing a bard, and I was like trying to do stuff in Crushbone, and I was like soloing and stuff like that, and just having a really rough time. Wasn't It wasn't in a group or anything, and another bard, actually a high level bard, zoned in, and they power leveled me a little bit. And it wasn't anything crazy. It wasn't like a ton of power leveling, and this is a long time ago. But just stuff like something like that, where I was just like, man, this guy's taking, because this just didn't happen on other games yet, and I don't even know if they had the opportunity to. So I don't want to blame the other games at the time. Um, I guess Diablo, people rushed you, but they didn't. They wanted to be paid for that, or they wanted to take your drops in return. But on EverQuest, sometimes people would just show up, and obviously there's the buffs and the ports and all that kind of stuff. But this bar just like zoned in. He saw me struggling. He like pinpointed me, and he was like, "That guy's struggling." And he came over there, and he shot me some messages, and he was like, "I'll tell you what, just pull all this stuff." And I think he even had like a loot of the Howler at the time, so I was so impressed by that. He like looked like a werewolf, and I think I'm pretty sure.
That
And
was
then
cool.
so he had me just pull a bunch of stuff, and he's like, just try to tag everything. And then I was getting all the XP for it. And then that might have been my first. I mean, maybe not first. Like druids will cast thorns on you and stuff like that early on. But that was like my first true like kind of like power level. And not to say I sat there and got 10 levels or anything like that. I got like, I don't know, a level or two or whatever it was. But for like an hour, he sat there and like really helped me out. And I was like, this dude that I don't even know, that I still don't know, just spent like an hour of his time here doing nothing but allowing me to gain, just took out of his time. That's like a selfless act. Um,
Yeah.
and that was like my first experience with that online in video games. And I was just like, now that kind of got me hooked too. I was just like, holy crap, like who does that at the time? And now fast forward to 2026, and this is what we're talking about, is the community is something that draws us to the game, because there are people like that. And then in turn, I learned to be like that as well. If I didn't have interactions like that, maybe I would grow up and just like not and be less giving or less selfless. um, but others, pay it forward, right? Others do it to you, and then you can pay it forward to others. And there's always that's a good one. There's always that pay it forward mentality on EverQuest, which is really cool.
Yeah.
And this is a newer thing, but even on Project Quarm. So I had been making videos on P99, and then Project Quarm came out. So I moved over to Project Quarm on day one, and so some people already knew me from P99. And going into Project Quarm, I remember at the time Project Quarm came out, I think I was still playing Classic WoW or something. So my time was split, and I was working a lot. I was going through a work transition. And so I didn't get to like hit Quarm super hard when it came out. I was playing, every day or whatever, but I just didn't get to hit it super hard. So I was kind of behind the curve. Um, People were leveling pretty fast and stuff like that. And I just remember a guy named Quittis, actually. I wonder where he is now. I see him online every once in a while, but he was a necromancer as well. And he was like way high level compared to me, but he gave me some of his hand-me-downs and stuff like that. And he was just like, hey man, now that could be streamer privilege or whatever like that, which it probably is. But nonetheless, it's just, and then why I'm bringing this up is because the whole pay it forward thing, he gave me a couple of items, like nothing crazy. It was classic. Nothing's actually crazy in classic, but actually at the same time, everything is huge in classic because,
Hmm.
it's no stats or a couple stats. But he gave me a couple pieces of items. And then like later on, I replaced those and I found someone to give those to as well. And so that was really cool. I enjoy that. Any negative interactions? Um, yes. Okay. So back in the day, and you don't see it really now because I think they would just ban you immediately now. But back in the day, there used to be casinos all the time.
Oh my God. Yes, dude. Yes. I know where this is
Treating
going.
yourself like a casino.
Yes,
Like
that happened to me.
putting down
Mm.
money, winning a little bit. Okay. So they'll pay you out that little bit, and then putting down money. And then finally you make a big bet and you win, and it's a large sum, and then they just log out. And then you're just like, well, there's that. And
Oh,
they'll just make a new level one and
yeah, that
whatever.
that happened to me as well.
Casinos.
Nice.
Do you know? Well, I don't know how much you've played of Live recently or whatever, but you've seen Rich Girly?
I have not. I'm not
You haven't heard of
familiar.
Rich Girly? Okay. There's like So I don't know if they ban it nowadays, casinos.
Yeah, I
You're
was
not
gonna
allowed to
ask
talk
you.
about it.
I was gonna ask you, is that a thing nowadays? I don't know.
It is, but there's one person who rules it all, and this
Oh,
person's name is Rich Girly. On every server, they have the name Rich Girly. They have bought everything you can think of from the store, so they're just like bejeweled out or
oh,
whatever, bedazzled,
wow.
and they're PvP or whatever, so their name is red, and they hang out in the zones like that you can't get trained and stuff. On a fresh server launch, sometimes people do trainer, but like in order to get rules, you have to like inspect her and you look at that little, how you could post some text in like the middle of your gear.
Mm-hmm.
So you
Yep.
have to like click on that and you could read the rules because she'll never tell you the rules. I think this is the loophole is you can't talk about it.
Very
So you can't be
interesting.
like, hey, what are the rules? Like, what do I need to roll? You can't do anything. Nobody's going to help you. You just have to figure out when I right click her, I can see the rules. And then you give her money, you roll, and she'll give you money back or not. She's legit. She's on every single server.
That's amazing.
But
It's
that's
almost
somebody
like
somewhere out there in the world. Like, I'm dying to like interview that guy. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
dude,
Like,
that's
who I
crazy.
know.
See, I'm not deep into the lore because, like I told you, I'd kind of moved on for a while. I'm just now kind of getting back into it, and it's just amazing. There's this whole community of like very passionate people, and no, it's amazing. I love hidden stuff like that. It's almost like this hidden gambling world, you know? It's like back alley deals and shisty stuff going on right under
Yeah.
Daybreak's nose, you know? Do you pop into live periodically, or have you totally moved away from live?
I've never played, or I haven't played live again since like 2005.
Oh, okay.
But
Wow.
I have played a couple of TLPs. I went ultra hard on Aradune. Before Aradune, like I didn't even hear about TLPs. I was like, I don't know how. This is like it's still an anomaly to me.
Mm-hmm.
Is like, let me give you a little bit of a timeline here. This might be a good spot to do it. Is
Okay.
like, so I played EverQuest until 2004. In 2004, EverQuest 2 came out. So where are we? We're at L- LDON maybe just we're in LDON or something, and
Mm-hmm.
EverQuest 2 comes out. So my friends and I we all moved to EverQuest 2. We decide. I mean, it didn't even get a chance, man. I mean, WoW came out, and it was like the launch wasn't that great. It was very demanding on PCs, and I had a pretty good PC. I'd have to say, props to my cousin who at this point was building PCs, and so he really helped us out.
Mm-hmm.
But EverQuest 2 just never got a chance. So I was split in two ways. We moved to EverQuest 2, and immediately we're like, this isn't my EverQuest. What is this? Luclin blew up? Like, where's Luclin or Luclin as we called it? And like all of these things. And just like, where's my classes? Where are my races? Like, it's just too much change, right? I
Yeah.
wanted all of the classes I'm used to. I wanted all of the races that I'm used to. And it was just mixed up. And it was like all
Mm-hmm.
of like that. And then also like 2 weeks later, World of Warcraft came out, which I played also on day one. And so even though I had this group of friends who were all into EverQuest, I had my friends circle. I used to play Dota 1 on Warcraft, the Warcraft 3 version of Dota. Uh, let me just list off a couple of my. I'm rambling now, but let me just
No,
list off a
this
couple
is
of games
this is fascinating. Please, yeah, hit me with
I
it.
played a bunch of Counter Strike back in the day, Half Life, Counter Strike. I used to live in a cyber cafe. So even though I had internet and I had a computer, we were on 56K, right? You couldn't play Counter Strike online. You try to play Counter Strike online on 56K or Half Life, and it just lags so bad that's not even worth playing.
Mm-hmm.
So what we do is go to like cyber cafes where you're on a LAN network and they got 40 computers in this sweaty room, and
Mm-hmm.
you're all just sitting there and you can talk shit to the other people, in the room and everything like that. And so that's I was doing that for a while, and you would also play Diablo there as well. They had better internet, like even though like DSL wasn't available in my area. These LAN cafes were put in such places where they could get better internet because they were still like implementing DSL and stuff like that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but anyways,
Mm-hmm.
so where was I going with that? So, anyways, so I played like Counter Strike 1.6 and all these other games leading up into. So I had friends who played Dota 1, who played Counter Strike, who played Diablo, but they never played EverQuest with us. So then when World of Warcraft came out, like that was the bridge they needed. to be like, okay, now I'll get into MMOs, because it was just, as we all know, and there's no hiding it or whatever. EverQuest is just way more noob friendly and casual friendly. Let's call it casual friendly. It's way more casual friendly, right? Everybody can solo. They breadcrumb you everywhere. You just quest. You don't actually have to grind. Not everybody's a grinder. You don't have to grind. You feel like there's meaning to what you're doing, right? Oh, go kill this. Come back and show me proof. Go kill that. Collect this. Collect that. All these kinds of things. So obviously World of Warcraft came out and the graphics were different too. A lot changed over those 5 years from 1999 to 2000 or whatever. But anyway, so then when World of Warcraft came, let me get back to EverQuest. When World of Warcraft came out, EverQuest 2 just didn't have a chance. So a lot of us and all my friends, now I have a gigantic group of friends all playing World of Warcraft, and it was a phenomenon. And so we all kind of moved to World of Warcraft at that time, but it was a hard pill for me to swallow, because although I think it's the general consensus is like, WoW graphics are so much better, even though it's hilarious. My girl will look at WoW and she'll just be like, what is that monstrosity? But like a WoW player looks at EverQuest and they're like, what is that monstrosity? And it's like, bro, they both have terrible graphics. But anyways, um, uh, so a bunch of my friends went to World of Warcraft, so they're playing there. But the ones of us who came from EverQuest, it was hard for us to just quit cold turkey. So we did the like the 2 weeks to a month thing on EverQuest 2, and we were like, nah. We went to World of Warcraft, but EverQuest 1 was still like, we were still like looking at EverQuest. It's the meme where you got the girl and you're looking back or whatever, and we're still like looking at EverQuest 1, and we're like, man, we're done. Like after all this time, we're just done.
Yeah.
And so it was really hard. And then we all had the grinders mentality at this point. Now we're trained grinders, and we're going there like, we're like, what is this? Like, I'm tired of doing quests. Like, quests are cool and all, but they're just a dime a dozen. Like, you're not really, it's not an epic quest. It's just like, what am I doing here? And so it was hard. So we bounced back and forth. So like I got to like whatever, I got into my teens on WoW, and then I was like, all right, I'm going to go back and play EverQuest. So I went back and I played EverQuest. At this point, like Omens of War is out or something, or is it Gates of Discord? I forget which one comes first sometimes. Whichever one comes first. And then so we're playing that, and then I'm like, I don't know if I like this expansion though either now. And all my friends are playing WoW, or like most of them. So then I jumped back to WoW, and then I got into like my 40s. And then also one other caveat that really doesn't need to be said, I guess, but like before WoW was coming out, I wanted to be a Tauren shaman so effing bad. And all of my friends went Alliance. And I was like, I want to be a Tauren shaman. And so I got kind of like forced, either you play alone or you play with all of your friends on the Alliance. And so actually, here's a little, I don't know, something. I made my first character ever was a Night Elf Hunter, and his name was Ixar. And that was his name on day one of World of Warcraft. My hunter's name was Ixar, and then I got a pet that was a dinosaur from the wetlands, and I named him Rockhopper, which is one of the dinosaurs like that you see now in Luclin and everything. But that was a little callback. But anyway, so that was my option. So I ended up playing Alliance, and so at some point I got into my 40s on this hunter, and I kept bouncing back and forth. Next thing you know, now Gates of Discord or Omens of War, whichever one's second. I think Omens of War comes second. And this time I'm like totally checked out. I'm just like, all right, I guess I'm done. Like 2 expansions in a row that I'm just not interested in. People say the game changes from Velius to Luclin and Pop and so on and so forth, which is very, very true. I agree with that. But I still like it. But going after you get like Acacia and LDON, that's when Planes of Power starts to become irrelevant. Planes of Power is still very relevant during Acacia and Legacy and Lost Dungeons and Norath. But then you get to the next expansions, and then that makes Planes of Power less relevant. And at that point, and like we keep bringing up how like Planes of Power is a perfect time for EverQuest to end, and it actually does end. EverQuest actually does end with Planes of Power because the timeline splits, and so it kind of does end. And then EverQuest 2 comes out at that point. But anyways, yeah, it was just, I was ready to let go at that point. I bounced back and forth a little bit. And then when I went back to WoW, I actually did ditch my friends. One of my other friends, one single friend and my girlfriend at the time, we were like, the 3 of us, we're going to go play Horde. and just screw everybody else, whatever. And so we had a little split there. And I went to WoW full time at that point in 2005. Please, I just babbled for so long. What was the question again?
Dude, that was absolutely amazing. That was action packed, actually. The question, oh, it doesn't matter. It was just, oh, I think I was asking if you still play EverQuest live at some
Oh,
point.
right.
But do you know,
So
actually,
my timeline. So no. Oh, okay. I know where I'm
yeah.
going now. I know all that was kind of a setup, all of that.
Hmm.
'Cause I'm so terrible at these.
No, this is amazing, dude. Please.
So that was it. So then I went and played WoW from 2005 until, I mean, I still play WoW sometimes, I'll
Hmm.
still log in and play some hardcore or something like that. But basically from 2005 until like 2010 ish, I didn't touch EverQuest that whole time. So just zero EverQuest those 5 years. And that's
Hmm.
like the dark ages for me and EverQuest. I just never touched it. I never ever did go back to live ever, still to this day. But I did discover P99 around that time. I'm not exactly sure, but it came out around 2010, I think, ish. And so I started messing around with like P99, and those were the glory days. I really got into private servers around this time too. So I was also playing like private WoW servers as well, because I'm just a classic Andy, man. Like it doesn't matter what game.
Do you think there could have been a time where you could have became classic Warcraft instead of classic EverQuest? Or
Yes, but also no, because the reason I do play WoW occasionally, and over the years that I've been making EverQuest videos, there's been tons of time. I've actually grinded Grand Marshal on World of Warcraft while in my YouTube EverQuest arc. I've taken a break and I grinded Grand Marshal, and nobody even knows that.
dude,
And
that's amazing.
as interesting as that might be to some, oh man, no offense, WoW guys, I love WoW, and a lot of the community is great. I just don't fit in the community. Like, I feel like if I make WoW videos, it's just going to be shit talk in the comments and stuff. And I don't know. That's just not me. I'm doing this for fun. I have a job. I'm doing this as a hobby. And I'm too old for that crap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I do watch other, WoW content create like actual content creators that play WoW and stuff like that, and no matter how good they are or whatever, there's just always those people. And not to say that those don't exist in the EverQuest sphere, but just the percentages and stuff like that is just, there's like so many less trolls, and there's more people on my level. And I
Mhm.
don't mean that in like a I don't mean that to sound like I'm better than anybody. I just mean like where I'm at mentally. There's so
Mhm.
many more people that where we just meet in the middle right there. Um, Whereas like WoW is just vast. There's people are all over the place, all sort of like
Yeah.
all over the spectrum and stuff like that. And
Yeah, no,
I thought about it.
yeah.
Quarm went down with the THJ situation, and I played WoW that entire time. I played Monsters and Memories when the tests were up, because the Monsters and Memories had like 2 tests during that period.
Mhm.
So I did do that, and I created some videos for that and stuff like that. But outside of that, I was playing a ton of WoW, and I was playing on hardcore and all of that stuff. And I really thought I actually recorded a little bit of stuff, and I was like, I might just put this out just to like because I like it now. I like being on YouTube. I like talking to everybody. I like the community. And I was
Mhm.
like, it's something. It's better than nothing, maybe. And I just chose against it. I was just like, I'm gonna attract eyes that I don't necessarily want. And we could talk about this more like later
Yeah.
and probably another question down the line.
Dude, no, that was incredible. That was action packed. You touched on so much. Just to kind of circle back a little bit, I guess now
Yeah.
in retrospect, I mean, one of the big things is like, yeah, when they created EverQuest 2, it kind of unintentionally maybe split the player base. And I've gone down rabbit holes on this. It seems like maybe they thought EverQuest wouldn't last so long. Maybe they thought an online game can't really go that long. So let's just jump on the next big thing. Let's make EverQuest 2, whatever. And just the timing was bad, whatever. World of Warcraft came out. And so yeah, like I also put in a lot of time in World of Warcraft, and no offense, like I love World of Warcraft. I respect it heavily. My buddy Kazrax has gone to play. A lot of my friends are like, dude, we're Classic is coming back. Let's do it. It's great. And I actually missed Classic World of Warcraft. I did Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King, and I raided. I did everything you could possibly do. I did it all. But dude, like in retrospect, I kind of like I had a good time. I want to let those memories rest. And for whatever reason, it's very difficult to explain, but like, Norath is the one that always calls me back, you know, and I'd have no desire to go back to World of Warcraft. It's an amazing game. A lot of people talk about it now. This is thrown around a lot that, EverQuest kind of had some rough edges, and what World of Warcraft did is it polished all that down and just gave it a more accessible experience, and it ran more efficiently, and it had a lot of stuff, and that's amazing. Like, it's great, but dude, like
Sure.
I can't name you I don't remember the dungeons. I don't really remember the encounters. I remember some of the raids, and that was really cool, but like nothing really hit the same as EverQuest for me. I can't exactly pinpoint why, but World of Warcraft was amazing, but like I feel the same way. Even just yesterday I was kind of perusing the Twitch to see who's all playing, and it's just, I mean, you can scroll for like an hour and not reach the bottom. It's just, yeah. But I agree with you about the EverQuest community, and oh my gosh, you touched on so much. Yeah, no, this is great. How are we doing on time?
Oh, terrific. I got all day. Um, I raid in like 10 hours. So,
Okay, perfect. I want to get into ratings specifically. So this is just a fun little section. Honestly, kind of basic questions. I'm trying to throw as much EverQuest stuff as I can at you to kind of pick your brain, because you're basically the EverQuest content creator on YouTube. So what's your favorite class, and why, for those that might not know, or what's a class that really interests you? And then just like, what's your specific favorite class? I think I know the answer, but just in case for people who don't know.
you may be saying Necromancer. You may be thinking of Necromancer, which is kind of true, but something I allude to, and people kind of give me shit for it a little bit. Playful shit is because you never see me playing it. But Bard is actually like maybe my favorite class. Necromancer has grown on me a lot, and so I played Bard back in the day, and I actually got banned back on live. This could have been
Oh
a
wow.
story for
Wow,
one of the other questions that
that's
you asked
legendary.
already, but basically what happened is, I was a young kid back there, and I've told the story before somewhere, but basically I was playing a bard, and this was going to be my first max level character. I was like ready to go, and I was just all in. I was in the 50s, and I was like, this is it, man. I'm going to be the first one out of my friends to get 60, and I was ready to go. And somebody let me borrow gear, and they said they were like quitting or whatever, and they gave me gear. Basically, they
Hmm.
gave me gear. They didn't let me borrow it, and they said they were quitting or whatever. And then like later on, they came back, and then they wanted their gear back. And what I should have done is just been like, okay, that's like takesies backsies or whatever. I don't think we can use the other word for it anymore, but like I don't like I'm not gonna give you the gear back. And so this is on me. I'm not proud of it, but I refused to give the gear back, and then he threatened me. And this is like time he quit, and then he comes back like I don't even know how long later, a month or two, and he's just like, I want, and it wasn't even anything. Here's the thing: is it wasn't even anything like crazy or good. It was just like, I was so like just dirt poor back then that anything was cool, and it wasn't even anything like worth getting in trouble over. But he threatened me, and he was like, I know a GM, and if you don't give it back, I'm gonna have you banned. And I was like, yeah, okay. And my dad works for NASA. Like, okay, sure. You know? And then sure enough, after our back and forth for a while, I
Oh
was
man.
out there leveling, and I got disconnected. And it's just randomly, black screen, you have been disconnected. And then I tried to log in, and it said that I was banned.
Mm.
And then that was it. Like,
Wow.
that was just it.
He didn't talk to you at all, the GM? Nothing, just a
No, I
cold
never
hard
spoke
ban.
to a GM. I went in because you can't log back in at this point. I went into there was like a chat room that you can go into,
I remember that.
and I tried to like be like, what the heck, man, whatever, and nothing. At the end of the day, I remember this. I remember this moment, and this is where my EverQuest Gold tin came in. Is like at the end of the day, um, my mom drove me to Best Buy with my friend that I play with on Quorum, and I was like looking for EverQuest anywhere. I was calling places like I need my crack fix basically, and I found a Best Buy that was like 3 cities over that had EverQuest, and my mom drove us there, and I bought EverQuest Gold the tin at this point
That's
and
awesome.
reinstalled the game.
Can we just
Um,
can we just give a shout out to how amazing the box art is for EverQuest, by the way? Like, I'm gonna take a deep dive into the box art for Keith Parkinson. Just amazing artist. That was what attracted me. I think I was in Walmart and I saw the Kunark box and I was like, oh
the
shit.
Kunark one.
I love like these high fantasy elements and how catchy and immersive. It really speaks to me. I don't know what it is. Something about it just really speaks to me. It really captures that spirit of adventure and like it kind of reminds me of those old like 80s and 90s like fantasy novels almost like
Absolutely, it's
medieval
the Dungeons
fantasy.
and Dragons.
Yeah, yes, I love that
Yeah,
so much. I love that so
yeah,
much. Sorry to interject there. So very interesting. So Bard is your favorite class. Were you going to add anything
oh yeah.
else?
Yeah. So Bard is my favorite class. So that's when I got off the Bard. So Bard would have been my first max level character, if this did not stop me. But unfortunately, that event did happen, and so I didn't know how to fight back against that or anything. Again, I was like very young, and communication was so different then. Now you can like tweet at them or like put in a
Yeah,
petition, stuff like that. Like back then, it was nothing. Something else I just want to like add here that's irrelevant to what we're talking about is, does anybody remember coming home from school and being like, oh crap, the server's down, and then the server's down for like 3 days and nobody knows like what's going on? Like the servers would just go down for like extended periods of time. And there was never any like foresight, like, hey, by the way, tomorrow we're going to have a patch and the server's going to go down or whatever. That was just crazy. And nowadays the server goes down for like an hour and everybody's like losing their shit.
does
But
do you remember, does anyone remember just kind of hanging out in those chats, like those server chats?
yeah,
Just hanging out, hey guys, we're just all here. I'm ready for the server to be back up, you know? But dude, I feel like that's kind of I don't want to say illegal. It just sounds kind of shady. It's kind of like, yeah, like I personally know a GM, so hey, listen, I know this isn't like in the terms of service or whatever, but can you just please ban this person without,
yeah.
that sounds kind of shisty to me a little bit,
Oh,
but it
absolutely.
kind of
Yeah.
was the Wild West because GMs were just people too, and I guess to this day people still remember interacting with them and stuff like that. Me personally, dude, honestly, I stayed out of trouble. I never really got GM involved in anything. I tried to be nice and play nice as best as I can. There were jerks, of course, out in the world, but I think for like basic stuff, like maybe I got stuck somewhere or whatever. But besides that, like no crazy drama on my end. But that sounds kind of shisty.
Yeah. So my very first character ever, just to bring it back, I guess, my very first character ever was a troll warrior named Bonch. That was my very first like actual. That wasn't my very okay. My very ever first character. So, all right, let me say this about getting into EverQuest.
Yeah.
When my friend told me about it, and I logged in for the very first time, my friend from school told me about it. I came home. We logged in for the first time. He told me to make a gnome wizard, and I couldn't even get out of Akanon. Like I couldn't find my way out, and I quit the game. And I was like, I'm playing Diablo, dude. This is dumb. This game sucks.
Yeah, I got
And
lost in some of those
give it a
cities
second
as well.
try. He told me he was going to make a cleric or something, and he's like, make a troll wizard. It's way cooler, and I'll help you, whatever. So I ended up making did I say wizard? A troll warrior.
Yeah.
So I made a troll warrior. That was my first character ever, and I got him into like the 40s or something. But then I switched to bard. Anyways, after that account got banned, I had to get a new account, so I started over, and I went back to warrior. So I went back and I made a wood elf warrior. And you want to know how cringe like kids can be? And I say kids, even though at this point I'm a teenager, a young teenager, is like I made my name aborted And it was more in the sense of like I had an idea. At this point, I'm seeing other warriors with their epics, and the warrior epics look like lightsabers. And in my head, I was like, I'm gonna be a boarded Jedi. Like,
Oh my
I just
God,
want to bring that up because like how cringe is that? It's like that's so stupid. I
dude,
was gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna be like a dark Jedi who left the order or whatever. Like,
that's pretty cool. Yeah.
this stuff that kids think of. But anyways, that was my first 60. So then I made this warrior, and I did get to 60 on a wood elf warrior. But in doing so, I ran into a lot of necromancers, and this is where my love for necromancer always had this mystique to it. I was always like just a melee Andy, if you would. Like I just wanted to play melee, and every game I play melee. In World of Warcraft, which hadn't happened yet in this timeline. Like I play melee, but even at the time of World of Warcraft, I just play all melees. In like Dota, I would play like melee heroes. I just love melee, and I've never been like a caster guy. Unfortunate for me and people like me is EverQuest heavily favors casters early on, and they're just not gear dependent and all that kind of stuff. And you have gate and invis and all these tools that melee just don't have. And anyway, so life was a struggle back then, and I was always poor because you can't really farm anything with melee. But yeah, fast forward, I run into all these necros, and to me, the specter illusion is just so epic and just like I don't know.
Yeah.
Whenever you watch one of my videos on YouTube, I have the old little, like the what do you call it? The watermark in the corner is like the old Spectre logo from like the spell bar.
Oh, cool.
And I'll bring this up. Something that really upset me, like when I was playing TLPs, um, when I was going super hard on TLPs, they have a new Spectre illusion. It's like it's like a Luclin version where it's all like,
Oh
updated
man,
model.
yeah, listen, I don't want to be negative. This is all about good vibes, nostalgia. I do not like the Luclin models. I just despise the Luclin models. I hate everything about it. I love the classic models. Please continue.
There's a couple that I like, but yeah, for the most part, yeah, I don't like them either. And yeah, so that was it. So I was so upset about that. The first Necromancer I actually made was on the TLP, and then that's what I was rewarded with was like this updated Spectre model, and even your pet is like an updated Spectre model, and I was just devastated. I was like, oh my god, like I just want to be the old Spectre. But anyways, so as I was on this leveling journey with this warrior that I got to max level, I would run into in the higher levels, I would run into necros and stuff, and I would always see them. They're a specter, their pet's a specter, and they'd be like kiting mobs, like fear kiting and stuff. And I was just like, that is so cool. Like, I want to be that. So I was already committed to getting this warrior to 60. And at this point, I was like, I'm getting 60. Like, fool me once, but I'm getting 60 this time. But I did look around and I saw these necros, and I really, really wanted a necro. I fell in love with like the play style and all of that. I was like, man, they can solo. Soloing on World of Warcraft, not exciting at all. There's zero excitement to soloing on World of Warcraft. But in EverQuest, there's a ton of excitement to soloing because
Yeah.
not only do you get like more experience, you get all the loot for yourself, which sounds selfish, but
Yeah.
it part of it is like you're doing something you're not supposed to be, I guess. So there's like an allure to it like that. Like it's like, look at those 6 people over there working their ass off to get some XP. I'm over here just doing it on my own, baby. Like, and I'm
Yeah.
probably getting more XP than they are because I'm getting it all from, for myself. And so you're kind of like, you're a bad boy almost. You're like, I'm over here soloing. Like there was always that to it. And nowadays people with the knowledge is power. Shout out to Mortal Kombat. But there's like, you know, soloing is not as like hard as it seemed back then because people know everything to do now. But anyways, yeah. So Necro is
Yeah.
like my current like favorite class. I'm always playing it. I'll always have a Necro main. But I think thematically, and historically, and even currently, bards are like my favorite class. And I'll expand on that a little more by saying I think bards have the highest ceiling. When you look at classes and you're like, there's a crappy bard, and then there's here's a crappy bard and here's a good bard. Whereas like here's like like I don't know, a crappy ranger and a good ranger. That's like
Yeah. Can
I
I
mean, I
just
don't know if that's a good example.
Can I just please add something to your point? I definitely agree with you. It's one of those classes. We'll take a deeper dive, but it's like you can be a really great bard or like a really bad bard, and I don't know. So for anyone that has played the Dragons of Norath expansion, it was basically heavily instanced. There was the creator run, which was like I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's an instance. It's called the creator. You go and basically a good bard could solo it faster than a group could go through it. So there was this bard from Heaven and Earth that we were doing a bunch of runs with, and basically the party just kind of sat at the zone entrance, and he was like soloing, and he's like, okay, well, I gotta go now. See you guys. And it was just amazing to see good bards do good work, and that was one of the things that still fascinates me to this day. If you know what you're doing, you can kite entire zones. And anyway, just my I agree with you that the skill ceiling is yeah, you pretty much nailed it. Yep. Okay.
Just being a jack of all trades, right, is kind of like their thing. So they can mez, charm, fear, lull, invis, run super. The running super fast thing is just like
Yeah,
everybody's
that was really cool.
everybody's wet dream.
Do you know the legendary story? So I always heard about this. There were some drums that you could get, like it was some high-end drums back in the day, and there was a bard
Thunderous drums of Karana.
it might be this, or something with Mistmore. I can't remember, but anyway,
There's more battle drums.
yes, maybe. And so there was a bard who ran from the docks at like the Caladim city. I forget this zone. I'm sorry. I'm drawing a blank. But they ran from the docks all the way to like Greater Fadark. I think in like a
Mhm.
few seconds or something. It's crazy to me because that's a long
Yeah.
run. Anyways, please continue.
There's a new drum. There's new drums in like Planes of Power called the Thunderous Drums of Karana, and it has like a pink sparkly effect. So it doesn't look like a drum. It looks
Oh,
like a fist weapon almost, like the glowy fist
yes,
weapon.
yes.
But it's a new one, and it's got like pink sparkles and stuff. And they changed the appearance of it. Another thing that was changed between now and like TLPs or live or whatever, they changed the appearance of it. I think it looks like a drum now or whatever. But I'm really hoping, and I'm pretty positive that it's going to have its old appearance on Quorum, and I just cannot wait to see that item in
That's
the game.
cool. That's cool. Man, I cannot wait to get just a deeper dive into some of this stuff. We'll talk Quorum specifically, but just let's carry on here with some of these like EverQuest questions for people that are fascinated with your story. Do you have a class that you appreciate even if you don't necessarily main it? And for me, like I'm kind of the same way. Like I appreciate Necromancers. Thematically, I'm not much of a Necromancer, but it's really cool what they can do. I think you're right. Like to your point, I think it's easier to play a necromancer than it is to play a bard. I haven't gone too far with bards, but yeah, I for me it was like the swapping of the instruments and still trying to have a weapon and do all the songs. Yeah, that. Anyways, yeah. So do you have a class that you really appreciate, even if you don't main it?
So to keep on Bard real quick, I appreciate Bard so much because I do know what it takes. And to go back to knowledge is power, that also applies to a Bard um, because it's not necessarily difficult as much as it is knowing what to do. Like in sports, like in basketball, I'm a big basketball fan.
Oh,
They
cool.
refer to it as basketball IQ, you know? And it's not like you're the smartest person in the world, but when you're on the court, you know the plays to make, you know how to read plays, you know what's going to happen before it happens.
Hmm.
And I think a bard is the king of that. So if you have like EQ, IQ just doesn't have a ring to it. But like if you have the basketball IQ within EQ, if you can follow me where I'm going, um, those bards are insane. So you get like you don't have an enchanter in your group, and like there's a massive pull. They'll get a pet, they'll charm a couple, and they'll just be working everything and all at once. And they'll actually, for the most part, stop you from even getting that in the first place. That huge pull because of the work that they put in. But yeah, bards are a huge one, and the knowledge is power for a bard. Like the more you know, the better you are at bard because you do everything, and so you have to know how to do everything. You know how to basically you have to know how to play every class because you are a jack of all trades and you do a little bit of everything. You can fear kite like a necro. You can enchant or charm or mez or all that lull like a enchanter. Even mana, even mana regen. You can pump mana. A lot of people don't even know how to pump mana properly, but you have a mana song. one mana song that does like a dot, like kind of like a hot, where it pulses. So every pulse you get mana back. But you have a second mana song that is like an injection of almost like a twitch, an injection of mana. So what you want to do is you want to keep the pulse going, but you want to twist it in with as many injections as you can, and you can actually like hyper regen the group. But a lot of people are just like, let me just put on this song and go to the restroom or something or whatever it is. But anyways, other ones are like clerics, the unsung heroes, right? I've never played a cleric, and I say one of my goals is to like get all the classes on Quarm to max level, but cleric's going to be a tough one for me because you don't have to. We all see Zaid doing his thing and all that, but pretty much you're going to end up in a group and all of that all the time. Go ahead.
Can I just please say I saw one of the most amazing things last night? I was watching Zaid's stream. I actually rated him after my stream. It was really cool. I got a chance to talk to him a little bit. Shout out to Zaid. He's a fantastic EverQuest creator. He was doing his solo self-found cleric run. He got into a really bad situation in Guck, and he went through this series of twisting hallways, and that zone is just a treacherous death trap. But he messed up, and he jumped down this thing, and right as all these mobs were converging on him, he pulled off a gate, like in the nick of time. It was amazing, dude. Shout out to Zaid. Anyway, sorry to
the video get posted, so I'm gonna check that out.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's in there. It's in there. I won't spoil it for you, but that was a fun moment.
That's cool. Sounds like he dropped down into the Minotaur pit or something, but I don't know. But anyways, okay, so so Zaid's making it work on the cleric. But if I were a cleric, yeah, I'd try to solo one dead here and there, but mostly I'd probably be in groups. Because clerics are in groups. And your job is just to sit there and heal, and there's pressure involved. Or if you're in a raid, you do what's called a rot or a rotation. Rot is just short for rotation. And I want to know who figured this out. Like, was this the intent of the developers? But basically, raiding, like the raiding scene in EverQuest, is you pull in a boss who hits ungodly hard and who like triples and quads and just ungodly damage output. And so, unlike other games like WoW or whatever, the healing strategy is you have a rotation of clerics who are all doing a complete heal separated by an amount of time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 4 seconds, depending on the difficulty of the boss and how hard they hit and how fast they hit, and if they're slowed or not, or slowable at all. Anyways, and so all the clerics have to get together, and they're like one machine, and they're announcing it. And if something happens, like one of them dies, they have to adjust the rotation, mid-fight and all this kind of stuff. And I'm not saying like it's the most difficult thing in the world, but
can I just say,
you want to do basically? Somebody has to do it.
Yeah, isn't it amazing how people coordinated that stuff back in the day, like before voice chats, when all this text was scrolling and all this stuff? It fascinates me to this day.
That's another part that got left out. Is like, we didn't even have voice chat back in the day.
Dude, shout out to those early pioneers who paved the way. Like, I don't know where they are, but God bless them.
Absolutely. So respect to clerics and just healers in general. I played a tank a lot. Respect to tanks is boring. It's hard to hold aggro as a warrior, at least when you don't have weapons that proc some sort of hate mechanic. It's terrible. Like Shadow Knights and Paladins are still an aggro off of you, and you're just like, taunt's not working and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I never went too far with those classes back in the day on live, but I've always heard like historically, I guess maybe like the warrior class wasn't as complete as it could have been. It's very basic, honestly. You're just a meat bag with armor, and then a cleric, like you basically just sit down, you stand up, you cast a heal, sit back down. It wasn't like sexy or exciting, kind of like where you're juggling a bunch of stuff at once, and
warriors are like, at me if you want, but warriors are like the worst tanks, at least initially. And the only thing that separates them from being like the worst tank is like they do get disciplines, which then makes them the tank. So when they're in a big boss fight, they can pop their disciplines, which is really going to help them become the best tank. But like you're grouping, you can't pop disciplines nonstop. So if you're in some crazy meat grinder group, oftentimes knights are like the way to go, you know, the knight classes and the the warriors are just without their disciplines, they're struggling to hold aggro. Obviously, if they get gear, if they have scepters of destruction, blade of carnage, or their epics or whatever, that's obviously going to help. But pre all of that stuff, they're rough. So yeah, and also a shout out. I want to shout out more of like archetypes. Shout out to the tanks. Shout out to the healers, and shout out to the pullers. Like nobody wants to pull, man. So shout out to like bards, monks. Back in my day, rangers were like pullers. Like rangers don't pull anymore. It's crazy.
That is
I
pretty
feel like they're
crazy.
like the last resort to pull. They have track, which is maybe why they pulled a little more back in the day, or trying to like swoop a named or something. But I don't know. I just have these memories of Rangers being kind of like polars back in the day, but they're just never polars anymore.
I do as
I
well.
say never. Oh, they also have Harmony, so that was pretty good. So they're good outdoor polars. I say never, but they are sometimes. Sometimes somebody has to do it. But like,
Yeah,
I'll get stuck as a beast lord sometimes polling, and I'm like, dude, my pet is so annoying. Like, pre like pet hold or whatever, and it's like, can't somebody else do it? Like every time I pull something, get hit, my pet starts running, and I'm doing that whole pet thing. But nobody
yeah.
wants to do it. That's the whole thing. Nobody wants to pull. But the people who do pull are the people who main monks. They love it. And somebody, I don't remember who it was. It might have been Ion Blaze. Speaking of Zaid, but they have their whole thing going on right now. But speaking of, like, I think it was Ion Blaze who mentioned like pullers get to see more of the game. They know the game in and out.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people just like they sit in their camp and they're just like in their little nook in the corner, and that's all you really see. But the pullers going out, they know where stuff spawns, they know when you can move up, they
Hmm.
know where is like the next nook that you can camp in and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's true.
Yeah.
I never really thought about that, but he put it pretty good.
They gain a lot of knowledge about the world for sure. And yeah, if you think about it, EverQuest can feel like a very static game. And actually, one of the things I appreciate is if you play like a support class versus a tank versus a DPS or healer, you experience like a different side of the game. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah, definitely. Shout out to pullers. It's almost like a sports team, everybody has their position. Like I'm a huge soccer fan, and yeah, it's like everybody, sometimes the goalkeeper can be the star. Like everybody wants to be the striker and score the goals, and like,
Right.
but
Everybody
like,
be the carry.
but the whole team is important. And so, yeah, shout out to all those classes. Yeah, is it,
Shout
um,
out to support classes.
yeah, there's going to be a lot of shout outs here. It's great. And then just kind of going down my list here. Just this is going to be a bunch of basic EverQuest questions. I'm sure maybe you get asked a lot or you've already covered it, but just for the people who might not know, it's do you have a class that you almost never play, and why? What is
Yeah,
least
so that would
interesting to
definitely go
you?
back to cleric. Yeah. um and cleric, just because I mean that's all you're doing is healing and sitting. And the older I get, the more like allure it kind of has. Like
Hmm.
I almost for a moment was like, man, maybe in Monsters and Memories I should make a cleric and just
That's
hang out in groups
I'm thinking
and just
about the
chill
same.
and
Yeah,
heal.
same for me.
It,
Yeah.
it, and then I'm a little torn. Like, say you were streaming, right? Is that good to just be sitting there so you could focus on chat and you can do other things? Or is that bad because like nothing's going on with you
Yeah.
personally? You're like groups doing stuff and you're just kind of sitting there. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
But that's something that's crossed my mind because it feels like, hey, I could just sit here. Because I actually, Dirty Old Socks, he played a cleric on Quarm, and I mean, he's very entertaining. But he was just sit there and crack beers, and he's just talking with chat. And he's very entertaining though, so that's probably part of it. But his cleric's just sitting there healing, not really doing much. So I mean, I guess you can make it work for sure, and
It's
you can
an
focus on chat, which is a big thing.
It's an easy class to just hang out and talk to chat for sure, but also you're in the hot seat. What if the group is dying and you're like, oh yeah, thanks
Yeah,
for the subs. Oh shit, everybody's dead. you know,
absolutely. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm bad about
Throw
that
Gino under
sometimes.
that
I
one.
I like to ramble myself, and I plan to stream as much as I can anytime I do play. So yeah, you're seeing a lot of those blunders as well.
I play a lot of Rogue on like WoW and other games. Even Diablo 4, I played I don't know what they call it on Diablo 4. When Diablo 4 came out, I played like the Rogue class or whatever. But I've never played a Rogue on EverQuest. And you'll notice like a theme with me is I always have to like at least have in the back of my head, like if I need to just log in and get a little solo session in real quick, or
Mm-hmm.
if I need to be able to go and farm money,
Mm-hmm.
I need to have a class where I can go and farm a little money. So these classes like cleric and rogue, and where it's really difficult to do anything on your own, those are the classes I tend to not play. But then I always get jealous in the end. I would love to have a class that can res, not necessarily a paladin, or like a rogue is just like I'll see rogues in my raids and stuff, just like backstabbing for ungodly amounts of damage, and I'm just like, damn, like how cool would it be where you kind of don't have any responsibilities? You're just like sitting there backstabbing stuff, and you're doing like crazy damage. Rogues get shit on a lot early on, but I don't know. I've never had any issues with rogues. In fact, as a necromancer, I always liked rogues. You just fear kite, you do your normal fear kite, and then they're just loading up damage. It worked out great. But those would be the classes. Now, I think I can, now that I've got like a base on Quarm, I've got a couple of 60s, I've got my farmer and my necro, I've got my geared character or getting there, my raider in my beast lord. Now I can get all these other classes up, and I do want to play those classes now that I have other options like the pressure, like the stress I put on myself. Like, what am I going to do if I suddenly need money? You
Mm-hmm.
know, like my rogue's going to be so bad because he has no gear. Those kind of thoughts I can like push him down and just enjoy the game for what it is.
No, it's interesting. I've had like several long play sessions. Just to your point about economy, I've barely scraped together. I think I have almost 1,000 platinum now. And I remember you're like, oh yeah, I was at this camp. Yeah, I can make a couple thousand in an hour, like no problem. It's very interesting.
Geos.
Yeah. So okay, cool. And do you have a favorite zone? And what makes that zone kind of feel like home to you or special?
Yeah. Okay. So I've always been a Freeport boy. So I got a few to throw out. Freeport was always my jam back in the day. I think I told this to you the other day. Is that I learned the error in my ways so many years later. But my first initial run in EQ up to 2005, I was all about Freeport. Everything I knew was Freeport and the surrounding areas. Never went to Kinos. We also called it Quanos back then. Um, Never went there and all of that. I mean, I obviously had been there, but like, I wasn't like making characters starting there, leveling there and all that kind of stuff. And so Freeport, I've always known it like the back of my hand. I've always loved Freeport. Obviously Monsters and Memories has Night Harbor, which is like homage to Freeport, very similar in a lot of ways. And I think Freeport sits with a lot of people as like a starting city. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so there's that. One other one for me was the Dreadlands. So we'll bring up the Dreadlands again. Is I spent so much time there, and it's like one of those things where you know how your parents would tell you when you're young, you're like, you're not going to like this now, but later on you're going to thank me. And Dreadlands is kind of like that to me, where I dreaded it when I was there. That's why we were like, it's called the Dreadlands, right? So like, it's just like, man, we just have nowhere else to go. If we go to this other zone, the mobs kick our ass, or there's like too many casters or whatever it is. So we would spend a lot of time in the Dreadlands, and I feel like a lot of people felt this way. There's a lot of people there. And then also, when you graduate from the Dreadlands, you have Carner's Castle. So I'm going to loop those two into one. But the Dreadlands and Carner's Castle were just like those were my jam. I spent so many hours in those two zones, so many hours back in the day. Um, so those are some of my favorite zones. As weird as it, you look at the Dreadlands and you're like, what about the Dreadlands? Like, what specific thing? And it's like, I don't know, just like all of it.
If
Like,
you
it's just a zone.
if you
There's
think
nothing
about it,
crazy.
it's got a lot of variety. I mean, it's got the snowy area, that little like the
Yeah,
spires, and then it gets kind of like I don't know if it's like a desert or kind of mountainy terrain, and then there's like the forest terrain as
foresty, I
well.
guess.
And it's got a lot of stuff. There's spiders, there's giants, there's like yetis,
Dude,
there's
the spiders.
you know, um
The
Gorenair.
spiders are
Yeah.
everybody's worst nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah. Those they've got me several times, yeah.
The Yetis. I
Very
love the
cool.
Yeti caves. I've
Yeah.
been utilizing the Yeti caves so much more recently.
Yeah,
the egg caves that they have there.
I
Real
leveled there as well. I leveled there on P99, and I considered going there on Corn, but then I got to Luclin, and I think now I'm just gonna live there for a while because it just makes sense, you know. And plus for me too, I
It's
never,
insane, yeah.
yeah, I kind of came in, you know, I think Planes of Power had come out, so I didn't really experience those zones a lot. So I'm kind of interested to spend some time in Luclin. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's an interesting choice. Yeah,
I got a
and
couple more though.
yeah.
Like if we fast forward, like Velius, I'll say this to everybody. Velius was like my least explored expansion in my initial run up through till I quit for the first time in 2005. Like I just spent the least amount of time in Velius. Every zone is snowy. It was difficult. It was like harder to get to. Um, and it was just in this period where for me personally, I was like still leveling, and it's a kind of higher level zones for the most part. For the most part, it's like higher level zones and stuff. There's like a few zones you can go to, but there's no newbie zones, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. So I started in Kunark, and I'm like still on my leveling journey during Velius, and then next thing you know, you're in Luclin, and so on and so forth. So it was my least explored zone back in the day. But in Luclin, it's always so. I'll say this too. This is going to be irrelevant when this video comes out, but just for your knowledge, um, they nerfed on Quorum right now. Yesterday, they nerfed the XP in Luclin. They said they accidentally made it too high.
Oh,
But then Secret said, since we made a mistake, we're just going to leave it for a week. So that's for your info.
oh wow.
XP is going to be great for a week. So spend the next week there. Anyways, in Luclin, Polydol Caverns, that's just a legendary zone. It's um, I love all the zones of Luclin, but Polydol Caverns was always like a crazy legendary zone. One of my favorite zones, and for obvious reasons, the XP is just crazy. But since the XP was crazy, everybody was always there. There's a lot of memories and stories there because the XP was always just like the best there is to offer. And then moving on to Planes of Power, there's a ton of zones in Planes of Power, all the planes, obviously. But
I love Plane of
I've always,
Tranquility.
all the
It's
music, man.
beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, quite tranquil, I will have to say. But um, I always liked Plane of Innovation.
Yeah.
I like all the planes, definitely. I like all my kids equally or whatever, but Plane of Innovation was always just so cool to me. All of like the mechanical creatures and stuff, it was different.
Yeah.
But gnomes are tinkerers, so it's not like out of the sphere of EverQuest. A bunch of gnomes can make mechanical stuff, and just like the music that went on with it, and the clinking and the clanking of metal and stuff that
Yeah.
they put into the music and stuff. I just loved Point of Innovation back in the day, which is a low tier zone. It's like a tier 1 zone, but
Hmm.
yeah. So those are some of my favorites,
That's
some of my favorite zones amongst others for sure.
that's awesome. Yeah, I like the planes. For me, they seemed it almost seemed like this infinite dimension of like whatever it was, like plane of disease or whatever. I was like, wow, how far does it go? That's amazing. Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
interesting. Okay, okay. No, so now this is gonna be about camps. If you had to pick one camp that you basically lived at, what was it, and why was it worth it to you? And then also, do you have any like good camp stories, grind, competition, payoff?
Whew, this is gonna be a weak part for me probably because my memories sucks, but I'll pull a couple out of the hat. Uh Man, I don't want to reuse like the same zones and stuff, but I
No
spent, like
worries.
I said, I spent so much time in the Dreadlands that those wall groups that we've brought up, this is gonna be like the third time. Those wall groups in the Dreadlands were just, I spent so much time there on so many different characters. Um, so just like sitting there at the wall, I have a lot of memories of doing that with my buds and all of that stuff. Crushbone, oh my god, just like Crushbone's, that's another one of my favorite zones. But specific camp stories, man, it's hard to like to get the details in. But all like trying to get throne room in Crushbone, and then just trains happening, and you have to train out, and you run out of the castle, and there's a wall group right there, and you're like sorry, and you like run past them, and you're just training the
Oh,
whole castle.
yeah,
Like the Vin's coming out and sniping people. People are trying to run, and he backstabs them, and they're just down. And and then you reset up, you get back in there, And the next thing you know, you got to train again, and you run back out. And now these dudes are just upset with you, and they're just like, if you guys can't hold the camp, like get out of there. You keep training us and you're disrupting us. And it's like, yeah, but you're kind of like sitting in our path at the same time. But a camp's a camp. Um,
Yeah. No, that's awesome.
Fast forward to like Planes of Power, another camp with like the hobgoblins in Plane of Nightmare. Um, I don't know. There's a lot of people who didn't really play a lot of like Planes of Power and stuff, so it's hard. Maybe it's harder for people to like connect with this, but like in Plane of Nightmare, there's these hobgoblins, and they have a chance to drop like blue diamonds, and they're just worth a lot of money. And so everybody wants to kill these hobgoblins, but they're so powerful. But that was like a really cool camp. Just getting the camp and then holding the camp as long as you can. People are always trying to come and snipe them from you and stuff like that, and contesting over that. A recent one that I'll bring up and that I had on a video a long time ago. This was in Classic on Quarm, so that's how recent it is. So it's about 2 years ago, actually. I was leveling my Necromancer on Quarm, and I was in like Lake Wrath tier, and there's like a paladin and a rogue NPC, and they're like right next to each other. They're about like they're honestly they're like 20 feet away from each other. And so the camp is you're literally killing two mobs. You're
Hmm.
killing a paladin and you're killing a rogue NPC. They don't have faction, and that's it. And pickings were tough in Classic. So during Classic, I think Quorum had its highest population ever. When the server first came out, we had like 2,000 players on the daily. And so having like 2,000 players in Classic and less zones, there was no Kunark zones, Velia zones, let alone Luclin zones. Everybody's crammed into a smaller spot. And then when you get into the higher levels, and you're trying to just get some solo action in, because it's hard to get a group as a necro, honestly, sometimes, um, because you kill slowly for the most part, and people want to kill fast. So,
Hmm.
anyways, there's other tools you can use, but that goes back to like the skill ceiling. Like people don't have faith in like the tools of a necromancer. Really, they think they're just going to dot stuff and that's it. But anyways, so I'm over here in like Wrath tier, killing these two NPCs, and then this dude from Faceless comes up and he takes one of my NPCs. I only have two NPCs. And then I'm just like, yo, like I'm killing that NPC. And then, we got into a little bit of a back and forth. What's funny is I have a rant that I recorded that I cut out of the video because I was so heated. I was so
Wow.
heated and talking so much crap that I was like, I shouldn't put this out. This is like too negative. And so like I let my tempers come down. And when I was in post editing the video and stuff, I was like, let me just remove this. But I kept it
Hmm.
because I don't know, maybe one day, members only put that out and let everybody see me getting
No,
pissed or whatever.
that's
But
great.
I only had two mobs and I was there, and he came and I was desperate for XP, honestly. Like there was some desperatism in there as well. And this guy came and he took one of my mobs. So it's like, okay, so you're going to take one mob and I'm going to take one mob, even though I can see both mobs at the same time. And that was just how the rules were. It's like you could only claim one mob in the open world or whatever. Them's the rules. But at the same time, like, bro, what are you doing? Like, and then I think I used like an example, like, yeah, when I walk into 7-Eleven, I can like slam the door in an old lady's face. But do I do that? No, I hold the door open, let the old lady in, and then I go in. Like that's just what you do. And so this was very like uncharacteristic of EverQuest. And no offense to Faceless, but at the time this was pretty characteristic of Faceless because they're kind of like known as like the upper echelon. They're super competitive. I need to be 60 yesterday, dude. So sorry, bro. But kind of like you said earlier with your camp outside of Blackborough, like, sorry, this is mine now or whatever. But
Yeah.
yeah, so I sat there and like, at the end of the day, there's nothing I could do about it. So I gave him an earful and he said, cool story, bro. And I was like, well, this isn't worth it now. So I'm going to leave. And then now he's going to get two mobs. You know what I mean? Like, so now it's more worth it for him. So he wins because I value my time a little more than I guess he did. But
Yeah.
yeah, so I don't know. That's a negative story, and that happened pretty recently. But I cut that rant pretty short in that video because I went off with a lot of obscene words and all of that.
No worries. I tend to have my moments. Actually, yesterday, someone said something to me. I was at the giant fort and we are just kind of killing and everything was great. And a guy kind of showed up and just started killing stuff. He was 37, I was 30. So I was like, well, whatever. And then I happened to just kill a giant with a hammer. And he was like, Quatos was in there, Broken Stoic was in there, Variety Void. Sorry, I'm just name
Oh,
dropping. Couple dudes from Monsters and Memories.
there's a lot of heads though. Yeah.
And he was like, he sent me a message and he was like, "Oh, way to steal my kill and my platinum with that one." I'm just kind of paraphrasing, but he was like, "Wow, thanks." And I was like, "Dude, like I didn't even see you. I mean, I was here first, but whatever." And I was like, "You know what? Here, take the hammer. I don't care." And I got one anyway, and I ended up going to sell, and it was like 10 platinum. It was just some hammer that giants drop. Like, wow, if you care that much, here you
Another
go.
one.
Dude, by the way, I am so sorry, Classic. I made a horrific mistake. I really apologize. I just double checked to make sure everything was going okay. I I have the audio, but I didn't have the video up until now, dude. I am so sorry.
Oh, crazy.
But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just overlay some footage and like some footage of our adventure yesterday. Oh my god! But we have the audio now. I mean the video and the audio. Whew. I'm so sorry, dude. Thanks for
Yeah,
bearing with me.
we're no worries.
Yeah, audio is the most important. So thanks for bearing with me. How are you doing on time? You're good? Water, restroom break?
Everything's great. Yeah. No, I'm terrific.
Okay. So we are just okay. So that was an interesting camp story. What about like a corpse run? Do you have any like crazy corpse run stories? Something that you pulled off? Maybe would have been impossible to recover, but you pulled it off. Any like crazy corpse run stories?
Man, I really don't. I was thinking about this recently, and I really don't, but I have one that's a little bit selfish, but this is back in the day. So this is when Planes of Power was live. So this is back in 2002, and this will have to do because I really don't have terrible corpse runs because I was melee and I was so scared that
Mm-hmm.
I just wouldn't put myself. And this is why I say I was such a noob back in the day. I which wouldn't put myself in positions to lose a corpse because it was just too
Yeah.
devastating, and I didn't have tools to get it back.
Yeah.
But luckily, I had a group of friends too, so we could figure it out. But um, back in the day in 2002, during Pop being live, I was on a Ralazek raid with a friend, and I happened to be playing a paladin, and my friend was playing um, he was playing a necromancer, and we were raiding Ralazek himself in like Plane of Tactics or whatever. And this was a pickup raid. So back in the day on my server on Burtox, there was a guy, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he would do pickup raids. And even back then on EverQuest, and they didn't go so well as you can imagine. You've probably been involved in pickup raids and probably other games, not so much EverQuest these days or at all ever. I don't know, maybe on different servers it was different, but pickup raids just weren't kind of a thing back then. But anyways, by this time, somebody was doing them on the server. So they were doing a Ralazek pickup raid, which is crazy to think that there was actually Ralzik was just sitting up and nobody was killing him in the open world. That's kind of crazy to think about right now. But anyways, okay. So then we're
Mm-hmm.
going in and we're just struggling. We're just wiping and wiping and wiping. And then our corpses are deep in there and we're ready to leave at this point. Where we're like, if we leave, our corpses are all the way in the zone. Like what can we do? And I don't know, just at the end of the day, this isn't a really good story, but this is all I have.
No, this
At
is
the end of the
great.
day, I was just like, I'll tell you what, like, let's go buy like caskets or whatever and summon our corpses. And then as a paladin, I'll res them and like, let's just get out of here. And so we just ditched out on the raid. We had wiped so many times. We were there for like so many hours. So we just, they're, I'd almost felt like they're keeping you hostage because they're like, oh, we got to go in there and recover our corpses and everything. But we just summoned our corpses, res them up, and just got the hell out of there. Um, not really good corpse run. Luckily, I haven't I haven't been a victim of that. That's very fortunate in a game like EverQuest for sure. Um, I'll tell you this.
Awesome.
Another camp story though, maybe, is I thought of this. I was playing on Aerodune TLP in like whenever that was, 2019 maybe. And The premier guild on the server was That's EQ Baby, and they were like the head honchos of the server, and they would go to lengths of like we'll all buy a name change when we're 60, so nobody knows who you are or what you did, that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
So they would go to any length. KSing was on the table, because on TLPs anything goes. Like there's no such thing as KSing. There's no such thing as having a camp. Just anything goes at any time. Um, Only thing really bannable is like training, and you're gonna have to have like video footage. That's and then you're gonna have to like fight for it. So it's like, should I waste my time doing that? I guess if the guy trains you over and over and over, maybe. But anyways, so we were already in Luclin at this point, and we were getting our key shards, our lucid shards for the key to VT. Now, as the premier guild, that's EQ Baby, they needed to get shit done day one or whatever. So, they're out there getting their key shards. And it wasn't like it was now, where even on Quarm, they've made it so they drop off of more mobs and whatever. And even on TLPs and modern WoW, I'm sorry, modern EQ nowadays, they've expanded it. So these shards drop off of way more mobs, they drop more commonly, all this stuff. But during this time in 2019, it was still classic to where only these certain mobs in these certain zones drop these certain shards, and you need 10 of them from certain mobs in certain zones. And TLPs are quite popular. They have thousands and thousands of players. They do have pick zones, so like like parallel universes of zones. But regardless, there's so many players that you're crammed in there, right? Anyways, we had a camp. Myself and my friends had a camp, and EQ Baby just came in there and they just took our camp, and we fought back, and they just brought in like another group from their guild, and they were just like, doesn't matter, we'll just keep bringing more people. This is our camp. And we got punked out like little bitches. And
Seriously.
it is what it is, and there's nothing we could do about it. That's the rules of the server. There's just no rules basically. But that felt really bad. I was just like, damn, we just got punked out as like at the time, in my mid 30s. Like I just got punked out. Like I feel
Ah,
like less of a man on this
that's
simulator.
it happens. Yeah, you know that meme with Arthur when he's just like clenching his fist, I guess, but there's nothing he can do, like from that show. Just anyway, it's kind of like a
Yeah.
small fist clenched in rage. I'm
Yeah.
sorry that happened. That's a very interesting story. Um, do you have an item that you worked way too hard for, and do you still feel that pride?
I did eventually on an old TLP. I got a warrior epic,
Oh, cool.
and yeah, and this is like maybe 2017. I don't know.
Warrior Epic is one of the cooler ones in my personal
It's pretty
opinion.
cool. But I worked way too hard to get it, um, because I didn't even utilize it. And warriors, I don't know, man. It's very useful, but I kind of quit like right after that, and I worked really hard to get it because that was my first TLP that I had ever played on. And I hadn't even heard of TLPs, but TLPs apparently have been going since like maybe 2012 or something like that. They've been going for a minute.
They seem very popular. I personally have never played on a TLP, so
It's a cool experience, but we have better options, especially nowadays. Especially if you want to like see. The reason I played the TLP is because some of my real life friends were more willing to play something with training wheels on it opposed to like the hardcore P99. Because I was currently playing on P99. And then my friends were like, "Have you seen this TLP thing?" And I was like, "No, I haven't." And then we learned that they've been doing them. They were more sporadic back in the day. Now it's every single year there's one. Um, but then they were like, "Yeah, like increased like XP rates, and you don't lose your body when you die," and like those kind of things were positives to some of my friends. Whereas to me, I'm just like, that's taking away from the game. To some of my friends, they're like, this is making me willing to play. And so I kind of compromised, and I was like, all right, I'll play this TLP with you guys. And I had a great time, zero regrets. But um, yeah, so I worked super hard getting the Warrior Epic. It was the first epic I had ever gotten in my life. And so I had to raid a lot and get it. And then I ended up just quitting right after. And I didn't really utilize it that much because I wasn't like one of the main tanks. I was like a far off tank in the guild. I joined a guild that was already very situated. And I'll tell you another caveat. It being my first epic I've ever gotten, I did the turn in wrong, like a complete
Oh,
noob, and I lost like valuable raid no drop
oh
items.
man.
And I was like, "Oh my god, what have I done?" And I petitioned a GM, and the GM restored the items, and he's like, "I'm putting a flag on your account. We'll never do this for you again." And I was like, "Okay." Like, whatever, just give me the items. Like, but yeah, he told me that they'll never restore items for me again. That's like the one and done. And so I ended up getting it, but yeah, like I said, I quit shortly after, and uh, the next TLP came out, and then that's the one I went really, really hard on for multiple years.
Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I guess this kind of is lumped into this as well, but any epic weapon memories, either your own, your guild's, or one you witnessed that felt really epic. Maybe that was just it. I
Epic memories, yeah. Like the entire run of Eridune was good. So I've kind of touched on earlier that I didn't do a lot of raiding back in the day when I was younger and I was a complete noob. We did Nagi Vox, etc. And then I skipped basically raiding of all of Kunark and Velius. And then we got into Luclin, and then I started doing some raids. And then in Plains of Power, I also did some raids, but um, I never killed Quarm in Plane of Time of Plains of Power. I never did. I was never on the cutting edge. You know what I mean? Of anything, and um, maybe that's some of the reason that I really like EverQuest stuck with me is because I didn't do everything back in the day. But on this TLP run that I did, and this is where I really wish that I did record our adventures, and even some of my friends are like, I wish that you were making videos back then or like during this time because I made some videos before that, but I stopped making videos and I just like hit the server so hard. But the whole run, so I joined up in a guild called the Filthy Casuals in on Eridune TLP in Classic straight away. And I stayed in that guild all the way through Lost Dungeons of Norath, and we rated everything, every single thing you can. Just rated, and this doesn't seem like a crazy accomplishment anymore. Like everybody raids everything now, kind of, or like most people, a lot of people just raid everything now. It's a lot more available, but I was playing back then. I was playing P99, and rating is tough. It's tough to get into rating on P99. There's no instanced raids and stuff like that.
mhm.
And so like it was like a far pipe dream to me. And then this TLP came out, and it's like every guild can raid like it is on Quorum. And so we had the opportunity to go to every zone, every raid zone, and kill every raid boss. And so this is a lot of people's experience with THJ, I guess, is like they're like, I get to kill these bosses that I never killed before, and I could do it on my own time and whatever. So this was that experience for me. This was my THJ, where I wasn't doing it by myself or whatever, but I was experiencing them for the first time as like a guild, and we went through and we killed all the raids, all the gods. We beat the game, in my opinion. We downed Quarm,
Yeah.
and those are some really awesome memories for me. And a lot of those, like 90% of those, were firsts for me. So that was great, and I kept a rigorous raid schedule. Man, I was at a job I had been at for like a long time, and I had a set schedule. The days, the times, everything was like super set. So I found a guild that worked for me, which is easier, I guess, when you're West Coast because everybody's East Coast. So it was like earlier for me because I have an early schedule. So like 9 p.m. for you is 6 p.m. for me. So it was just a lot. It was easy for me to get in there, and I rated 3 hours like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and 4 hours on Saturday. And I just did this every day for 2 years straight. I
Man.
missed one raid because my sister got married, and like that was it, man. Like I was all in, and those are great. Those are great times, and I wish
Wow.
I had videos of that. And that's kind of actually what's encouraged me to make sure I get some video footage.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, that's really cool. Excellent answer. And I love how, yeah, you're balancing, like, just epic hardcore rating like this, but also content creation. That's really cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Do you have a classic EverQuest system or mechanic that you would ruthlessly defend forever?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I have this in a note that I've had on my desktop to just bring up in a video, like, but I just haven't had a place to put it. So, um, corpse runs, uh, death penalties in general, corpse runs have to be a thing. It has to be a thing. So, like, we can transition this into like monsters and memories. I want to bring monsters and memories into this question because that's a game in development, right? And that's a game that's very EverQuest esque.
Hmm.
Is like, so a lot of people are fighting. A lot of people are debating about the spell book being on the corpse. Now that I don't, I'm like super neutral about that, but like I don't think it's as big as an issue as a lot of people do. At the same time, I understand it is more of an issue than not, but I just there's ways around it. Like Nick always defends it. There's ways around it.
Yeah,
Just figure it out and do it.
there is. Yeah,
Um, so we'll leave that aside, but death penalties, however it is, losing XP, your corpse being stuck where it is, though that mechanic, and I'll tell you, I'll expand on why a little bit. Is like if you don't lose your corpse when you die, you play the game fundamentally. You play the game differently. Like, okay, for you, for instance, right? I've been watching you on your live streams on the Monsters and Memories, the last test, and like, a couple of tests, you'll go exploring. And it's easier for you to do so because you're a rogue, right?
hmm,
But you still get into shenanigans, right? Some mobs see invis, there's fall damage, there's all these different things that can get in your way. And you did die a couple of times recently, right? And that death is what stops some people from doing that. Like I you're my source of exploration. I don't know where else to find Monsters and Memories exploration. I mean, there's little things here and there I've explored myself, but I can only go so far with the classes that I have. But I'm living vicariously through you, watching exploration of crazy cool zones and all this stuff, because of the death mechanic. And otherwise, everybody would just be training all around the zone. There'd be trains everywhere. If people die, they're like, who cares? I just respawn with all my crap. Yeah, you
yeah,
don't lose XP or whatever the case is. Um, no, there's no fear. Fear is removed now from the game. I've harped on this a bit, in our podcast so far. Is that fear is a big reason that I enjoy EverQuest and playing hardcore and all that stuff. It really fundamentally changes the way you play the game, and you're scared to go deep in a dungeon. How are we going to get out? You know, if I lose my corpse, we talked about corpse runs. If I lose my corpse in here, what am I going to do? you
hmm,
know, and stuff like that. And I just feel like if you just that one simple thing, if you remove that mechanic, suddenly it gets very wowy.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, no, I agree. And to circle back, like you mentioned, like, yeah, so like I had an understanding, like right out of the gate, that because, I had heard the stories and stuff. I kind of came into EverQuest somewhat late, that, the world is dangerous and unforgiving. So as a rogue, I was like always extremely careful. Like, yeah, I was like scared to die, like deep in a zone and lose my stuff. And I mean, even with like Shroud of Stealth and all that stuff later, I was like, man, I just got to be careful. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love that. And yeah, we'll get into the specifics because I'm interested in your take on like people about the map debate, about, yeah, losing the spell book on your body debate. Should there be whatever instancing? I don't know. But is there a classic EverQuest system that you love, but admit that it maybe could be softened up a little bit? I guess that's kind of the second layer to that question.
yeah, that's tough. Is there? That's really tough.
I think for me, the game is
Because there's a lot going
imperfectly
on.
perfect.
Yeah. Like something I would want to change, wow, that's a tough question. Yeah. I'm actually, and maybe we'll talk about this later, but I'm pretty firm about I don't want to. I don't want to influence a change. You know, I want the devs to do their art.
Hmm.
I want to let them cook, and if I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't. I'm pretty much on that mindset, but
Yeah.
um, man, do you have any examples? Is there one
Um,
that you?
I think you know, so like, okay, here's my thing that I really like this with Monsters and Memories. You get your class kit very early on. So by the time you get to like level 3, 4, 5 ish, and it's not that hard to get there, you kind of generally have a sense of how that class is gonna play and how it's gonna feel. And so, but like in EverQuest, I mean, even now, like let's just say, I'm gonna ask you this later too. Like what would be your specific strategy or route if you just had to go and kind of do like a solo self-found? I'm sure you've already done a lot of that, but like so for me, like I started up the Beast Lord, whatever. I had a friend of mine try to play a rogue, and I do agree that like those beginning levels can feel very very tedious if you're not as familiar as EverQuest. So I just had like a piercing weapon as a Beast Lord. You don't get your spells till level 9. Like those first levels can feel like such a slog in the beginning, you know. If maybe there was a way to speed that up a little bit. And I know there's like ways to quest. You can do like the bone chip quest, whatnot, if you like really know what you're doing and have the resources. But I guess it would be cool if I like how the classes work. I like how, like, wisdom casters work and get their stuff every so often. And then the intelligence casters, they get their spells every so often. Maybe if there's a way to just get your stuff, it's maybe like every level you get something. I think that would be okay-ish. But I know that might not be a super popular opinion, just kind of right off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's how bards work. Bards get a song like every level.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
But I think you're right. In the sense that that is something that makes Monsters and Memories feel really good, is that you get your kit earlier. And I think it's a lot like World of Warcraft in that way, where you feel like your class by like level 15. You already are like, I have this identity. This is what I do. I have all these tools. And then you get like bigger and better versions of that, which EverQuest has as well. You get better and stronger versions of like the same spell, basically. You know, there's variations of res, bigger, better ones, or so on and so forth. So I could agree with that. I could agree with that. Some classes you kind of don't feel like your class until you're in your like mid 30s or something,
Yeah.
which is like a huge accomplishment in old school EverQuest, back in the day, or for for somebody who casually plays, doesn't have like a crap load of time, it could be a big accomplishment. And especially for melee, I mean, sometimes even like dual wield, you won't get it until like 18 or whatever it is, and you're just like, dude, dual wield, like
Hmm.
brutal.
Yeah.
But yeah, good example. I agree with you. Um, and I'm sorry that I couldn't really come up with something myself. Maybe I'll think of something, but
No, it's all good. It's all good.
yeah, I don't know.
I think that's like I said, the game is so perfectly it's imperfectly perfect, I guess. And that's why
That yeah.
it just all clicks, you know? Okay, and then so you've rated a lot, you've done a lot of rating, both on TLPs and Quarm and whatnot. Do you think it's still possible to raid like the good old days? I guess, like my thing with that is, now we have Discord, we have like social ways to sort of connect outside the game. So I think it's a lot easier to organize raids and obviously voice chat and whatnot. But do you think that era is gone of just like the crazy hardcore raiding in these type of games? And I'm just coming into it as someone kind of relatively new to the whole thing. I'd be curious to raid again eventually, but just kind of like for me, time is a kind of an issue. And do you have any thoughts or kind of perspective on what that's like in the modern day and age?
Yeah, I think you're right. There's no secrets for very long anymore. I do, and I remember like in World of Warcraft, especially in like the cutting edge nowadays, it's competitive, and they won't let their like guild members maybe stream because they don't want to give away strategies of raid bosses and stuff like that, especially when it's like brand new content. Like an expansion just came out but it's very short lived. Once it dies once, they're just like, all right, whatever.
Hmm.
So unless you are the cutting edge in the cutting edge guilds, there's really kind of no secrets because by the time you're hitting max level, these dudes have already been max level, killed the content, and posted it on the internet. So yeah, I don't think there is. EverQuest came out in an era, like we've mentioned, that didn't have voice chat. YouTube did not exist. YouTube came out in 2004 or 2005, 2005. And there was other ways of posting videos. We all remember the old EverQuest videos, but they were very grainy. Not a lot of people were doing it or had the ability to do so, or even thought about doing it. Um, so we'll never have something quite like that again. It is, my belief. But there is a little bit you can do to help yourself, and you could not seek out guides. You could, like if a fight happens, with me in sports, I've got to watch I got to watch sports live. If I see what the final score is,
Yeah.
I'm not even going to watch the game
Yeah.
unless I hear something crazy happened. Like, oh, you got to see this. It was like neck and neck the whole time. Crazy shots were made, buzzer beaters, whatever. Maybe, yeah. But if there's a UFC fight and I know who won, I don't know. It's harder for me to watch that sporting event. Um, and so what you can do is, so what I do in those cases is I try, like if I'm at work or something, I try to get home, I stay off of social media. Like I just got to go straight home, put it on. I can't see the score so that I can enjoy the experience. And so people could do that. People could avoid spoilers. People could go into stuff blind if they want. It's difficult to do, but at the end of the day, you're in a guild, and the raid leaders and all of them, they're going to already look at everything. They don't want to struggle necessarily. That's making their job harder as a raid leader. So they're going to come in prepared. They're going to tell you what to do as a raid leader, like a manager at a job, and they're going to try to get the job done. So it is kind of hard. It is hard, but there's little things you can do to try to retain a little bit of that. But to answer your question, no, I don't think we'll ever have something like that again.
All right, so now we're going to move on to a couple fun questions and then we're going to dive into Quorum specifically. So, if it was up to you and you were assembling the perfect group, what would be, well, first of all, I wanted to ask you, what's the perfect duo? One thing my buddy and I, Kazrax, used to philosophize on back in the day is like, well, what if it was like maybe like a paladin and a shaman, or like, no, I want a cleric and maybe a shadow knight, or, maybe like a necro and a bard. So, just fun question. What is the perfect duo? And then to layer that on, what's the perfect group composition? If it was up to you, what classes would you specifically assemble for the perfect group?
That's interesting. The known duo is like cleric and chanter, the unbeatable duo. Duos are tough because if you're a pet class, and which means besides a beast lord, if you're a pet class, you're a caster, and then if you group with a melee, things get weird because the pet can't hold aggro in EverQuest. Um, but with that being said, like I mentioned earlier, the Necro Rogue duo was like surprisingly cool. That's something that never gets talked. A Necro Rogue never gets talked about. That is a great duo. I really enjoyed that. The Rogue doesn't have to tank. They could backstab freely as long as you have room to fear kite. Um, there's the classic warrior cleric, which is terrible, but it makes sense. You're the starter to any group you want. So you're a great duo in the sense of you can pick up just DPS or whatever and just do whatever you want. You're never struggling looking for that tank or looking for that healer. You have it always. And so although you might not be the fastest duo or most efficient mono wise, um, it has its benefits. Um, I enjoy Shaman Monk a lot. That's another powerful one. Shamans can haste and slow, and they also have insane dots. Shamans are now. I don't know. I might be off base with saying this, but I feel like shamans are like underlooked at as like a DPS. They have some of the most insane dots. They
Wow.
have like stronger dots than a Necro
Wow.
when it comes to like the poison line.
Yeah.
They have like Bane of Knife and stuff like that, which is absolutely ridiculous. They wear a ton of chain and even some plate. Shamans can wear some plate. So if you have a shaman who's kind of built pretty tanky, they'll hold aggro with that dot. That nobody's ripping aggro off of them with that dot. And then, you can heal yourself, you can canny, you can do all of these things. So I feel like shamans go with a lot of stuff, but I like shaman monk a lot.
Mhm.
A monk can tank with a shaman, or the shaman can tank with anybody.
Yeah,
Um,
and correct me if I'm wrong, but don't shaman have the best slow in the game, the most powerful slow?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Shamans slightly edge enchanters on the slow part, and enchanters slightly edge shaman on the haste part. Yeah, but they're pretty equal. Nobody's gonna um, cry if they don't have one or the other. They're both really good. What's crazy is Beast Lords and Planes of Power. Beast Lords get a 65% slow. See you later, Shaman. Like if you're not,
dude, it's gonna
like
be
you'll take a
awesome.
Beast Lord.
That's why I fell in love with the Beast Lord class. Like you mentioned, Plane of Nightmare earlier. I was over there solo. I was in a group, and we're over there doing our thing. And then there's like a Beast Lord with the epic weapons, and he was just like randomly soloing some stuff in there, and I was like, wow. Anyway,
Yeah, they're crazy.
and so what is the perfect six-man group if you had
Oh
to
right.
assemble the
Yeah.
group?
Um, man, five enchanters and no, I'm just kidding. Uh, definitely like I don't know. We'll go with a cleric. Probably maybe two enchant. I don't know. Like I don't
Wow.
want to. I don't want to double dip. I don't want to double dip. So let's not double dip.
No, it's great. This
Let's
is
go with
perfect. If you want a six dip, it's all good.
a cleric, an enchanter, a bard, a monk, a shadow knight, and a wizard.
That's cool. Okay.
Maybe a
Interesting.
mage. The wizard and the mage can swap out. You don't really need the mage
Interesting.
pet.
I was talking to
It depends
dude.
on the era too, I guess, right? Because
Yeah.
different classes are stronger in different eras.
Yeah.
I don't think you need a warrior. I think the shadow knight is going to be your tank.
Hmm.
Um, the cleric is nice. You could have a shaman instead of a cleric. No, you want the cleric. You don't need the shaman in this case. Um, you could replace any DPS with like another enchanter. Enchanters are just crazy.
Wow.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I'll go with that. Would I say cleric,
That's
shadow
awesome.
knight, enchanter, monk, bard? You, yeah, okay, and
Okay.
a wizard. You might not even
Interesting.
need the bard. The bard's a little redundant, but instead of going with two enchanters, I'll just throw a bard in there to make it
Okay.
less redundant. But
No,
yeah,
that's really interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting because you've played a lot of these classes. You kind of know how they operate, and yeah, that's always one of the fun things to kind of theory craft. What's the perfect combo? What's the perfect group? But that definitely sounds like a all-star group for sure. Okay, and so
I think there is some minor adjustments you can do to like sweat it real bad. But I'm trying to be inclusive as well. But yeah, that's really
yeah,
good.
awesome. Okay, so now, so in this section, we're gonna focus on Project Quarm specifically here, and so, why emulated servers specifically? What sort of draws you to that experience? And out of all the stuff we have available, why Project Quarm? We've touched on this, but there's TLPs, there's live, there's other emulated servers. What specifically keeps you in Quarm?
To start out, Quarm. I like the pop lock of Quarm. I like locking at pop. I wouldn't be opposed to adding if it went into like Legacy of Acacia and Lost Dungeons of Norath, because those don't change the upper echelon of rating. They do add stuff like zones, frog locks. They did add maps and shared bank, which we already have on Quorum. Um, so they do add stuff and zones and some dungeons, which I mean, and some raids and stuff. But it's not, you don't replace like the elemental plane raids. You don't replace Quorum as the big bad with those expansions. Those are very small expansions that are like major patches almost. But so I wouldn't be opposed to that. But I do like the idea of locking at pop, because for me, now admittedly, I did kind of go a little further. I never got into Dragons of Norath. So that's the expansion I never touched. That was the one. But the ones up to that, I did at least dabble here or there. But like we've talked about, even lore wise, Planes of Power is kind of like the end of pop. You know, in Classic and in Kunark and in Velius, you hear about all these gods. You're worshiping these gods. When you create your character, you worship a certain gods. These NPCs hate you because you worship that god. Paladins won't like you because you worship that god, whatever it is. And there's all these things going on, and then and there was, you know, there was a taste of that in Classic. You had Khazak Thul, you had Inaruk, you eventually had Tuner in Velius, so on and so forth. But in Planes of Power, it's all about the gods, and you kill, you know, you go through, you know, not all of them, but you go through, but mostly all of them, leading up into this giant thing, and there's this whole storyline and arc about why you're going against them and why they're trying to stop you, why they're standing in your way, rather, and that kind of stuff. And so that's a big thing for me, and that's the reason I played a TLP. As earlier I said, because my friends were willing to play it. That was one, but the another part of why they were really willing to play it, besides like the amenities, and a reason I was willing to play it, is because with P99 it stops at Velius, and with my specific group of friends, we had tons and tons of memories in Luclin and in Pop, and so we could get that nostalgia from doing one of these servers. Now, let me say this: the Aerodune server that we went so hard on for 2 years, throughout LDON, is when they first announced it, they announced it as a pop lock server, which they already have. They have Agnar is a pop lock, a TLP that got to Agnar, got to Planes of Power, and then it locked. That server's old as hell now. It's like 10 years old or maybe more. And you know, and then you I mean, you can kind of see what TAC P is now. TAC P is a lot like Quarm, but it's dead, right? Will Quarm die one day? Maybe, you know, but it was fresh. It's different. It sets itself apart and all of that. Can they keep it going for many years like P99 does? We'll have to see. TAC P had boxing, and that, you know, nobody likes that, so that might have been why I died. I don't know. Anyways, getting off track here, but so yeah, I don't know. A big part of it is going up to Planes of Power. So that's why I made the transition. Say, from being on P99, I was leveling characters on P99. I moved over to Quarm. I caught wind of Quarm on P99 Wiki, the Reddit, P99 Reddit or P99 Wiki. I can't remember which came first, but I saw Secrets posts about it, and then I was like, "What is this?" And then I was like, man, I can get my Luclin and my Pop itch, but keep it much like P99. Now, obviously, fast forward to today, over 2 years later from Quarm's launch, they have added other stuff that wasn't initially going to be there. Like, we weren't necessarily going to have maps or shared bank and all these other things that we do have now. So it has changed from its original identity, for good or for better or for worse. That's up for you to decide, or whomever does decide on their individual expectations or likings. But that's basically that's why Quarm. Why private servers? Because retail servers are a business, and I'm not about it. I'm not about bots. I'm not about standing by and doing nothing because it's better for the bottom line. I do play Classic WoW time to time. Now, the reason I play Classic WoW, before Classic WoW, I was playing like Nostalrius private server, you know, a bunch of other private servers. And then Nostalrius was like the biggest one. They got shut down. There is Turtle WoW, which I've played on. But, you know, the official servers just, you know, when something's legal, when you don't have the fear of like, oh my God, the big fear with private servers, and even with some of my friends, is like, oh, well, what if they get shut down? I'm going to lose all my stuff. But to me, I'm not losing all my stuff. And this is part of why I push people to make videos. I had that I'm going to like birdwalk here, but I had that hardcore solo self-found beast lord that died at level 57. Am I sad that he died? Yes, but I have videos of that. So he's not forgotten. He's dead and gone, but he's not forgotten. I can go back and still experience those times that I had on that character. And that's why I do push and encourage people to make videos. If anybody ever needed help or anything, reach out to us. I'm sure we'll both be super glad to help you just get started or whatever. It doesn't have to be fancy, whatever, but definitely encourage it. But I've always like had that hardcore in me. So I've like seasoned myself for a loss. So that never really bothered me. Like, you go to a concert or something, especially before cell phones, you go to a concert, you experience it, you go home. Is that dead and gone? No, it's still in your memory. Like, do you regret going to the concert because it's not still happening right now? No, it's, I don't know. I mean, call me weird. Maybe,
Gotcha.
I'm different, but anyways, so that was the whole thing. But back to the retail situation is the bots are freaking rampant and I can't stand bots. I mentioned this earlier. A big part of what I like about servers is the economy and all this other stuff and the community. And I don't want a community of bots. Bots also ruin the economy. You can't farm anything and sell it for anything because there is a robot that does it and doesn't. Robots, aka bots, don't value time. They have unlimited time. They don't go to work. They don't go to sleep. They just go, 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 go. And everything is brought down from them. And the GMs and the corporations do nothing about it because that's still a sub to them. That's still $15 a month to them. And I'm not against, I'm actually very, very much for paying monthly for a game. And this is what makes me different too. And no offense to anybody out there, and especially people who are having a hard time, like maybe affording it or whatever. And I don't mean this to be in like a negative way, like that, but 15 a sub without a token, you can't have a token, you can't have a chrono, but a sub that you have to earn or pay for yourself keeps the riffraff off of servers for the most part. That's like a huge step one to keep a lot of the bots away. Now, if you if you introduce a token or a chrono, then the bots are self-sufficient. This is free. I farm this much, and then I pay for a month using what I farmed in game, and then I keep farming, and that's all profit. You can't have that. That's enabling bots, and they're going to use some excuse like, "Oh, well, we got to stop the black market and whatever, whatever." No, you're just trying to make money, and I get it. You're a business. I understand, um, but I'm free to do what I want, and that's why private servers, because they will ban bots. They will uphold the rules. If they catch you boxing, you will be banned. Sendrith and I witnessed it in person um, in Split Paw when we were making a group there. Somebody was botting and Sendrith was like, this guy's been here for days. And then boom, just like that, a GM showed up, just happened to show up, made them do the drunk walk or whatever, say your alphabet and whatever, the two. And he was like, nope, boom, you're out of here. They're gone. And that plus bots and just, camp disputes and all of that. And this is huge for Monsters and Memories. And I really hope that they hold true to this. And I believe they will. I have full faith in Monsters and Memories, unlike my comment section for the most part. But yes, pretty passionate about it. But that's why private servers, because live servers are an absolute cesspool and they do nothing about it because it's all about the bottom line. And private servers, EMUs, they exist because, honestly, they exist because they're trying to avoid all of that for the most part. And I know some of the stuff I just said, I know on THJ you could buy some currency and stuff, and I don't want to get into that. It's whatever. But for the most part, EMUs are there to avoid stuff like that, and to crack down on bots separately from that, or to crack down on bots and stuff like that. So yeah, that is mainly it, and it's really hard for me to play anything live now. And then otherwise, also live just keeps going and just keeps getting more and more ridiculous. I kind of like a stopping point in a on a server. I don't want it to go forever kind of anymore.
Yeah. No, that's man, that was beautiful. Thank you. That was amazing. Yeah. And yeah, and we've talked about it. Like Planes of Power seems like the perfect natural sort of quote unquote ending to EverQuest. And then we can all just kind of exist in Valhalla or like whatever it is, just kind of perpetually just, you
Yeah.
know, help each other out in the world or, adventure and whatnot. Okay, amazing, amazing. And it's crazy. Like from a normie perspective, this just seems like it would be the other way around. It would seem like on free servers that stuff would run rampant, but it's just incredible how they police that
Yeah.
more effectively than like a corporation that's has like people working in a whole team. What is
which
yeah,
which brings back that they just don't care. They just don't care.
yeah,
It's not that they can't do it. It's not that they can't afford it. It's not that they don't have the tools to do it. It's all
yeah.
about the bottom line, and they don't care about you, and they don't care about me. They just
Mm-hmm,
care about our wallet and
mm-hmm.
nothing else.
Yeah.
And then also, I'm going to add this one more. Sorry about the rant,
No,
but
this is good.
also they'll start putting in not just the token or the chrono, but they'll start putting in all this other like whether it's pay to win or not. They'll put all these other microtransactions in. And I do like private servers, not all. This is not exclusive to all private servers, but it's pretty exclusive to private servers I play, where you don't have that. When you see somebody with a weapon with particles on it, like what he did to get that. You know what weapon that is. You know what he did to get that, and he gets to show that off. And it's not like some level one dressed up in a bunch of microtransactions. That
Yeah.
really takes away from it. For me.
I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. Um, okay. We answered this was huge. I'm just going down my list here. What does Quorum get right that makes it feel correct to you? What's one thing you hope never changes about Quorum's direction? And is there anything you'd like to see improved or added over time?
They get a lot right. They get a lot right. They get a lot more right than they do wrong. And I feel like people are so hard on secrets. And like I'm like accidentally or I don't know if it's an accident, but I'm turning into this secrets shill simply because I feel like people are just too hard on her. Um, People need to remember that we don't pay for the server, man. It's free. Um, she has a life and a full-time job as a dev, which takes time and hours and all that kinds of stuff. She has her own hobbies. Um, I think she's making her own game, and then still finds time to put all this together and free of charge for us, they're doing their best, to provide something that obviously that we all like. Um, at least the people on the server. Now the server has been capped as of this recording. The last couple of days, it is 2026, and so since 2026, the server has been at cap during prime time, and there's a several hour gap where it's hard to get in, and people are just so quick to attack and all these things, and it's just like I'm kind of like Nick in this sense where he talks about like just figure out how to work around um the spell book dropping thingy. And like look, I lived through some stuff back on Eridune. That was during COVID, and there were like 8-hour queues. I'm not even kidding you. There was like 6 to 8 hour queues if you tried to log in at like 5 p.m. West Coast time. Like it was crazy. If you logged in at 5 p.m. West Coast time, you're not getting on until like 11 p.m. when people finally start logging out on the East. Nobody had a job or nobody was like at work, you know, really. I was, but so like when I was unfortunately, so when I was at work, what I would do is I would log in remotely to my computer through an app on my phone, and I would get in line and try to time it. I'd be like, all right, I'll be home in like 2 hours or whatever. Let me make sure I get in line so that I'm, only have a 20-minute wait when I get home. I don't know. There's ways to work around stuff, but people rather spend their time bitching and complaining and like being negative than just figuring it out. Just figure it out, dude. I got lost there. why EMUs and all that, or is that where we're still on?
That's okay. Man, I am so excited. I'm almost at the moment. I've been dying to tell you this. Um, so no, I was just saying, what does Quorum get right that makes it feel correct to
Oh
you?
yeah.
What's one thing you hope never changes about Quorum's direction, and what's one thing that you'd love
Okay.
to see improved or added over time? This,
I think the experience is a little out of control right now, honestly. And this might be contrarian or something. Everybody likes faster experience, it seems. But um, as things do, the game has the vision has changed a bit. Like Zeal wasn't a thing when the server first came out, so everything in Zeal is like added. Wasn't part of the plan, and so there's a lot different. But I do think like experience can be toned down a little bit. As much as I enjoy it, it's crazy, man. I was just like I was on my 40 something ranger, and I popped a potion, but I'm getting like 300%. I'm getting 3 levels in an hour. That's like insane to do in your 40s for EverQuest. I think that could be toned down a bit. I think there's no point of return on like the potions. Like they just keep handing out the potions. Maybe stop handing out potions at some point. Like if you make a brand new character today, you get like 58 potions. Maybe at some point we just say, okay, like make your alts because I'm removing them. You can give a heads up, I guess. But
are
like at
those
some point,
are
but
those
they're trying to be
potions
inclusive. I'm
tradable?
not trying to gatekeep. What's that? The
Oh, I'm
potions?
I'm sorry, stupid question. Are those potions tradable? I wouldn't think so.
No.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So you make your
So,
character, you go to the priest Discord. If you had an existing character before the change, then you go to the priest Discord and you can grab your potions from them like a vendor. But if you make a brand new character, you just get 58 potions, which one would say, oh, well, that's 58 hours. That's like a lot of hours. But if you have like a double XP weekend, that's 3 days, that's 72 hours. So it's 58 hours really crazy, but it is. It is. Cause like I've leveled my Beast Lord all the way to 60 and I still had 13 that I didn't use and I popped them all the time. So it is pretty crazy. And I know that's not a popular opinion, I think. But yeah, I just think the XP is a little bit out of control, just slightly. Outside of that, I think she's doing a really good job with everything. Um,
mhm.
I mean, there's got to be something else, but that's really it. And maybe it's just the XP things, like some of the like the bonuses that are within the zones and stuff like that. I like what she did with PvP. Um, but yeah, I guess so. I guess that's probably really it off the top of my head right now. Other than that, we're doing really really good. I think people agree. The server's maxed.
Awesome. Awesome. Dude, okay, so now I gotta say, so yeah, like, okay, we won't dive too deep into like the nuking of THJ, but that was an interesting server that I thought was fun, and it gave me a chance personally to like go through some of that old stuff and just kind of play out this power fantasy. And I gotta admit that I tend to be kind of I'm a very emotional person. I'm very reactive. And whenever it happened, I remember there was like all these fires being lit on YouTube. Just everyone was getting emboldened, and it was like, oh my God, they nuked THJ and Quorum just caved in. They're gonna come for everything now. Like all the emulated servers are going down, and Secrets didn't have to do that. But yeah, now in retrospect, I understand, and you know Secret seems like very knowledgeable, like very awesome and passionate, dedicated to the whole thing. Fun fact, yesterday she ran past me. I don't know if maybe she was on her way to go look at something or moving very quickly throughout the world. We were kind of in that dead end area in Echo Caverns, and she came, kind of looked around real quick, and it almost looked like she went through the dead end, basically, just kind of keep going. She was in the zone for a while, so maybe she was just looking around. But so this is what I've been dying to tell you. I was hanging out in Dude Boy Orc Boy's stream this morning. Shout out to Dude Boy Orc Boy, excellent guy. Secrets was in the chat. They were talking about something. And I exchanged just a few lines with Secrets, and I said, "Hey, I'm actually talking to Classic EverQuest today. Do you guys have any questions or anything like that? Anything I can just say to Classic?" And Secret said, and I quote, "I would love to talk to Classic Ever. I would like to talk to Classic EverQuest and do a shooting the shit kind of talk sometime with him." So that was pretty cool. Just that I would relay that. I
Wow.
don't know if you guys talk at all. I know you're not like super big into the Twitch thing, but yeah, and actually, so yeah, you guys should totally do that. That would be great. I would love to watch something like that and just kind of, you have an amazing perspective, just all this knowledge that you have, and then secrets, I guess, from like the technical side of it. From, I don't know anything about server stuff and, but anyway, so I thought that was really fun, man. And my other question would be, oh wait, where was I going with that? Oh, this is a really fun fact. People might not know this, and I exchanged a couple lines with Secrets just in Dude Boy Orc Boys chat. So Nick Hotz was talking about this on his stream, and I don't know exactly the full lore, but he said, um, basically he got Secrets connected him with Ollie and Sean, or don't
I heard you say that.
I
Yeah.
might not be the exact names, but like in a way, we have monsters and memories because of secrets. So to me, that's just legendary, and that'll live forever in my eyes. So maybe we wouldn't have monsters and memories if it wasn't for secrets. And my
Yeah,
question,
that's really cool.
yeah, my question was just going to be, if you could bottle up one message and send it to Secrets, the GM of Quorum, what would that be if they were to ever listen to the podcast, or if you got a chance to talk to them?
Wow.
I'm sure you guys will talk.
That's a lot of pressure.
I imagine it's hard to imagine that you won't if you're not already in contact. But anyway, yeah. What message would you send?
Um, I've talked to her a bit, over the years or whatever. Uh, and she just became a member of my YouTube channel this
Yeah,
month. Well, in
congrats.
December
That's
at some
awesome.
point, which was really cool. Yeah. So that was cool. A message. There's nothing I want. I want her to know that I really appreciate it. I love Quorum. Um, Not every server is perfect, and nor should it be. Really, you're appealing to of the entire world of classic EverQuest players, like literally like the world. People in Europe, people in America, everywhere. Um, you can't please everybody. She knows. I'm not telling her anything she doesn't know, but I guess she can hear it from me. And like I said just a bit ago, a lot of people are super negative, but and I think she knows this. Obviously, they keep coming back for more. I think she's putting out, in my personal opinion, the best EverQuest product that there is currently. And no shade to P99. I love P99, and it has a purpose here. And like I said in a previous video, that maybe one day I'll level some more characters on P99. But Quorum is my home, and I hope that it stays forever. and and just keep up the good work. And I hope this isn't I hope Quorum does have a timeline, and one day the final patch, if you would, will come out, and I hope that that's just not the end. I know Secrets is. I think she said she's working on a game, and really look forward to that because I think she has a brilliant mind for what people like us want, and I would look forward to playing whatever she comes up with because she has um, great ideas and relationships and stuff like that. I think to go back onto what you said about connecting the Monsters and Memories team is I wonder because I know that they played on a TLP together as well. They kind of like met during a time where they were all playing on a TLP as well. So I wonder if Secrets does play TLPs. That's something about Secrets is she's always encouraging people to play other servers. She's not like, oh, you got to play Quorum and nothing else. Always posting in the channel on Discord, like, hey, you guys, Adrullan Online's doing a test right now. Go check it out. Super cool dudes. Hey, Monsters and Memories is doing a test. Always posting these things. Whenever a TLP comes out, always like, hey guys, the guys over at EverQuest, like say what you will, but the guys over at EverQuest are really good people. check out the new TLP. I'm going to be playing. She'll usually stream like one of the first days that a TLP comes out or whatever. And you can go watch her on Twitch and whatever. Good intentions, from Secrets. So, but she also, has that in her to be like, fuck around and find out as well. And so, I appreciate that. And like I said, you can't please everybody. But I think that she's putting out the best product that there is. I say product like we're paying for it. She puts out the best experience that there is, and nothing's perfect, but I don't expect it to be. But yeah, I mean, I'd love to talk to her as well. I'd be very nervous, I think, but she goes back. She actually played on. Now this will tie into Quarm being pop locked. Is Secrets actually played a lot on the original Alcabor server. So there's been like kind of almost 3 iterations of this. We all know TACP, the Alcabor project, but that was a private server based on Alcabor, the server, which was a Mac only server. Like I think it's the last official EverQuest server that they ever launched. They launched it pretty late in the cycle of, say, EverQuest. Now, this is against, well, I don't know. This is kind of almost like a TLP, so maybe I shouldn't say that. But it was one of the later servers, kind of that's still kind of original. And what they did was it was for Mac users only. And if you had a Mac, you could play on this server, so a buddy of mine, one of the ones on Quarm, he had a Mac back then. And so he started playing on this server. And you could box on this server, but it was also pop locked. And they were pretty hands off with the GMs, were kind of hands off. So there was like, exploits and stuff that you could do on that server. So that's another thing is Secrets is very aware of exploits and stuff. And I think she's very calculated with which exploits she's going to patch out and which to just preserve. Like, this is just how it was.
Mm-hmm.
Let it ride. But there were some crazy exploits. One of which called shaker paging, which in Planes of Power you could pull an entire zone, do a certain thing with a certain item and a bard, and yada yada yada, and you can like power level AAs beyond relief. And this was happening on that Alcabor server. Long story short, there was a lot of drama on that server. It got shut down. Like Sony finally was just like, what are we getting out of this? Sony actually sold to, maybe it was Daybreak at this point. I don't know who it was. They sold, and I think the new company was just like, what is this? Like, this is like, are we getting any money from this? What's going on? Mm-hmm. So they just like canceled the server or whatever. And then what stemmed from that was the Alcabor project, aka TACP. And a lot of the guilds there was only a couple of guilds on that server. It was a small server, but the guilds from that server moved to the Alcabor project. Secrets played on that server. Secrets then played on the Alcabor project. And now this is Secrets incarnation, if you would, of like that life cycle, I guess. And so there's no boxing. That's a big change because both of those servers had boxing. TechP you could only 2 box, but I rather the no boxing thing. But I don't know. Just a little tidbit I wanted to show out there because I've heard some people in voice chat that I'm in, different voice chats that I'm in, where they're like, I don't know if Secrets knows this, but blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, bro, you think Secrets doesn't know that? Like, how do you say that about a dev or whatever? Like, they don't know something that goes on with the server or how drops work or this, that, or the other thing. Now, with that being said, mistakes happen, glitches happen. What did I just say? Like, there are like exploits and stuff like that.
Yep.
But don't think she doesn't know what's going on or how it was or anything like that. Very, very knowledgeable in this timeline of EverQuest for sure. And I don't know. Yeah. Doesn't get the respect that she's due.
Yeah. Oh, very interesting. Very, very thoughtful. Well, shout out to Secrets, and I hope to be able to see a talk between you guys one day. I think that would be cool. It would be like a converging of the minds, And it's even fascinating to me, yeah, from like a technical perspective. Like I said, just software development, game development, that kind of approach. I'm just I'm just a guy playing the game, and it'd be very interesting. But okay, yeah, cool.
Same. Awesome. I appreciate art. I can't draw a stick figure, but I can look at art and be like, that's amazing. Like, I can't believe like how much work had to go into that, and like how much foresight and all this stuff.
Hmm.
And that can translate to anything, right? That can translate to dev work and stuff like that. I don't know how to do any of that.
Hmm.
So you should be able to sit back and appreciate people doing stuff that you don't know how to do or you're not capable of doing.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's just the world we live in, right? Everybody's so crucial
Yeah, and the
or
passion,
critical.
like you said, this is a passion project. It's you don't have to pay to experience this flavor of EverQuest. It's just here for the people to enjoy, and yeah, and it's that's something I kind of visit now that I've gotten older. Like games are, well, in general, like games are very hard to develop, and people are very gamers in general like immediately dismissive these days, and I worry about
Yeah.
that. We'll cover that, like worries about Monsters and Memories, but like, yeah, people, they log in, they don't understand what's going on, they go out there, they die to a mob or something, realize their corpse is out there somewhere, and they're like, this game sucks. And yeah, so it's great. Well, I mean, that's pretty much everything I have relating to like EverQuest and Quorum specifically. There might be a couple EverQuest questions towards the end. think I have a few more fun ones, but unless you want to add anything that maybe I didn't ask, or maybe we could have covered, we could always circle back, but we can get into the Monsters and Memories like specific stuff now.
There was something that I forgot too. Is like initially, I was gonna wear headphones or earbuds so that I can hear you loudly and I don't get like the feedback on the mic. And then we were going, and I was like, "Oh shoot, I forgot to do the earbuds thing because I don't want your voice to come through my mic."
Mhm.
Um, but I've been watching the green around the thing, and I think I think it's been fine.
Dude, it
I
sounds
turned it down
amazing.
low as well. I realized pretty early.
You sound really good on my end, and dude, again, I am so sorry. I've had nothing but issues. I've had nothing but audio issues, nothing but stuff. I'm not a professional, but at least we have the audio, and this is amazing. Like your knowledge and all that stuff. It's great. Yeah, it's okay, and it's gonna get better over time. It's gonna improve, and if you have time and if there's interest, I mean, I definitely love to do maybe like another round in the future. You know, I had an idea to do these live, but I'm just not a fan of like the distraction of the chat, sometimes like when we're trying to hit on certain topics, maybe they'll have great insight and other questions and stuff that might be real good, but yeah. So thank you for bearing with me and kind of
Yeah,
being one of the first people too. And really, really sorry about the video stuff again. I'm kicking myself right
not at
now.
all. We could re-record this, and I would love it. I'm all about talking about EverQuest and stuff anytime, man. Like anytime you
I think
wanna go again or whatever,
I
I'm always
really
down.
I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. And yeah, thanks for giving me the push too. Like I remember like you had commented first on one of my videos and I was like, "Oh, dude, classic EverQuest. Wow." And like sometimes I don't take that very first step. Sometimes I just need that nudge and then I'm all in, baby. I'm all in. But where was I going with that? I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of EQ people, I mean, they don't sit there and just like stare at the video and just like listen to every little thing that we do. Most people just have like, you know, three, four monitors, whatever, and they're just hanging out playing a game and they just have this on the background. That's kind of my idea anyway. It's not gonna, so yeah, unless I have like some specific
Yeah,
footage anyway. I'm just assuming that most people are just gonna have this on the side or have an earbud in or whatever. So
that's my experience, yep.
yeah. And I like that you always say this too in your videos. You're like, no one's watching at the end anyways, but anyway, like here's what I'm doing or here's what I got planned. I do. Sometimes I don't always comment, but I do go all the way through it, and it's great. Try to show some love because YouTube's where it's at. I think YouTube's eventually gonna win out. They haven't been too interested in like this whole streaming culture thing, but it's here and it's gonna improve, and anyway, so
Yeah, I hope they continue with it.
yeah, it's great. They're adding emotes. They're adding all kinds of stuff. It's great. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say that you did want to add something going to anything that you can think of more about EverQuest, Project Quarm, anything that we might have touched on or should have touched on? um, classes, direction.
No, I think you did a really good job. I think
You know what? I have a
for
question.
those of you out there who do play on Quarm and you're experiencing Luclin and Pot for the first time, stick with it. Um, Planes of Power is going to blow. If you're raiding, Planes of Power is going to blow you out of the water. So stick with it.
I'm very excited for Planes of Power. That was like the highlight for me. That was like, wow, raiding, we get to kill the gods, and like, oh my God. Like as a kid, I always thought that was really cool. Um, I can't remember. This is a very important question. I don't know the answer to this. Why is it not in my notes? Do you think Do you think that MMO classes have been solved at this point? We have, well, first, we have the Holy Trinity, tank, heal, DPS, and the support class that's been resurrected lately in a lot of these indie MMO projects. But do you think there's any more room to kind of innovate as far as like classes go and how things play? And how do you feel about that?
That's a really good question and item of conversation. I think it takes really good class developers like Nick, and I know he's trying, some of that. I think there is room. You just need to be really, really creative, and and furthermore, I don't. It's less likely to me that there is room for like a new archetype. So we have the Holy Trinity, like you said. We have the tank, healer, and DPS. And then some of the old school MMOs, or at least EverQuest and soon to be Monsters and Memories, they have the crowd control, whereas that's kind of built in WoW. Like every class, like priests can shackle undead, and rogues can sap, and so on and so forth. But I like I like that being a skill or an archetype. And then there's also the polar, like somebody has to pull. Now that's another thing, is because we live in kind of like that Zerg culture now, where you don't really find a camp and sit there and pull to it. You kind of like dungeon crawl. That's kind of more like the norm nowadays. So you don't really need a polar for dungeon crawling. Um, the tank just does it, So they've kind of like gotten rid of that, but I do really like that. So I don't know if there's any more room for like archetypes, but as for classes, I think there for sure is. If we look back historically on tanks, there's always been like the warrior, paladin, shadow knight kind of situation. But I do like and in EverQuest, they're kind of all the same, to the extent of what you're tanking. Kind of knights are kind of off tanks because warriors have disciplines for main tanking, but they're kind of all the same in a sense. But I like what WoW was trying to do, and I think it can be done successfully, but the game needs to be designed around it. And that is the warrior. The warrior has a sword and a shield, and they take damage, but they mitigate that damage that they take. And then you have like a druid who's a bear. They do not have a shield, so since they're a bear, they have higher AC. They have a higher life pool because they're a bear. You know what I mean? But they can't block. So their mitigation is more of like the dodgy / high AC. Like the high AC will mitigate some of the incoming damage. And then you have, the paladin's kind of like the warrior in a sense, but then you have they came out with the Death Knight, and the Death Knight's original idea was like to be more of tanking like a magical boss, which is something that I don't know if they haven't solved that or what, but like I could see that coming in where they have a boss that deals like significant single target magic damage, where the tank, so like the Death Knight had anti-magic shell to reduce damage, and stuff like that. They didn't have a shield, so they're taking full force damage. They're using like a two-hander or whatever. But we could have a boss in these games that doesn't, do like absolutely ridiculous melee damage as much as they are focused on magical damage. And that can so in Monsters and Memories, we have the Inquisitor, right? They're like a tank, and they're like an anti-magic. So they kind of like take that role. So what I'm hoping that they do is I'm hoping that they find a place to fit them in here with some creatures that and even maybe like a kind of like a boss. Okay, so we have the bone construct, right? The bone construct seems to be really like melee, a lot of melee damage or whatever. I think, as far as I know, you've rated it. I haven't. What's the elemental guy called?
Um,
Did you
the
rate the elemental looking guy or whatever?
oh yes, Skyseer Ilya, the big fire elemental guy. Yep, that was the
Yeah.
second
So
raid
wouldn't
that
it
I
be
did.
cool if it'd be cool if like that guy, maybe he did AoEs that did damage, but he did like maybe single time. I don't know, maybe it's like this. I didn't do it. I watched yours from your perspective, but maybe like they do like really big time. Imagine if you needed an Inquisitor to be the main tank of that fight. That gives them something to do, because that boss just does so much direct damage, like spell damage,
Hmm.
that maybe a fighter couldn't tank it all
Hmm.
effectively. But an Inquisitor could mitigate the spell damage much more effectively, freeing up the healers or what, you know what I mean? You see where
Hmm.
I'm going?
Yeah.
I think there's room to play with stuff like that. I really like the Archer. I know the Archer gets a lot of now we're just going into Mount Monsters and memories, but
No, it's
I think it's
great.
because they're being innovative in an old space. They're taking old spaces and being really innovative about it. They're breaking the mold and trying to at least.
Yeah.
And I really like the Archer and the Ranger. A lot of people are like, why isn't it just one class, or get
Yes.
rid of the Archer or whatever? But no, I'm completely against that. I think it's great. Keep working on it. We're still in alpha, let alone
Hmm.
beta, let alone early access. Keep working on it. I think there is a place for it, because now I love the idea of the Ranger with the druidic, abilities. So they got snare, they have root, they have, and then the elemental arrows, right? Because the druids are all about storm, earth, and fire or whatever. I mean, that's like the shaman thing from WoW, but you know what I mean? They can control the weather, and they have like lightning strikes and fire dots and all that kind of stuff. So much like Zelda Ocarina of Time, the Ranger has like the special arrows where you can have an ice arrow or a fire arrow and maybe imbue your arrows. This is what they've talked about. And then the Archer doesn't have those magical abilities. So they're more of the physical range class, but they can have traps, right? So they can put out traps. They can have like aim shot. Aim shot's not a magical ability. It's like an ability with maybe a cooldown or channeling time, something. But they can have scatter shot. I think they do. But anyways, it's like scatter shot, aim shot, traps, stuff like that, and then they could be creative with that, and they could just do more damage than a ranger from range because that's their specialty. They don't melee that well. I think there's absolutely room for it. Is it going to be a tedious class? Yes, but some people like that. Look how many people played Ranger in classic EverQuest,
Hmm.
knowing that that's not their time to shine. Is in
Hmm.
classic. They're still playing them. They're still crafting arrows. They're still doing all this tedious stuff. There is a player base that enjoys doing that. Um,
Hmm.
and then there's ways to make it, I think, and they're working on it, to salvage arrows from corpses and stuff like that. There's ways to meet in the middle somewhere. But
Hmm.
so yeah, I think the Inquisitor is great and the Archer is great. They're very low play based on the stats of the play tests, but I think part of that is they're new, they need work, and another part of that is they're new and people like to play what they're comfortable with. Like I play a Necro when I go there. My first thought is to play a Necro. Your first thought is to play a Rogue.
Hmm.
We like to play what we're comfortable with, but I think in due time they'll get figured out, and that's actually interesting to me. I almost want to make it. I want to make everything, so I'm having trouble on like picking a main, which might end up being Enchanter. But I kind of wanted to play an Archer because I was like, I have this feeling that they're gonna get figured out and they're gonna be really good.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely. No,
But
that's
yeah,
a
I don't know. So long answer, but yes, I do think so. Archetypes, maybe less so. They seem to be reducing archetypes. I like that Monsters and Memories are bringing the archetypes back. Um,
yes, I love that
yeah,
so much, and actually one worry that I have is we could get to that. I don't like how I mean, and I'm not like an MMO connoisseur, but from what I have played, it just seems like jobs are homogenized,
I
as
think you
people
are.
say. Everything's just reduced to like a very simple rotation. Some classes can do everything basically, like s why, like you can heal, tank, or DPS. whatever, then like it takes value away from the other stuff. So I do like the idea that Monsters and Memories is on, as far as like, some classes are just simply weaker at something and some classes excel in something, and that's what makes a beautiful group come together. I like the idea of like clerics being able to be the only ones that res, and I like the idea like shaman and druid have amazing stuff that they could do, just incredible stuff. If you do give them res, then I feel like that kind of takes away from the cleric. Like I do agree with that reasoning. And this is from the Quatos conversation. I'd never take credit for it, but he brought up a brilliant point: is that like historically, a fighter, I mean, I'm sorry, a ranger is like a warrior and a druid combo kind of, but nothing in there. And from a warrior's perspective, that's like a martial class. They excel in different weaponry and stuff. So sure, they can use a bow, but nothing specifically. I mean, rangers historically have the bow. That's kind of cool. But he mentioned a point. What if it's like someone up on a castle ramparts with like a crossbow and like mechanical stuff, maybe like artillery fire, like
Yeah.
some kind of new layer that they could incorporate with the archer, some kind of other ammunition like that. So it's just interesting. And then like the Inquisitor class is absolutely interesting. Blending an enchanter with a fighter, and I like it. I do think there's definitely room to innovate and explore different stuff, and I appreciate that they are doing that. Yeah,
There was so that your Kratos podcast was so good. I watched that, and then leading into us having this conversation now, I was like, man, there was so many good points brought up in that conversation, and I was like, so many things that just open your mind and that makes you want to talk about it as well. Like I was like, man, that's a
yeah,
good point. Like
yeah.
I would love to talk about that. It was a great.
You're the
We will call it an
first.
interview as much as like a podcast.
You're the first one to see it, so thank you for
Oh,
checking it out.
nice.
But yeah,
By
so
the
yeah,
time this comes out, the world will see it, right?
yeah, yeah. We'll see. Yeah, I advertised a little bit and on the Discord and whatnot, so I'm excited. I'm excited to do it. I think it's cool to kind of have this in the space, and I don't know if I'm the guy necessarily, but it's cool that a lot of cool people are willing to talk and stuff like that, and kind of get your perspective. But yeah, so we're gonna take a deep dive now into Monsters and Memories, and just kind of have some questions here. So we covered the classes. So when did Monsters and Memories kind of grab you, and what was the hook for you? Like when did you first find out about it, and what do you love about it so much?
Great. There's a lot to unpack there. Um, so I've always been like a sub to Sean's YouTube, much like you, watching his old interviews with all the old devs and stuff like that. I love that stuff. Not just his, but I just love interviews. I love interviews. I love podcasts in general. I love learning and hearing about stuff and trying to be like a quasi like historian of things. I love the knowledge and the learning. That's why I love YouTube. It's so good. You can just sit there and learn anything.
Hmm.
And
Same.
obviously I love EverQuest. So Sean's channel has been great. So when he started talking about it on the channel, it was in my ear. But truth be told, I was always a Pantheon guy. Like originally when I first heard about Pantheon and that Brad was doing it, I was all over Pantheon. I was like, this is it. This is the future of my gaming experience.
Same.
And I feel like I was in the 20s back then. I was in my 20s back then, but um, yeah, it was a long time ago. And so I was a backer of Pantheon, not the oldest backer, but I think it was like late 2017. I backed
Wow.
Pantheon on their, I forget what they call it. Yeah, so I
Very
got
interesting.
well, not a free copy. I obviously paid for it, but it came with like a couple. Like it was supposed to come with two free copies. I don't know how to get that second free copy, but that's time for another. That's time for question for another conversation. But that was like, I was all into that. Obviously, the tragic passing of Brad and other developers on that team, and funding and all the other challenges that they've ran into, and not just that, but the grand scope that they had for the game. they were trying to do big things in Pantheon, and they're still trying. I don't mean to say it like that, past tense, but just all of these things that worked against them over time, and a few changes. There's been changes in Quarm, even Quarm's private server. There's been changes. There will be changes in Monsters and Memories, but there were some changes in Pantheon that I can't help but say, kind of turned me off a little bit. But I was always a Pantheon guy. So I say all of that to say that. So when Monsters and Memories did come out, it was in my ear through Loving Robot, Sean. And but I was leaning towards Pantheon. And then over time, I was growing away from Pantheon and I was growing closer to Monsters and Memories. And once upon a time, and I don't even know when this was, man. This had to be like, I don't know, like I think it was like the beginning of 2023 or something. It was when they got out of like the little pill capsule phase, and I think they only had one race or two races. It was like it was either like ogres and dwarves or just dwarves. It might have been just dwarves or something. I logged into that playtest for the first time and I actually recorded some footage that I later on like lost. I really wish I had that because it was like some early footage, but it was like they did like a public little stress test. It was very much a stress test. It was absolutely laggy. You couldn't do anything. You couldn't fight a mob, but you could run around and look at mobs. And I did what you do. I traveled. So I went all the way to something pass. What is it called again? Where the
Fallen
Green Castle is?
Fallen Pass, Vale of Zintar.
Yeah. I went all the way to Fallen Pass, and it wasn't populated yet. There was no mobs. There was nothing
Cool.
like that. But I managed as a level 1 to get there. And so I was running through the canyons and up a wall, and I was trying to get all the way up to the Green Castle. I eventually got to a spot that looked like a zone in, but there was nothing like really significant, or there was really nothing telling me it's a zone in. But I was like, I think this is like a zone in. And I walked forward and I loaded, and I was like, oh my God, am I going to get in? And then it put me back in Night Harbor. And I was like, oh, and it took me so long to get there. And this is like really, really early on. And I had recorded that experience and I don't have that anymore. I'm super ashamed of that. But
That's
that's
interesting.
about when I first like logged in. It was like early 2023. Then fast forward, I kind of was just like keeping up with it, but not like I do now. And then they started ramping up. So with their ramp up, I ramped up. And we've talked about this before with Pantheon. I used to be, oh, it's the Baz Flash. Like I was all about the Baz Flash and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And I feel like there was a little less hype with Monsters and Memories than there was with Pantheon. Pantheon had a pretty fair amount of hype, and I feel like Monsters and Memories started a little slower, but man, are they going strong now. And as they started coming out with play tests, they started coming out with alpha play tests every few months, every 6 months or whatever it started to be initially before they went crazy this last year. I started logging in and looking around, and then I don't know, man, it just clicked. I feel like it was like the very end of 2024 or kind of like the beginning of like the transition from 2024 to 2025. I was just like, I think I'm gonna like start making some videos on this because something just clicked. I was like, this is it. They figured it out. And then early in 2025, I think it was like February or something, 2025. I was like, I'm gonna play the play test, and I'm gonna make videos this time. And so I did, and I just loved it. I was like, oh my gosh, I obviously I had to spend more time in there, and I was like exposing myself to certain things because I was trying to capture it on video. And I was just like, holy crap, I'm addicted. This is it. They figured it out. And they continue to push that. They continue to make me believe. And then since then, I started investing myself a little more. I started showing up to their streams a little more. I'm not a Twitch dude, and they're all on Twitch. So, it's a little more difficult for me. I mostly watch through YouTube and stuff, but I started going out of my way to showing up on Twitch, which it drains a lot of memory on the phone. Like there's a lot of bandwidth. So that's part of it too. Twitch just drains your like bandwidth. Anyways,
Yeah.
so like I've been going, so I'm at work listening, and then my I have unlimited data, but it's like warning me like you're going over your limit. We're going to slow you down, just because I'm listening to Twitch. Anyways, so I started showing up to all their streams and stuff, and getting to know everybody better. So I was a little late to the party. Like I wasn't doing that I wasn't that invested until like late 2024 to 2025, but I've been watching it the whole time. I just okay, this is a little controversial too, but maybe I felt a little bamboozled by Pantheon. I'm not gonna lie. I felt a little bamboozled. I gave him money um, willingly. I don't want the money back.
You made a
Anything like that.
you made a bad bet at the casino, as Quatos said.
There it is. And I feel a little bamboozled because it didn't turn out how I thought. It didn't even turn out how they necessarily thought. There were deaths involved that's uncontrollable and tragic. But I think I don't know if I've ever said this before, but I was hesitant with Monsters and Memories because I didn't want to get bamboozled again. Not that they ever ask for money. Not that they'll even take money if you throw it at them. They won't take your money yet. But
Mhm.
I was just like, I don't want to get emotionally invested to be let down again. Fool me once type thing. Um, so yeah, so that's my story with Monsters and Memories, and just like a little caveat here. I think Pantheon is looking better than ever, and I like to hear what they're doing. Like I don't want to sound like a Pantheon hater. I think they're turning stuff around, and I really love what you do with your static group, and I'm kind of jealous of that. I almost wish I had a static group to experience the game and stuff like that. I think it's really cool.
No, no worries. Yeah, just yeah, for me as well too. Just while we're on that subject, like, can I just say too, like, just from a game development standpoint, it's incredibly difficult to make a game, and I really feel, like Joppa is an amazing guy. Like his mental clarity, all that stuff is incredible. He's a really like well-rounded guy. Seems to really know his stuff. I enjoy his streams and whatnot. He's kind of in a difficult situation, and I get it. And people now are just immediately dismissive, and they've had a lot of setbacks, I suppose, in their development cycle. But actually, yeah, like so with that, I'm making a hard pivot towards Monsters and Memories, and just because, like, for me, like, EverQuest is my baseline, and this is like the truer kind of EverQuest experience, and we'll get to it in a little bit. Like, people are just saying, are they just remaking EverQuest? Is this just like an EverQuest clone? It's not. But like for me with Pantheon, I'm kind of taking a break to focus on this, too, just because I don't have a lot of time, but also I would like to see more stuff, like the things that they're talking about implementing and stuff. It's cool that they've put like mounts and all that stuff in the game, and whatever. But content is king, and I would just like to see more in the world. I'd like to see more stuff, and even like the static group live guys, they're just as critical as anybody else. I mean, they want the game to succeed. They're really passionate about it, and I'm just speaking for myself here, but just, yeah, in my opinion, it just doesn't seem like there's a whole lot to do, and like some of the lore is not in place and stuff like that. There's like cool stuff later, like deep into the game, but it's just like, man, and I often joke about this too. I don't have the motivation to grind on all this stuff that's gonna be reset. So like that's another reason like why I don't want to check
Mm,
out
yeah.
Ashes of Creation, for example. I'm sure I would love it. I don't want to play all this stuff where my character gets reset. And I get it, like it's the knowledge that you gain and stuff, but I can't play like two, three, four MMOs like with the same thing. So for me, if I really had to pick
Right.
one, it would be Monsters and Memories for sure. Just because EverQuest is my baseline. There's a lot of similarities, but also like it's an evolution. Like it takes like the good things. It doesn't necessarily take the bad things. They're trying new stuff, and man, we can get into it later too, but like the ambience is incredible. The music is amazing. Like the atmosphere, everything. It just feels like a world that I can exist in, and oh boy, like, yeah, I could just nerd out all day. So yeah, yeah. What were you gonna add anything there?
That whole team is amazing. The Monsters and Memories team is pretty wild how they came together, but how did they stumble upon Robert, man? How insane is that?
Yeah, yeah. I think, fun fact, he's a
Just so crazy.
P99 enjoyer. He's like a hardcore P99
Yeah.
player and raider. Yeah, but man, it's
Like,
just
what are the odds
amazing.
of this? What are the odds of that?
Yeah. Oh man, he's amazing. And I think the music, if you had to just put a gun to my head and tell me what is the best, what do you like the best? It's probably the music. Yeah, it's incredible. It already
It's
feels
so good. Yeah.
timeless. It feels like I've known this my whole life. It feels like this is something I've waited for my whole life. I just didn't know what it was yet, and then suddenly it just came and punched me in the head, you know? So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Um,
I
w-
was expecting to get the feelings I get from Monsters and Memories. I was expecting to get those from Pantheon, and it just didn't turn out that way. And then, like you said, Monsters and Memories, even though I saw it over there in the corner, I'll say this: they're doing so much so fast. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, and actually too, so I want to add, so I came in, I knew about the game. I just wasn't like super mega like invested in it, following every single stream. For me, it started with just watching Sean and just listening to the EverQuest interviews. And I still listen to them to this day. They're amazing. I was talking about it last night.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my thing. And it's like, oh, he's also thinking about making a game. That's cool. I'll probably keep up with that. But I wasn't like, yeah, I wasn't there from when they were like little pills and whatever, or capsules.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to wait for it to get more fleshed out. And actually, this is a bit of a meme on my channel, but like Miss Heim and I were out running errands one day, and this was the November 2024 playtest. I think it was that Friday, Saturday, Sunday or something, and it was Sunday afternoon. There was like 2 or 3 hours left, and I got home and I was like, you know what? Let's check out this playtest. You're gonna play your first MMO. It's gonna be great. Trust me. So like we log in. It's like, all right, you have to auto attack and you have to get your stuff and whatever, and just everything that could go wrong went wrong. She attacked the guild master. She didn't understand the concept of auto attacking. She was like spamming Q, so she was like turning auto attack on and off. And I'm raging because we're just dying to stupid stuff. And not only that, but that playtest was like there was a lot of lag in that playtest, and the world just kind of
Yeah.
felt a little
Yeah.
clunky. And I was like, ah, man, I don't know. I don't know if this is for me. Like, it needs more time to cook. And so I made a video, like one of the things on my channel is about the Monsters and Memories playtest, and I just kind of throw out a few blurbs about my time. So I was just like, yeah, I'm sorry if I was negative about it, like whatever. And actually, Sean came and left a comment. He's like, no, don't worry about it. I don't expect everyone to like it. And, you know, so, but then I just kind of followed
Sean
it,
is so good.
and he's incredible. He's an incredibly stoic guy. He knows how to filter
Yeah.
like feedback, and he's very grounded. It's great. Yeah, I can't catch his streams all the time due to the time zone thing, but that's where YouTube comes in. I definitely like
Yeah,
to
exactly.
watch the VODs and stuff like that. So, yeah, really cool dude. Super laid back. I'd love to talk to him someday and just kind of thank him for all his good work. And yeah, he's a really cool dude, and I fully trust the team. I love what they're doing. And obviously he worked on EverQuest. He worked on EverQuest at the time that was like in my heyday of rating and like just kind of what I love about the game.
Same.
So that's why
Yeah.
I'm all in, man. My joke is like I have my credit card right here on the table. Like even if the game ships day one, right now today, like I would get it. But now, and also too, I want to add, so like with those playtests, and you've seen a lot more of it than me, but like every single playtest, you can see the progress, you can see it getting better, and it's amazing. So that's my sort of 2 cents to all that. And so yeah, so my next question was going to be, what feels the most promising about Monsters and Memories right now to you?
One of the major things I like about it is the interact. Well, let's start with this. They're doing something nobody does. They're streaming the entire development of the game, right? Wild. Like that's crazy. Nobody does that. So we get to see the ins and outs. Nick with his streams where he takes down everybody's suggestion, no matter how dumb it may sound to anybody else, or even him. He might be thinking in his head like, "What? That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard." He'll be like, "Okay," he'll write it down, and then he takes that back to the team. They discuss it. Does this fit the model of what we're trying to make? And if it doesn't, it doesn't. Just because you said it, just because you wrote it down, doesn't mean they're implementing it. But he will give you and anybody the time of day. I think those things are insane. I think that gives us stuff to look forward to. But more directly, like the rant I went on earlier, I'm really looking forward to GMs again. Insane.
Yeah.
Um, and this is another reason I like to pay $15 a month. people make it sound like a big deal, but dude, people are paying $70 a game right now, and then 3 weeks later they're on to some other $70 game, and then 3 weeks later they're on to some other $70 game, and here I am playing like the same game for 15 bucks a month, 50 cents a day. Come on, bro. But what we're funding is a live service game, and not only about the riffraff comment I made earlier, but that's also GM support. If you have an issue, they will talk to you. If you have a glitch or something happens, they will. I mean, okay. So on World of Warcraft Classic, there would be bots everywhere, right? And I would see this bot farming in like an area that I wanted to farm, and he's a bot. It's so obvious. Everybody knows a bot.
Yeah.
So then you can like
Yeah.
right click report the bot. So you right click them, you report them. You go back the next day, 24 hours later, there's that bot in that spot. So you right click and report them again. I'm sure other people throughout the days and weeks are coming by and reporting the bot. Days and weeks and months will go by, and that bot is still there farming that thing, and nothing gets done because they do these ban waves. They make all these excuses about it, whatever. But what's going to be great about Monsters and Memories, at least what I'm looking forward to, and the idea is I can like contact the GM and be like, there is a completely obvious bot right here, right now. And they can, as a GM, teleport to you, old EverQuest style, and look at it with you and be like, you're right, sir. That's a bot. Ban right then and there. Um, and then this brings up questions, and the haters are going to be like, well, are they going to do that because of the stuff you brought up earlier? They have a bottom line as well. They need the sub money as well. Are they just going to ban that guy and lose their $15 a month? But I think they're smart people. They know, like, if it is a bot, people are just going to buy another account and try again, and they'll update their software or whatever. They'll try again. They're not just going to stop. But I have faith. I guess my faith in them is at an all-time high. They're true MMO players, and they come from the roots that a lot of us came from, and they do know what I say we, but they do know what indie and classic MMO players want, and they've done nothing but prove to me that they're going to deliver that. And they've done this through endless hours of live streams. Like, how can you look at all those live streams and have these conversations with them and listen to their back and forths with people, and then still like truly say to yourself and believe it, like, nah, they're not going to do any of that stuff they're talking about. I don't know. I believe that they will. And the fact, what makes me even believe it more is like they refuse to take our money. They have dignity. They have like, um, they don't want to let us down. They are deathly afraid of like letting people down. They're like, what if we take your money and then we have to push it back? Or what if we take your money and then it doesn't work out exactly like we said?
Yeah.
They're really pouring their heart and soul into this, and they're all working for free. Would they work for free for this long just to like not deliver? I don't know, man. I just have faith.
Yeah.
Maybe it's blind faith, but
Yeah,
it's not blind. They're streaming everything. I can go watch it.
it's amazing. This is the definition of a passion project. And as you brought up, you've brought this up before multiple times, it's like a large majority of the game has been streamed live on Twitch, like the development of the game. And actually, the creation of the game itself happened from just conversations on stream. And I think that's amazing. It's
Right.
very unique. It's a very unique passion project. And yeah, it's very much tied to the streaming culture, which is really cool and very interesting. And yeah, they haven't taken any money. I think the only thing they said is like, so they set a hard date for June 1st, and if they don't do all the stuff that they would like to do, I think they're gonna scale back the scope and put it in a later module or something like that. Just paraphrasing, but yeah. So I believe in them as well. I'm one of the biggest Monsters and Memories shills, so they can do no wrong in my eyes, and
Yeah.
that's just kind of how I feel.
That
So
makes two of us, I guess.
yeah,
But I mean, other games and developers have no problem lying to your face, have no problem over promising and under delivering.
yeah,
And this team is proving that that is not what they're trying. They're trying to do the opposite of that. And who else is like trying to prove that to you? Nobody else is even
yeah.
trying to. They're just blatantly
And I
a lot of other, teams are just blatantly lying to you.
And I love that they're doing it the smart way. They're not putting it on Steam yet. They're not accepting money. They're not accepting investment. Yeah, I love it. Do you have a big concern about Monsters and Memories? What's your biggest concern if you did have one?
I don't really have a big. I don't think I have a big concern. Um, I think there's some stuff that needs to happen. Obviously, they don't want to promote yet because they're not ready. And they said the best way to promote is for you guys to share it, with your friends. You can make your YouTube videos, do whatever. But they're not looking to promote it yet until maybe early access. Then maybe they'll do a little something. Um, and then they said all they need is like, as long as, like, they said the number that they gave out is like, they're like, if we have like 30K subs, then like that's it. It's a done deal. We'll go full steam ahead. Everything's great. 30K sounds like a lot, but you look at some other games and it's nothing, you know.
Yeah,
I remember like New World from Amazon. New World had like what was it, like 1 million players concurrent or
yeah,
whatever it was,
yeah. I think so.
something
Yeah,
crazy. Um, yeah, so I mean that was crazy, obviously, but that had a box price too. Um,
yeah. It's not
I think
too.
not having a box price. I know I'm kind of like not answering the question, but not having a box price means the most, like, you don't have to buy a $70 game and then find out you don't like it. You could buy a $15 game ish for a month and you can try it out for 15 bucks. And then if you don't like it, worst case, you blew 15 bucks.
Yeah,
I think that's helpful. Um, I don't think so. I think people are going to play it and they're going to love it, and I think it's something that everybody's I think there's a renaissance. There's a renaissance in classic and indie MMOs, like, lately, like the last few years,
yeah.
and I think they're coming out at a good time.
Yes, and dude,
Um,
that's my thing. Back to the golden age. I'm telling you, you heard it here first.
yeah,
That's just my thing. I think we are returning to that. Sorry to cut you off. I get very excited anytime someone mentions something even remotely close.
that's great. No, it's hard for me to come up with worries. Um, I have the opposite of worries because I
Yeah,
feel like once they start taking money and then they can dump money, you got to spend money to make money, basically. So, like, once they can put actual money and not their own money into the game, they can work faster and harder. And, they can hire some of the people who are doing this part time, can do it full time. Hopefully, like ZBrush gets a job and stuff like that. Um,
yeah.
with them, I mean,
ZBrushed is
gets
great.
hired on full time with them, and yeah, and like all that kind of stuff. Um, I just feel like they have so much built up potential
Hmm.
that's going to get unleashed when it comes out. But it's true, they have to get an initial subs. But I don't know, man. I don't really, to answer your question, I don't really have any worry. Do you have any worries or any
Um,
major worries?
well, I guess my only thing is on a game like this that's social, it's like, yeah, retaining population, not caving in to demands like, oh, well, this needs to be like this needs to be solo friendly. Maybe there's too many people because Kangen brought his stream over and maybe we need instancing, maybe we need this, maybe we need that. But we've already addressed that the devs are pretty much sticking to their vision. And it's you can't I always say a game for everyone and no one. It's better to have a game where, and they've said it multiple times, it's like, okay, well, you know what? This might not be the game for you. You want a map? This isn't the game for you. I like that. Instead of saying, well, maybe, we'll do it. I mean, that's just a small, slight concern. I think gamers in general, sorry to be so negative, but like people are immediately dismissive, and we can touch on like the graphics. People say, "Well, this game just looks old," and I don't like the graphics. And EverQuest looks better. It doesn't. I mean, dude, like I'm just now. So in my
Mhm.
mind, like when I was a kid, and I kind of in my wild fantasy, Monsters and Memories is what EverQuest looked like to me. Like Freeport, for example, is a great example.
Back then,
But have you been in Freeport lately on like P99 or Quorum? Like, yeah, it looks rough. It hasn't aged well. I mean, there certain points. EverQuest is amazing, but like, yeah, it hasn't aged that well. You could argue, and Where was I going with that? No, but so the beautiful thing is too, I mean, like we're coming at it from an EverQuest perspective, but there's people who are playing World of Warcraft and they want to check it out. There's people that are playing Final Fantasy 11 and they want to check it out. Pantheon people, Project Gorgon people, like Adrullan Online Adventures, and I think a lot of people are going to funnel in. And I think, like you mentioned, 30K subs is not that unreasonable. I think that's totally achievable, and I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Discord server already has like 22, 23K people and growing. So yeah. Just I like to address the good and the bad. It's a lot of good. So yeah, just what is your biggest concern? Yeah. What's one thing you hope that the
I
devs?
agree with your take, though.
Yeah,
I think that's the only concern, but I'm not too concerned about it.
yeah. And then my thing too, I always say like, guys, I'm gonna need your help. People in the community. We. I wanted to ask you like, what are you going into it as? So for me, like, I'm going in as a rogue. I haven't decided 100%. But like I'm at the mercy of whoever's on at the time. And my thing is I like organic interaction. I like starting up the stream and go. I mean, sometimes I'm at the login screen. I don't have a plan. I need to get better about reaching out to people and making plans, but I guess you could call it streamer privilege. But I've been kind of fortunate enough to find people to play with from chat and stuff. And then people watching the stream have been incredibly helpful. And you kind of where the person's at. So I've been lucky in that regard. But like yeah, I worry about finding a group as a rogue, but that's just a normal that's just rogue life, so it's all good. Where was I going with that?
I think there'll be such a good launch that groups will be gobbling you up, I think. But
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think so. What's yeah. I don't ever want to take away from an amazing point that we're landing on if we want to keep going. But my next question was just going to be, what's one thing that you hope the devs never change because it's core to the magic? These are going to be very similar to the EverQuest questions, but this is for Monsters and Memories
yeah,
specifically.
I'm gonna give a very specific answer too, or like a very like similar answer. And it's like the death penalties is a big one to me. I don't know why I'm harping on death penalties so much. Now you could adjust it a bit. Like I'm not like super fixated on like the spell book situation, but leaving your body is huge to me, and I already went over that. So that's one. Um, I'll, you know what? Real quick, another worry of mine is I feel like dungeon groups they need a harder time, maybe a little bit. I
Yeah,
want them to scale that.
yeah,
Um, when I was in Worm Rest, it felt like an absolute like bone grinder, meat grinder. Um, we were just plowing through stuff with zero adversity.
yeah.
And I think they are working on that.
Hmm.
But don't change is yeah, kind of like everything the game's about. I don't want them to the everything that makes them what they are is what I don't want to change because that's what's luring me to them. I've been playing EverQuest basically for 26 years or whatever with a little gap there, 5-year gap in the middle. Um, but I can't say that about even World of Warcraft, which I might have more hours in, maybe, than EverQuest. I don't really play. It doesn't really draw me back. It has to be something crazy like hardcore. Like I have to put these extra stipulations on just to get me to even think about playing it. Where EverQuest doesn't require that. And I think Monsters and Memories is going to bring that back, but in a new iteration, being a 2026 early access game. So don't change your core principles, and I just don't think they will. Like they've convinced
Yeah.
me.
It seems like they've already quadrupled down on stuff like the map, dying
Yeah,
with the spell book, clerics having res,
yeah.
the list goes on. Yeah, the list goes on.
I think that's some things
Yeah.
that I think if people are treating it like we did 2 years ago, where we were just kind of like, oh yeah, that's a game coming out eventually. I'll keep an eye on it, whatever. If people are still treating it like that today, then they may not see all these conversations where the devs are like tripling down on stuff, and the conviction that they have in their principles and their ideas. And so I can't blame people for that. But if people take the time to watch some of these streams, to watch some of these VODs and stuff like that, I think they'll see it like we see it, where they mean it. They mean it, and this is it. Like, this is the one,
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And that
Gives you
was
a little
good.
exposure.
That was
People
going to be. Oh, sorry.
No, people just need a little more exposure to the VODs and stuff, I think, and they would be convinced as well. I think some of the people who aren't convinced don't have enough exposure.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I hope that they iterate on as well. What's one thing you hope they iterate on, even if it's small, is that, yeah, I hope they just stick to the vision, stick to the principles. And I think, like Sean, who worked on EverQuest, he's often talked about in the past how, they had to make changes for the sake of necessity. I think he put it. He was talking to Super Bits and Bob one time, which is another one of my heroes in the space. Shout out to Super Bits and Bob
Really?
if you ever see
I
it.
haven't seen that one. Really?
Yeah, I think they had a conversation at one point. I don't know if it got taken down, but Sean and Super Bits actually
Oh,
talked. Yeah.
wow.
And so, but yeah, so Sean worked on Luclin, and that the argument is like, they started creating a bunch of stuff that they put as like in planes of power. Now you have the books, so you just click on the little book to take you to plane of knowledge, and you can go wherever, and you don't need a druid anymore to port you, or a wizard, or whatever. And I don't know where I land on that, but like I think he understands like the business decisions that were made at the time, the progress of the game, like what led to what. And I'm just saying, I trust the developers, I trust the team. Um, yeah. So if you could bottle up one message and send it to the devs, what would it be?
Man, this is corny, but it's just like what I would have said to Secrets, honestly. Um, I do miss the time back in the day. Put yourself as like a 10-year-old or whatever. Video games are coming out, whatever, Super Nintendo and 64, whatever, it might be PlayStation. And remember, just like you hear about a game, you don't hear about it too early. You hear about a game, oh, this game just came out, it's already out. Or you hear about a game, this is coming out next week or whatever. And you were just like, you just bought it blind. You were just like, that sounds cool. You saw a minute commercial on the TV, and you're just like, that sounds awesome. And you just got it. And how often, did you like actually complain about those games? You just played them. And nowadays, everything has just changed, and it is what it is. The cat's out of the bag or whatever, and everything's online. And this is part of the, yeah, I don't know, is almost contradicting to streaming the dev work, but maybe not if you're doing the right things. But you know, nowadays people try to change so much, and I don't want to. I don't want to change anything. I want the devs to work on their art piece. And if I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't. That's how games become great, like Zelda: The Ocarina of Time. I keep bringing this up, but that's a game that people look fondly on. Why? Because they did it great. Did anybody in the out there, did anybody complain about things and have them change things? Actually, the music in the Forest Temple got changed, but besides that, that's a deep cut for somebody. But did we have any influence on that game? No, it came out, we played it, and we were like, wow, this is one of the best games ever made.
Mhm.
And still to this day, it's heralded as that. I miss those days. They make
Mhm.
a game, you either like it or you don't, and if you don't, that's okay.
Yeah.
Now, maybe this is contradicting to like a live service game, because it's like, yeah, but you keep paying for it, and they have to go in directions. So maybe there is some contradiction there, but my message is the same as it was to Secrets. It's just like, I love what you're telling me. I love what I'm seeing through your streams and stuff. Keep that same energy. Um, don't go back on any of the core principles that you have. GMs are huge. We need the GMs, like at all costs, figure that out, prioritize that system. Um, it's hard for me to put a message in a bottle to them because I feel like they're giving us messages in a bottle in a way.
Yeah.
Like they are so convicted, like this. Like you said, they're tripling down on certain things that people are pushing back on, we don't know who these people are. Are you an EverQuest player? Are you a WoW player? Are you a Final Fantasy player? We don't know where your origin comes from necessarily. You're just a name in chat. No offense, and unless you introduce yourself and then say your question, but we don't know who's pushing back. We don't know where they come from. But make your game, make your art, and I have faith that it's going to be great. And if it's not, that's unfortunate. And you could always pivot. But my message to them is don't read our messages. Just do what you're saying you're going to do, I don't know.
Exactly. But we touched on this. They're excellent at filtering data. Not everything works. You can write down everybody's idea, and they could have a meeting and just be like, "Yeah, that's not going to happen," And I just got to thinking. Even now, it's like, I often ask the question. That's kind of my thing. Is like we're going back to the good old days, back to the golden age. Is it possible to recreate that magic like it was in the past? And I mean, you can't literally go back. I get that. The internet is the internet. We can't pretend like 20 years of MMO development didn't happen. Like, I understand that. And I don't know what the answer is, but like, it's like we have all this time of MMO development and all this stuff. And plus, like, we're in this age, it seems like, of like these scams and scandals and Kickstarter stuff that never goes anywhere and accepting money. Then you have these big established ones that are just so full of bloat and like, I mean, EverQuest Live, World of Warcraft now, Final Fantasy 14, like you name it. So, but I'm thinking in my mind, maybe the answer isn't to go back, but like to go and just like try to salvage what that soul was, that magic, and somehow create it in a newer kind of, like, one thing about, I guess what I'm trying to say is like just take those best parts and somehow transmit that to the future, and explore these different ideas. But yeah. So what was I trying to say? Sorry, I've been thinking about this for a while, and it's really interesting how Monsters and Memories feels like it feels old, but it feels new at the same time. And I know that doesn't make much sense, but they're definitely onto
That makes a ton of
something.
sense. Yeah.
They're definitely onto something. And yeah, I would say the same thing. If you were to throw that back at me, yeah, just stick to your vision, stick to your guns. Don't listen to all these nerds online. Yeah, don't read the messages, and it's great. Um, so yeah. And let's see here. So, what does Monsters and Memories need to do to become a forever game for you? You're very much established in EverQuest. Is it possible for you to put EverQuest not exactly on the back burner, but you know, for Monsters and Memories to be your main game and have EverQuest be your secondary?
I think it could. What does it need to do? Just keep doing what they're doing. I think it's on track, it's on pace to do that. It'll be interesting because I actually like group content. Group content is my favorite.
Mhm.
I raid. Raid is like end game. It's always looked at as end game. Raid, right? So you get the biggest, baddest stuff. You need the most people to do it. But I typically, personally, I'll raid one to experience it and experience the lore and stuff. But I take that gear and I like to go do like duo, trio, or single group stuff with it. You feel more powerful because you have all this great gear. You can do things that otherwise you couldn't. Like you see a non-rating group or a leveling group, and they're a full group doing something, and then you and your buddy can duo as like raiders, and you can go and do the equivalent of what they're doing just together. And you can get into shenanigans, or you can farm cool items or make money, and there's all these different things that you can do when you're stronger. So I I do like raids being in games. I know Monsters Memories is going against that, or not against that, but they're focusing on group content less than raid content. So I'm very curious. I guess that could be a worry. We could categorize that as a worry, like we spoke about earlier.
Yeah.
Um, because I'm not 100% sure how that's going to work out. I like the idea of it because I like to group, and they're saying like, you can get some of the best gear as a group doing challenging things. I do like the sounds of that,
Hmm.
but I would like to see that fleshed out, and I'm interested in how that's going to work, because it's not something that I can envision maybe as well as they can. Um, and to more specifically answer your question, yeah, I don't know, man. I think they've done enough. We're gonna see. They're gonna come out say June 1st. I'm gonna put EverQuest on the back burner, like you mentioned, and I'm gonna kind of raid log for a little while. And what I'm gonna be doing is I'll show up to my raids on EverQuest, and then instead of like leveling EverQuest characters on the side, I'm going to be leveling my Monsters and Memory characters on the side.
Hmm.
So that's what I plan to do. So and then when I get to max level, like let's see what there is. Like let's do some groups. Let's see what kind of targets we can get involved in. I mean, they already have multi-group targets, right? Like the bone construct, and like those are made for multiple groups. Maybe not a 72-man raid or a 40-man raid, but even World of Warcraft moved to like 10-man raids and stuff like that. 25-man raids. Even they got smaller scoped raids. It's just easier and more intimate, I guess.
Hmm.
Um, so I'm curious on where they land. And I think maybe my decision hinges on that. But regardless, I love my time in the world. I could just be in the world, not doing anything, and I'm still enjoying myself.
Yeah.
And I think there's like you always mention, it's there's so many games to play, and you only have so much time. But I'm
Yeah.
I'm with you thinking like I have time for two MMOs. That's about it. I don't
Yeah.
really have time for more than two. Um,
Yeah.
and I think just it being newer, like EverQuest, but newer. And 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 everything that they've told us in their streams, I think that's enough right now. But I still want to see what the end game is about because I really like. I was going to end with that, but I'll add this. I really liked New World when New World came out. I played multiple betas. I was pumped. I upgraded my computer. I was like, New World is it. And then I got into New World. I dropped 1,600 hours in New World in like 10 months.
Wow.
And then I just never played again because there was just nothing to do at the end game. And they kind of, I know that they pivoted. They were supposed to be like a PvP survival extraction or something. And then they were like, okay, no, actually, we're an MMO. And then they just never really came out with raid targets. They've got like one or two. Now, fast forward 5 years or 4 years, they got like two raid targets. They only ever had one PvP arena. Like they did add like group content, but it kind of wasn't enough. So I could see how that. I don't know. I would like to see what their vision is, but I can see how group content could not be enough.
Hmm.
Even though I love group content,
Yeah.
but they're two completely different games. You can't compare those two games. Um, anyways,
Yeah.
so
No,
yeah,
that's beautiful. Thank you. Yeah. And I'm kind of like, in my mind, I do love the idea of like duo, trio content, small group content, and you just kind of can progress through the world, have meaningful stuff, and do it. But yeah, in my mind, like I envision like the traditional rating of like, okay, we're all 60 now, let's band together and like do this really difficult fight that makes you stand out. I'm very hopeful for raid. I'm sorry, not raid, but raids, but also like epic weapons, epic armor that they've alluded
mm,
to. That's going to be very exciting. Like this iconic stuff that like heralds you as like, okay, this person has achieved like the most they could possibly do in this class. And I'm very excited for that. I'm very excited for all the mysteries and stuff in the world. Like the seeds are already planted. That floating castle in Vale of Zintar, and then even the castle and like that you can see from the city there. I love that so much. Um, yeah, so definitely the future is bright, and yeah, I'm curious to see how they tackle end game stuff because I feel like most people are going to be hungry for like those really difficult raids with the truly epic loot. And so what's your plan going to look like going into the game when it launches in June? Are you going to be racing for world first? Are you going to be like leveling multiple classes? Are you going to be just looking to get to 60 in raid, or just like enjoying the journey? I mean, obviously we're all going to be enjoying the journey. That's the most important thing. But like trade skills, crafting, are you going to hit the ground running with a group of your friends, a static group, or are you just yeah, basically what's your plan going into it?
I still have to convince my friends to play. Uh, and my friends in MMO spaces, like in my real life friends, are dwindling. There's only a couple hanging on to MMOs like I am. So I'll have to convince a couple of my buddies to play. Outside of that, I'll be playing with like the YouTube community and stuff. And like we've discussed, hopefully we can all end up on a server. I know my guild is gonna have a guild there. They do now. So it'll be interesting trying to get us all, so we could play with each other. That would be cool.
Yeah, I would love that. I would love for all the creators to kind of collab on one server. I think that's important. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that'll that'll make our lives easier as well. There was that whole incident with the WoW streamer server, but that's a whole nother beast. That's like a whole, like we're talking
Yeah.
tiny little pond over here. So, anyways, like I said, I'm gonna continue to raid. I'm like very much looking forward to Planes of Power on Quarm. That comes out in October. There's no way that I'm not doing that. So
Me as well,
I'm gonna
actually.
continue to raid, even if it's raid log. I'm gonna level my character on the side. So I'm not gonna be cutting edge. I'm not gonna be world first. Because I'll be spending time raiding, and I have a job and all that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna be trying to go as fast as I can in the time I have to give it, and I don't think I'll be that slow. I'm leaning so currently, and obviously don't hold this against me or anything, but or don't hold me to this quite yet. But I'm leaning towards Enchanter right now, maybe. So I'll be sought after in groups. Maybe I can just jump on for an hour in solo or something. I've been playing the Enchanter on EverQuest and enjoying that. We had a little sesh,
Mm.
and and for trade skills, you could do as many trade skills as you want. It's kind of like a New World in that sense, where you can do as much as you want. I think I'll pick a couple of them and do them. Maybe enchanting, along with being an enchanter. Maybe enchanting and also tailoring. Just a couple like that, and I'll focus on those. And I'm going to focus on one character to get it to 60. That's kind of how I am for my initial character, and then sometimes I become quite the altaholic, but I'm pretty good about getting that first one there. And then I'm sure I'll play more alts and stuff like that. But I want to get one there so that it opens up the world to me. If anything's going on, I can be part of it, and I want to be able to have that. So that's what I'm looking. That's what I'm looking at right now. But the class isn't set in stone or anything.
Okay, cool. Very cool. Yeah. I'm not, like I said, I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to go into it as. Part of me wanted to try cleric. Part of me wanted to try maybe like a tank eventually. Definitely a rogue, but yeah, I'm afraid I'm going to be playing at odd hours because, yeah, I have a job that's kind of very involved, and I can't, some people can devote a little bit of time at work, like on their lunch break or something, but I can't. I have to be dialed in. So, and then one option that I had is just to maybe like play like very early in the morning on Eastern time, or maybe just take time off or whatever, just kind of hit the ground running because I don't want to get left behind for sure. So yeah, I'm kind of just thinking, trying to gauge what everybody's doing. But like we talked about before, I'm at just the mercy of whoever happens to be on and feels like playing, because I don't have a lot of friends that are like, oh yeah, let's jump on the game. They're not really not into MMOs. I'm kind of in the same boat. So very cool, very cool.
I'm glad you mentioned it though, because I'm taking like at least a week off at launch. I always do that. That's where all my PTO goes. Like I like to travel and stuff, but it's complicated. Traveling is expensive and yada yada yada. So I do travel
Same.
sometimes, but for the most part, I accumulate a lot of PTO because I've been with my company for over 10 years. and so I'm like on the upper echelon of PTO. So like I'm able to, whenever something launches, I like to take time off. So a couple of the M&M play tests last year, I took, a long weekend, like 4 days off, just so I could like really focus on the play tests and stuff
Hmm.
like that. So I definitely on launch will take probably like at least like a week off. And
Same.
once it's like a for sure thing, it still could be pushed back at this point. So I'll wait to commit
Same,
on
yeah.
that.
Yeah, or just like those launches where like the servers are massively unstable. You spend all day like waiting to log
Yeah.
in. I hope we don't have to deal with that. That's my dream. And like I said, take everything I say with a grain of salt when it comes to like game development and stuff. But why haven't they figured out like some mega server now that can just sustain like, whatever. Yeah.
At the
So,
same time, we almost hope that's an issue, right? That means they're doing great.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. And it's cool to see like much bigger
Almost.
people in the space like Kungan kind of um
Yeah, that was
raise awareness for
that's
the game.
interesting.
That's very important. Yeah, that's
That's
really cool.
interesting.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think. I think this might be a lot of the stuff that I had. There's a couple fun little blurbs here at the end. Do you want to add anything more about Monsters and Memories? I want to ask you about your sort of content creation kind of headspace. It's interesting that you exist largely on YouTube. It's gonna be a rarity to have like Monsters and Memories stuff on YouTube, especially like streams or just like stuff because the majority of it is on Twitch. Um, but so, how do you balance like work, life, content creation, rating, actually playing the game? You seem like you've leveled up multiple classes to 60. You've done like hardcore runs. You're doing rating. You're also making videos. How do you balance all that? Do you have some kind of secret recipe? Um, some kind of habits that keep you consistent? Yeah, don't want to throw a bunch of stuff at you at once.
Sure. So scheduling wise, like outside of content creation, I guess just scheduling wise and how do I play the game a lot or whatever is yeah. So well, first and foremost, my girl has actually gotten into video games recently. She wasn't like traditionally a gamer, but actually I have New World to thank for this. And she became a beast when New World came out. So like, gaming was my thing, not her thing. She's more of like she likes the garden, she likes to cook and stuff like that, and travel and all that kind of stuff. And that's all stuff you can do at home though, except for the traveling part. The traveling thing you guys can do together on a vacation. But
Yeah.
so New World was coming out, and I know that she wasn't a gamer, but when she was young, she had played The Sims, like
Hmm.
everybody does, or whatever. And so I was like, you know what? There's this game coming out that I'm like gonna get really, really into because it's an MMO. But
Yeah.
like they were really like with New World, they were really spouting off about housing and customizing your houses and all this stuff. So that was a pitch I used to her. And I was like, they're really focusing on housing and stuff. And maybe this is like a way for us to play a game together or something like, you could be like super into housing, customizing and stuff. I didn't know what to expect fully, but it seemed pretty customizable. So she
Hmm.
tried it out and she loved it. She loved New World so much, and that was her only game. So she didn't see the flaws in it like I saw the flaws in it. So when I was like, "All right, this game sucks. I'm quitting." Like there's nothing else to do. Like everything's been done and they're not adding anything. It's time to go. She was like, "No, let's just do more of this." And I'm just like, I can only do so much of this." Anyways, long story short, she became a New World legend. She's got like
Dude,
she's
that's
stuck it
crazy.
out with all the whoever else, the other 10 people who kept playing this whole time.
Wow.
She's got like 6,000 hours in New World. It's insane.
Damn, dude, that's
For
crazy.
somebody who's not a gamer,
Wow.
she's not a gamer. She just played the game and was like, I actually like this game. And she made friends with people. And this is what's crazy is like it's pretty toxic, New World, because it's a PvP oriented game and there's a lot of wars and stuff like that. And so, what comes with that is like toxicity, of course. And somehow she's persisted through all of that and everything. Anyway, so that's part of it is she likes to game now too, and that allows me time to game as well.
Hmm.
So that's a big part of it. I wanted to spend time on that answer. So
How
credit to her.
how do you
And
feel?
outside of that,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was going to ask you, how does she feel about New World getting the plug pulled on them? Does she have any other plan now? Is she like? Does she have a void that she's kind of missing?
yeah, so she doesn't really play actually New World anymore. So she logged all those hours, and then the plug got pulled. And I told her the plug is probably getting pulled just based on vibes, and she was like kind of in denial a little bit. And then it happened, and then she's like, okay. And then like when it was official, so she's made, she has like a guild or whatever, and she's made friends like online. So she has her like online group of friends now,
Mm-hmm.
and they've moved on. They play like a ton of Valorant and stuff like that. So they've moved on to other games, and she jumps around games with them. And I always tried to get her to play World of Warcraft. I felt like that was like a medium because I was like, all right, you're super into New World, and she's all about graphics. Like I could give two shits about graphics,
Yeah.
obviously,
Yeah.
right? I'm all about like Diablo 2 and not Resurrected, the old one, and then EverQuest and all this stuff. And then she's all about New World because she loves the graphics and all of that. And this other stipulation with her that I'll say is she hates not being a human. It's really weird. She just wants to be a human. She hates
Dude, that's
other
me.
like
I'm the same way. Yeah.
she hates it. She just wants to be a human. She's like everything else is ugly. They look weird. They're aliens or whatever. So, anyways,
Don't underestimate the
so
human
she
race.
like New World for all of those reasons.
Yeah.
And then so I was like, okay. She's like, she watched me play EverQuest, and she's like, how do you play that game? She's like, all the typical stuff. Like, it looks like you're not even doing anything. You're just standing there or you're just sitting there. What's going on? It looks so bad. And then I was like, okay, well, how about World of Warcraft? Maybe that's something we can play together and that I'll actually still play. If you play, I'll play kind of thing. But she won't even touch WoW. She's just like, it looks so stupid. And I was just like, all right, whatever. But anyways, I forgot why I brought that up. I forgot what the
Oh no, I was just asking you.
about.
Yeah, how does she feel about New World basically going away? So that's cool. She's got a friend group she plays
Yeah.
with and other games that she enjoys,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's cool. Maybe one day
So
we
we don't
can.
play the same games. She turned into a gamer, but we
Yeah,
don't. She moved on, but she won't play what I play.
I got you. I got you. Yeah, no, I understand. I kind of feel the same way. Miss Heim is into Valheim and like some. She likes crafting survival kind of co-op stuff, but not with like other people in the world. Like she just wants it to be just me and her co-op. So, but yeah. So
Couch co-op.
yeah, that's fun. We've been
But
playing
in
this.
the dedicating time or whatever.
Oh no, I
I'm
was just
sorry.
gonna
Go ahead.
say we've been playing this split fiction. Actually, it's pretty cool. We've been kind of going hard on some couch co-op on the side. So fun game. But anyway, what were
All
you
right.
saying?
All right. Back on like the scheduling thing, I'm like one of those guys who I get like very into one game and
Hmm.
then I just like play that game.
I love that
So
though.
like if
I
I'm like
love the
really into,
focus.
yeah, I think that helps me with the altaholic syndrome as well. Is like I'm okay with like I get on one character and I play it a lot. Um, but YouTube's helped me play alts more, I guess, because like it's hard to just play the same character. There's only so much. You're just gonna farm, like you're just gonna farm every day. What are you doing? So
Hmm.
there's that. So YouTube's helped me with that. But yeah, so I get really into EverQuest. I love EverQuest. I play it. If I ever take a break, it's tough because then I'll just disappear for a month or something because a break to me means I'm like super into another game or something, and I can't. When after work, you come home from work. It's been 10 hours since you've been at home last, and you have a little bit of time, and you're like, you're this other game is just really calling to you. So I get stuck on games like that. But EverQuest has been good for me. I like it, and the community helps, and YouTube helps me stay on track, I guess.
The community is amazing, and I'm not a part of like a bunch of communities per se, but the community in EverQuest specifically is incredible. And yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I'm happy to be part of it and enjoy the game, and you know, okay, awesome. And so, do you, as a content creator yourself, What advice would you give to someone who, let's say, they're really passionate just like us. They've been waiting for a game like this their whole life. And it could be anything. It could be Pantheon when that comes out. It could be Adrullan Online Adventures. It could be whatever game. Let's say they've kind of been on the fence for a while. They've been afraid to hit the record button or the stream button, whatever. And let's say they're like, okay, Monsters and Memories is coming out. I'm all about it. This is going to be my game. I'm going to make content for it. Just from all the years that you've been doing what you're doing, what advice would you give to someone who wants to start creating content in a very niche game and actually stick with it?
Sure. I've got some couple of things. One is like start now, start today. Especially if you're planning on something that's coming out in the future, like say Monsters and Memories or something like that. Um, Start today, and you don't have to go live. You don't have to post your videos. Just make your videos and just get used to it, get in the routine of it. You'll get better even if you're not posting them. You'll get better even if you're not going live to an audience. Even if you're, say you're going live and nobody's showing up, that's okay. You're practicing and you're able to practice without pressure, really. And definitely do that. You could watch your own footage. Like if you record a video, you could watch your own footage, and you can like critique yourself a little bit. Don't be too hard on yourself, but you can learn from it for sure. And another idea is like don't go all in right away. I'm in no form a professional or anything, or like have all the knowledge, but definitely some background noise here. Definitely like keep your day job or whatever and do it as a hobby. Do it as a hobby. Make sure you like it. All these kinds of things. Don't don't rely on it straight away. I'm not saying a bunch of people think that, they're just going to win the lottery and be a basketball player when they grow up or whatever it is. But, just start at it as a hobby and don't stress on it. Like I see a lot of people out there, a lot of like new YouTubers or new whatever, and they're kind of like stressing on viewership and stressing on all these kinds of things. Like
Yeah.
do it because you love it, do it because you like it, do it because you enjoy it,
Mm,
do it because of the community and the friends you made along the way, as corny as that does sound.
mm.
Do it for these reasons, and if something comes from it, then it does. Also, a third thing is like be realistic. Monsters and Memories probably has like a larger ceiling for sure, even though it is still indie and niche. um but like EverQuest, for instance, like this, YouTube is just a hobby for me. I started making videos for myself, and I wanted to record my adventures and my times, and I could go back and look on them. It's evolved into something else, but at the end of the day, you be realistic and you realize that like something like EverQuest has a very very low ceiling. There's only so many EverQuest players. Like it's not like World of Warcraft where there's like millions and millions and millions of players, and then they're coming and going and all of this stuff. It's EverQuest. It's very old. It's very, very niche. And the crowd is like older. It's like an older crowd. Uh, you know, Kids sell is a saying. So, we don't have too many kids in our game. And so just be realistic about it. It's a good place to hang and chill and have a great time. I'll bring up Level Up Larry, for instance. That guy could be making tons of money. He could be making so much money if
Yeah.
he wanted to do content creation for another game, but he doesn't. He loves EverQuest. EverQuest is his game.
Yeah.
He's got his day job or whatever,
Hmm.
but his production is so
Yeah.
insane, like the
Absolutely.
best out there.
Yeah.
He's got better
Incredible.
production than probably 99% of YouTube or
Yeah.
Twitch.
Yeah.
But he loves EverQuest and he does it because he loves it. And it's sad at the end of the day. He's not going to make too much money on it, but that's not his goal. So know what your goals are. And even if your goal is to make money, take it slow. Start out slow, make it a hobby. And I think Asmongold maybe once said, like, you need to make sure, like, when your hobby is making, more money than your job, that's when you quit your job. But I don't know. Hopefully all of that made sense. Like EverQuest isn't going to do it. Now, if you just want to do it like for what I do it for, like I'm not here trying to make money. I'm not making money on YouTube. Um, I'm doing it because I enjoy the community, and that's basically it. For the memories, for the adventures, like a little bit. I don't want to like say this but it's kind of like a civil service almost. Like honestly, I guess I'm just gonna like move into like why did I even start YouTube?
Mm-hmm.
And one, it was for the memories, but I also started because the way I am is if I'm playing a game, I told you like I get into a game and then I'm like all about that game. So, I'm playing EverQuest, and when I'm playing EverQuest, I like to watch EverQuest content creators on my second monitor. Helps me justify sitting here playing for hours. Is like I'm multitasking. So people will sit on the couch and watch TV for hours. Well, I'm watching TV, aka YouTube, and I'm playing a game, and I'm chatting with like real life homies. I'm trying to multitask, and I'm trying to justify spending time at my desk. So when I'm playing EverQuest, I like to watch EverQuest. When I get into it, like a Diablo bug, maybe there's a new season of Diablo that drops, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to play this for like a little while. I'll start picking up the Diablo content creators and watching their thing, and I think a lot of people are like that. It's not just me. I think a lot of people are like that. And so, anyways, I was like really into P99 a while ago, a long while ago, and I was looking around, and I felt like all of like the content creators had like stopped. Right? We talked about Michael Shenanigans. We were name dropped Michael Shenanigans earlier, and then there was like a Rectu, the enchanter, and there's even
Mm-hmm.
like Perry Love Whistle, and the Mighty Don Mega. And I mean, I'm just throwing names out. These are all guys who make YouTube EverQuest videos, and even Super Bits and Bob. And there's all these guys, and they kind of, who knows? Life happens. They got busy, but they kind of fell off. And I feel like there was this lull. There was a gap in my heart, or whatever you said earlier about New World, my girl. But there was like a void. There was a void in my heart, and I was like, man, I was like, there was an ogre guy. So ogre guy, he was making videos, and I was like, this is like the only dude still making videos. Shout out ogre guy. And I was like, man, where is all the videos? And I was like, okay, I understand it's EverQuest, and almost nobody plays EverQuest in the grand scheme of things, but if there were more, I would watch them. And then I was looking at ogre guy, and I was like, I was watching ogre guy, and I was going through his like, I was commenting, trying to be a good YouTube viewer, and I was liking, and I had subscribed, and I was liking his videos, and I was like, dropping comments like, oh, that's cool, nice item, or grats on your ding, or whatever, just trying to be a good viewer. And I was looking through the comments, and I was watching his videos, and like he would just and shout out to ogre guy. He's actually like the straw that broke the camel's back in me actually making YouTube videos. It was him. And I was looking at it, and I was like, man, he just logs in after work. He's talking about like what he ate, how his work day was, what he ate for lunch, what he's gonna eat for dinner,
Wow.
like something that happened at work, like some shenanigans or whatever. And I was like, and I love every minute of it. I'm eating that up. Like I want more. Like make more videos, ogre guy. You know what I mean? Like I need more. As simple as it sounds. Like he didn't have to like he doesn't use a face cam. So he didn't need to be like jumping all over the place, being super excitable, yelling at his screen. I didn't need any of that. We're the older crowd too, EverQuest. So I didn't need any of that kind of stuff, even though that's, I enjoy some of that as well. I use the
Mm-hmm.
face cam. I think there's value to it. But he keeps it simple, and I loved it. And I was like, man, I think I could do that too. I can go to work, come home, do what I'm already doing, playing EverQuest, flip on the camera or the recorder, and just I don't know, just whatever. I'll just talk about my day like he does. I was looking in the comments, and people were like me. They were eating it up, and I was like, this is the only guy out there at this time, in this place and time. I was like, everybody else is like stopped. I was like, he's like the only one out there. So shout out to ogre guy. I saw that, and I was like, I could do this too. And so I had made a couple of videos before. I actually had streamed on Twitch, like, I don't know, a couple times before. Like, I think I maybe have told you, like the last time I was live on Twitch was like 2016 or something.
Wow.
But I had made a couple of videos. So like I knew about OBS, but I just took to YouTube. I watched some videos. I was like, all right, this is how you do it. And I just flipped on the recorder and I was like, I'm just going to post this and whatever happens, happens. And naturally, over time, people showed up, people come, people go. You do notice that other people do it. People will show back up after a year and be like, yo, I started playing EverQuest again. What's going on, man? Long time no talk. So it's how it works. Like people quit EverQuest or take a break. And then they also stop watching your videos sometimes. It's just the ebbs and the flows of everything. But that's how it started. And now there's like a community around it, Now I go to work and I go to my 10-minute break. I like walk around like the neighborhood around my work to get a little exercise in because I sit down a lot at work. So I'll take my break and I'm just looking at my phone. I'm just answering comments. It puts a smile on my face. People watch the video that I put out that morning and I'm going on my breaks and I'm like replying to people's comments. And I really, truly like the interaction. And I think I would love to stream like you do. Um, I just find it, I don't know, I just find it difficult. And we've talked about that too.
Yeah.
Like, you have great stamina. And I know you said Quados has like unrivaled stamina, but I fear for my stamina. And then I can, oftentimes I live with roommates and, they're always doing stuff and the noise they make and stuff kind of bothers me. Production value, not that
Yeah.
it's that great to begin with, but anyways,
Yeah.
long answer. But tied all that in there.
That's beautiful. I love it. And I'm just thinking about the early days of EverQuest YouTube, I guess you want to call it, where it was just guys without a face cam, just turning on their camera and talking about life, and yeah, and I think, Super Bits and Bob was the one, like, it was my early inspiration for me. Kazrax would emulate that and kind of try to do videos like that back in the day and whatnot. And but yeah, and I guess streaming is the quote unquote natural evolution of all that, but it's very different to watch a VOD of a live stream where the person is talking to the chat that you're not a part of because it happened like, 20 hours ago or whatever. So yeah, but yeah. So with me, at least the VODs are on YouTube for posterity, but I do like the specific YouTube content that you can just watch is stream of consciousness, about an hour and a half. It's great. I love it. So very, very cool.
There's definitely a place for both. And I think they play off of each other. And there's got to be some sort of fine balance of doing a little bit of each.
Hmm.
Um, or you clip, or you end up clipping streams, which takes a ton of work, absolute ton of work. I know you've done some, and it just takes so much work to do stuff like that. Um, but I mean,
Yeah.
how much do you love it, I guess, and how much time do you actually have? But I think they definitely there's a world where they coexist. Um, yeah, and play off of each other. Another thing I want to tie in is like how we said it's like the Renaissance. We're back to the golden age of MMOs now. Since I started making videos, Pantheon went to early access and exploded. We got Ashes of Creation out now, or kind of, which was in the works for a very long time. Monsters and Memories is starting to do a bunch of tests. Quarm came out, P99 Green came out. Like all of these things have happened since I had these initial thoughts. Like, where did everybody go? Where did all the EverQuest players go? It's just Ogre Guy. And then I started doing stuff, and then all of these events have happened. P99 Green, a bunch of TLPs were just popping off nonstop. Some of the most popular TLPs of all time. Like I said, all those other games that I listed, and old school RuneScapes had like a resurgence. Like all kinds of stuff is going on,
Yeah.
and now like and this has affected EverQuest as well. Like a bunch of people are playing EverQuest, maybe waiting for these other games to actually launch or to stop resetting characters or whatever. And I feel like suddenly we're not starving forever. There's a good amount of people doing like EverQuest content now. It's good to see. It's good to see. But yeah, there was and maybe we'll tie this in later. But yeah, I was going to mention something, but there's a point in time where there wasn't a lot going on, and that was I was trying to do a civil service of like people want more. Let me try to just give them more and see what happens. And I've just learned along the way. Anything I've learned, I just looked it up on YouTube and tried to emulate it or imitate it
Yeah.
and figure it out.
That's awesome. And it gives me hope too. You mentioned the other day, like I always assume everybody coming from EverQuest like did everything back in the day. They're true veterans, true professionals just coming in. And I'm still learning. I haven't been to a lot of the zones. I get lost in some expansions, whatever. It gives me hope. You mentioned you learned all that stuff just kind of playing on the emulated servers, kind of more recently-ish, if you will. So
Yeah.
that's really cool.
Yeah, definitely P99. I was a full-blown adult, in my 20s by the time P99 was around. And yeah, so as a kid, I played back in the day like you did, or like anybody, most other people were quite young. Um, and so like I mentioned way like hours ago in this podcast, I wasn't I didn't have it there, to figure everything out like I do as a full-blown adult. And so yeah, on P99, I was able to sit down and be like, I fully understand everything and I know I have the tools to learn and I'm not scared. I'll figure it out. I'll get my corpse back if I die, all these different things. And yeah, I learned way more on like say P99 than I ever did back in the day for sure.
That's awesome. Um, just real quick, if we have time, I was curious what your thoughts were on Adrullan Online Adventures. That's another very EverQuest like heavily inspired game that I think you might be interested in if you gave it a go. I was just curious if that's on your radar at all.
Yeah. So they just did that play test. I like surprise play test. As the time of this recording, it was like 2 weeks ago, maybe,
Hmm.
or what have you. I didn't get in on that one. It was a surprise. I worked all weekend. It was just like, what are you going to do?
Yeah,
But the one before that was announced ahead of time. I just happened to have it off, I think. I did actually do a couple of, it was like, man, how long ago was that? That was like 8 months ago at this
I
point,
think
but
yeah, July, something like that. Yeah.
something. Yeah. And in fact, I think that's where YouTube finally threw you on my algorithm
Oh,
was
cool.
during that play test. Yeah, so I think I popped into your stream for like the first time during that play test, I think. I streamed that play test actually. I actually did an actual stream
Nice.
on that play test. And I did a couple like standalone videos as well for that play test. And that was my first experience. I had logged in. I did log in back when it was EverCraft. Yeah. I downloaded it. I logged in. I looked around and I was like, okay. And then I didn't really log in again until that play test like 8 months ago. And I gave it a go. I made an ogre. I started over there, and it was cool. I like some of the things they're doing. I like that people like it a lot. Like I feel like they were getting uh, more buzz than even Monsters and Memories, and I was very surprised by that because personally, I like Monsters and Memories better. It's more my speed, and I like you have never been into. I guess it's called voxel. I don't know. I've learned that from you. I have no idea, but I've never been into like Minecraft looking stuff or anything. Like I think I was too old when that came around, and I say that, but I know people my age that play it, so maybe that's not a real thing. But I feel like it kind of like I feel like a lot of kids were playing that the generation after me. I feel so I was never into that, and I never got into it. I never really understood it fully, but yeah. But it enables them to do some stuff. I think it's very cute, if I can use that word. And I think they've done some cool things, like the slide that you saw the other couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing idea. Very great idea. Um, and a couple of the other things that they have going. Very, very cool. I think the art looks cool, even though I don't know if I would want to like fully invest in a game that looks like that. Some of the systems they have are cool. I like the some of the interactables that they have and like the honey on the tree, I think,
Mhm.
and stuff like that. My playtime's pretty limited. Block Burrow, legendary name. I don't even think
Yeah,
it's the
yeah.
official name, but that's hilarious.
Yeah. I haven't
That's
got
where
a
I
chance.
started. So it's by the ogres, and I started right there.
Oh, cool. I haven't got a chance to check it out. I was curious about finding it. I couldn't find it during the playtest, but it's on
Yeah,
my
it's like
list of.
outside the ogre town, so up
Oh,
north or whatever.
cool. Cool.
One thing that I just couldn't get over though was like the movement speed. I just could not get over how slow it is.
Oh, yeah.
It feels so slow.
Yeah, a lot
Obviously,
of
you can get a so or something, but
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know. The base run speed could use the slightest of bumps. But the crafting seemed cool. It seems like they're really on spot with the crafting. I didn't get into it too much, but I looked around and I saw other people doing it and stuff. That seemed really cool. I did like some of the music that they had. Some of the music was nice. Very different than say like Monsters and Memories. They're going like different directions with it,
Hmm.
but I appreciate it equally in its own ways and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now we come down to time, right? So you've said Monsters and Memories 1, Adrullan Online 2, and then EverQuest is like there, and it will always be there, and it'll never go away, kind of thing. So it's not like it doesn't need to be prioritized. It's always there, and I can feel that. Um, I don't know though. I almost rather play Pantheon than Adrullan Online. I think I don't know. It didn't grab me like it grabbed most other people. It grabbed a lot of people. Like I said, I think the buzz was higher than Monsters and Memories. It just didn't grab me like that. I enjoy it. I'm glad it exists. I'm glad everybody likes it.
Mhm.
There's stuff about it I like. Um,
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
but I guess I stress on time. I stress on time, and I'm like, I'm going to dump all this time into Monsters and Memories, and I cannot abandon Quarm.
Yeah,
Not that I need to, but I like spending time on Quarm. So I'm already going to be splitting Monsters and Memories and Quarm, and I just don't see me fitting it in.
I got you. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I was just very curious because there's heavy, heavy EverQuest inspiration. So I had to get your
Yeah,
perspective. Um,
I do like it. And that's not to say I won't pop in here or there, but if it required a sub or something like that, I'm not sure that I would maintain a sub and stuff like that. But I do enjoy popping in on the playtests and stuff.
okay. Awesome. Awesome. Sorry if you see me looking around. I'm waiting on my cat to knock down these EverQuest boxes. They're like just very lightly
Yeah.
propped. All right. Okay, just
I'm somehow behind them. Yeah.
last couple things here, just to wrap up. Couple fun questions. So let's say that Daybreak came to you. Let's say you were forced to change your name from Classic EverQuest. What would you change it to? Do you have an idea? Do you have a fallback plan? What would your logo and theme be if you had to rebrand? Like worst case scenario, Daybreak arrived and pulled a THJ on you.
Dude, I wish. Anybody out there watching this, put in the
By the
comments
way,
ideas. I
dude,
should do a poll.
do you know what would happen if you just die on that hill, get your channel deleted, everything gone? Like you would be a hero. You would be a hero if you didn't cave. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, yeah. So let's just hypothetically speaking, if you and I think you mentioned this before too. I think Sean or someone said like, dude, I'm surprised that you have that name. Like, how did you get that name? I'm surprised they haven't asked you to change it. I'm just speculating, but it's an amazing name.
Yeah, and Sean was like, you're gonna have to change it because I started when Quorum was down for 6 weeks or whatever it was, I was pumping Monsters and Memories. Luckily, like I said earlier, they had two play tests during those 6 weeks. Somehow it just aligned perfectly, and I was just pumping right there for Monsters and Memories, and then Sean was like, dude, you're gonna have to change your name to something other than Classic EverQuest because like you're doing all this Monsters and Memories stuff. But so I'm so bad with creativity that a lot of people have like a calling card. Like you have Slayheim, and big shout out to your variations of such. One
Oh,
being
thanks.
like Slay Him. Absolutely love it for a bard.
No, thanks. No one's ever
Genius. I love
recognized
it.
that before. Thank you.
It's so good. It's so good. Um, so stuff like that. I've never had a calling card. Even some of my like real life buddies, they go by the same name always, and I've just never done that my entire life. Every time I make a character, it's got a new random name, and so that's always been how I am. And then, a lot of times, depending on what game you're playing or whatever, like everything is taken. Like almost everything is taken. So if you don't have like a random calling card or alias or whatever you want to call it, like, what do you do? Right. So like, I'm trying to think of anything. I'm not even joking you. I've like looked around the room and I'll just be like, oh, there's a water bottle. And like, that's my name. Like
That's
I just want to get in the game. Like
see, you keep it.
sometimes I find myself sitting there for like 30 minutes
Yeah,
trying to think of a name. And I'm like, I just want to play, you know?
I get the
So I've
same
never
way.
like valued that. But then I got into the YouTube space and it's probably more important than ever, probably. Um, Now, with that being said, sometimes, yeah, I wish it wasn't my name. I kind of like, Cynical, that's another shout out, Cynical. I didn't mention him earlier. He's still going like 10 years later doing EverQuest videos. But, he pointed out that it's an ingenious name because if anybody goes to YouTube and types in classic EverQuest, I pop up because that's my name. And I was like, okay, marketing wise, that is it's pretty spot on. Like my stuff, if you Google classic EverQuest, my video thumbnails pop up and links to my videos and stuff. So that is pretty like, that makes sense. And it wasn't taken, believe it or not. Like, I mean, it's not EverQuest, it's classic EverQuest. But yeah, it wasn't taken like on YouTube. It's at classic EverQuest. But I don't know. I did it because it is what it was. And like I said, when I started, there was a massive lull where Ogre Guy was like the only dude posting videos and Cynical. And I was just like, I don't have a name or a calling card. But all I'm going to do, this channel is dedicated to classic EverQuest, not EverQuest, is dedicated to classic EverQuest. And mind you, when I made this name, it was at a time before P99 Green, before THJ, before Project Quarm, before like all of these other iterations that have become popular EverQuest iterations. It was before all of that. So it truly was like another time. And I was like, it is what it is. It's just classic EverQuest. If people want to see classic EverQuest, that's what I'm going to try to show. And then, it's changed obviously since then. And then I've added Monsters and Memories and other stuff. So I would love for that kind of not to be my name anymore. But what do you do at this point? You know what I mean? Like it's been
Yeah.
years now and it's still the main focus of my channel. And I don't really have interest in putting anything else out there. And like you've kind of been talking about recently too, and other people as well, other people making videos, is that YouTube hates variety. So you do kind of want to like pigeonhole yourself a little bit. But I think Monsters and Memories and EverQuest are kind of fine to couple together, I think.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, absolutely. And
so,
actually, just a
but other
fun
than that,
fact.
those are all I'm really interested in, anyways.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say I went down the rabbit hole on this, and I was like, why can I not put Monsters and Memories as a game for this category on this video that I'm making?
Oh, yeah.
You only have the option. I think even if you leave it blank, YouTube will automatically put EverQuest or World of Warcraft Classic
EverQuest? Yeah.
for anything Monsters and Memories related. But is this whole thing they have to prove to YouTube that there's a game? They have to. It's like a whole thing to get like the game added, so like YouTube can actually use that in their search or whatever. So yeah, like right now, as of the recording of this, there is no Monsters and Memories game that you can set a video to on YouTube. And I often get it. That's why actually I get asked like, "Hey, is this EverQuest? Like, what is this? What is this? What game is this?" So anyway, yeah. Sorry to go on that tangent
That's
there.
probably helping me out by accident. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, very cool. Yeah, no, I've always been interested in the idea of variety. Play everything like yeah, horror games. I'm into a bunch of random stuff, but I think lately I'm gonna make a hard pivot towards just pretty much EverQuest, Monsters and Memories, some Adrullan, and yeah. You never know. There might be some other banger out there just cooking that nobody knows about. Some crazy indie MMO that some solo developer is developing that's just gonna blow us all away. You never know. But
Hey, that could be Adrullan Online and or Monsters and Memories. I mean, EverQuest is 26 years old, so like I said earlier, the ceiling is low, but that's not the case for these other games that are coming out. The ceiling is much higher on those games. So who knows what's going to happen? It's going to be crazy. You never know. Those games come out, they blow up, and then it's like, hey, this dude's been making videos on this for 2 years already, even though the mass majority of people just heard about it and are just getting involved. You've already been, a staple in the space. So yeah, I mean, I think, EverQuest has a low ceiling, but that's just EverQuest. Like everything else, who knows what it could be? It could be great. I think it's going to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
But what would I change my name to? That's like the other question. That's like the follow-up question. I don't know. I don't know. I would like to keep classic in it because everybody just calls me classic. Like people don't really call me classic EverQuest. They just call me classic. And then my Necromancer's name is just classic as well. And so people just be like, hey, classic, blah, 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 blah. So then, I'd probably like to keep classic in the name, and then just add a different second word instead of EverQuest, like, who knows, classic MMOs or
Yeah.
maybe something a little more personal than that. It doesn't have to be like so broad, but like I said, I'm not very good at coming up with stuff. I'd leave it to the community for someone to suggest something that sounds good. I don't know.
That's cool. Okay, very cool, very cool. And so what do you have going on next? Like, do you have anything coming down the pipeline that you're cooking or that you're excited about? I often talk about the Luclin lore video for part two. Actually, there's yeah. So, but yeah, do you have anything exciting coming down the pipeline? Obviously, we're all excited for early access launch for Monsters and Memories, and I know you mentioned you're going to be Luclin raids are getting ready to come out. Planes of Power is getting ready to come out. Got maybe a couple other characters in the works.
Hmm. Yeah. So I had my first Luclin raid yesterday. It's out now. There's still plenty of more raid targets. We're gonna hit some targets tonight, and so I'm looking forward to doing the other targets. It's not on farm quite yet. It's actually now progression since it's our first time on the server and all these characters. So it's not as smooth and stuff. Not to say we're wiping or anything, but you're learning along the way. And for a lot of these people, they haven't experienced Luclin or Planes of Power. They've come from P99 or from back in the day, and then like a lot of people, they quit before experiencing these expansions. So down the line, I want to show off some of the raids. I might take some inspiration from Ion Blaze and not to do a 13-hour movie or anything like that, but maybe I can do like an hour, not movie. I don't want to call it a movie, but like an hour-long video where I go through all of the raid targets of Luclin. Once I've done them all and I can have video footage of them all, maybe I can chop them up in like a progression type of way and then speak over it after the fact and not like live during the recording. I could record it ahead of time and then speak over it and be like, this is what we're doing, this is what we did, and these are the bosses we killed and everything. And just kind of like put that out there. So I think that's something I want to do. I did record our raid last night, which was SSRA or Temple of Shraza, however you say it. And so, that's one in the bag. So I'll record the other raids and then I'll look into putting something like that together. The lore videos are great. I really enjoy doing them. They take a lot of time. I mentioned I did a talk about it in like one of the video. I think it was the video like I was in the car. One of the members only videos where I'm just blabbing in the car, and I talked about how like other people do lore videos and then they burn out. Man, am I eating my words, dude? Doing a lore video burns you out.
Yeah. Wow.
But I enjoy it. I just need some time, and it takes so much time to put it all together. And honestly, from just like somebody who doesn't do videos and stuff like that, when they're just watching it on there, they're just like, okay, he talked for an hour, thumbs up, big deal. But no, it takes a lot of time.
It's a
And
lot of
there's,
work.
an hour of talking was actually an hour and 45 minutes of talking. And then it gets scrunched down into an hour with like retakes and mispronunciations and gaps in
Oh,
between words
yeah.
and whatever it may be, right? And then you're overputting music that pertains to the scenes and maybe sound effects or whatever. And then you're putting in I don't have to tell you this, but for everybody, and then you're putting in like video footage also that pertains to what you're talking about or you're trying to. It takes a very long time, and so a 1 hour video turned into 16 hours of work or whatever it is. And it's tough, especially when you have an addiction to playing the game itself. And then you're like, well, I got to not play today because I need to work on this video. And as much as I want to, it's a balance. And so, anyways, I'm gonna do that. I'm looking forward to it. I've started it. Actually started it a long time ago. But I have a lot of work to do on the second installment of the Luclin lore. It should be a 4-part series. There's going to be a lot of overlap because the first one's kind of like a general lore, and then the second one's supposed to be about the cities. But the first one mentioned, it mentioned the cities in the lore. So, but it's going to be more of a deep dive on the cities. So there is a little overlap, but I am looking forward to the other 3 parts of it, and I will get them done. So I just got to work on that. So those will come eventually. Those are not dead. They are coming. Like you mentioned, so we did the raids that we're going to continue to play. We got the alts going. I'm kind of playing 3 alts right now. I have a ton of alts, but I'm kind of playing 3 of them right now. We got the Enchanter, and we played, you and I did. So I'll put a video out of our session that'll come out like later on. I look to play the Enchanter some more. I actually got some requests to play the Enchanter, surprisingly enough. Still working on the Ranger, having fun with the Ranger. And then I have a new challenge I've been working on, a new challenge character. So I've actually recorded probably 6 or 7 videos of this challenge character already, and I just haven't announced it yet. I can kind of cheat and announce it right here, right now, because by the time people see this recording, one of the episodes will be out already. It's coming out soon. It's going to come out in a couple days. But I actually started a solo self-found Shadow Knight, and that's it. So I'm on the journey of being the solo self-found Shadow Knight. And with Luclin coming out now, which wasn't out with my last self-found character, is Luclin introduced a lot of like newbie class quests for gear. And so that's something additional that I can do. I'm trying to focus on farming gear and doing these newer newbie quests and farming all the different pieces. It's a lot of little pieces everywhere, and you can like turn them all in and you can get your gear and stuff like that. And so that's the focus of it. It's a struggle. Since I'm already 6 or 7 episodes deep, I can tell you that it's a major struggle, but we're doing good. And so yeah, solo self-found Shadow Knight series. Those should be pretty consistent uploads because, like I said, I already have 6 or 7 of them, and number 1 hasn't even debuted yet. So that should be a pretty good one. So we're going to work on that as well as those other characters, and then some rating footage, and that's and the lore video. And so that's what we have to look forward to. And then obviously Monsters and Memories stuff when it comes out, and then in June when the EA comes out, Monsters and Memories stuff. So that's definitely on the horizon.
Very cool. Very cool. Thank you so much for sharing all that. Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very excited for all that to come out. That's amazing. And yeah, so and finally, I kind of like to end with this. Is just what's one thing that your community may or may not know about you outside of EverQuest? It could be something fun, something silly, some fun hobby or fun fact that you don't have to share if you don't feel like it. It's totally optional.
What most people do know, and maybe not, I'll add a couple things that maybe people do know, and I'll try to find something people don't know while I talk about it. But most people know I live in like Southern California. I've lived here my whole life, born and raised, all that. Very proud of it, even though it's expensive and it can kind of be a dump sometimes. Very proud of California. But I met Sendrith. That was cool. That's a buddy of mine. Anybody listening, if you go to my page and you look at like community posts, I posted a picture. We met up.
Cool.
For those of you who know Sendrith EQ, shout out to Sendrith.
Shout out to Sendrith.
We grew up. We're around the same age, and we grew up in neighboring cities, like directly next door, a few miles away from each other.
Oh wow!
And he came back. He lives in China, but he came back, and I met up with him, and we took a picture. So there's a picture of us on my community post. That was super cool. And something fun that they may not know. I'm 6'4". You can't really tell because I sit in a chair.
Yeah.
Every time you see me, I'm sitting in a chair. But yeah, I'm tall, I guess. And
Nice.
something you may notice or you may pick up on that maybe you didn't notice is I'm actually colorblind. So sometimes you'll see me like I'll con something and I'll be like, is that like, I might get the con wrong on like mobs in the distance,
Wow.
because a lot of things, I'm like mildly colorblind. It's not that bad. And as I've gotten older, I've like learned to adjust to it, to like, keep it at bay. But like I always tell people, like, you give me a box of crayons that has 8 colors, I'm going to ace that. But we start moving on to the 16 color crayon box or the 24 color crayon box, you start losing me when the colors start meshing together and stuff like that. So it's hard to explain to someone who's not colorblind, but that's basically how it works for me. And then lighting is huge. And I mean, it's for everybody. When it's dark outside, you kind of see almost in black and white, not really, but kind of. And so for me, if I'm looking at something and it's very dark, it's harder for me to pick up on like what color something might be than for somebody else. So, you know how EverQuest is, it's very dark. And so I might see something and I might call it the wrong color. That happens. And the people are like, what is wrong with you? That's clearly whatever color. And I'll be like, oh, yeah, my bad. So maybe people have picked up on it here or there, but for the most part, it's not that bad for me. I got most colors down, but
Interesting. Wow. Thanks for sharing all that. So you're a basketball fan. I have to ask, I'm not a huge sports person, but what do you think about the debate, Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant? Who is the GOAT from your expertise as a
I'm going to throw
basketball
you a
fan?
curveball.
And I don't know Jack,
This will
so
blow up your comment section too. Ready? Here goes the comments. But so I'm a diehard Kobe fan. That was the first time somebody died, like a celebrity. I'm not into celebrities. I've never been like, oh my gosh, it's a celebrity that I live in California. You see celebrities sometimes if you're in LA. I've just never been the type. And I feel like it's less and less nowadays as it was like maybe in the 90s and so on. People like were just like goo goo gaga over celebrities. Now everybody on TikTok's a celebrity or whatever. But I've just never been like that. But when Kobe died, that actually hit me. And I remember where I was when I heard the news and all these different things. And I was just like, I grew up with Kobe. Obviously, like early on, I grew up a little bit with Jordan. But that's so far away. That's in Chicago. So like I respected his skills, but I was in LA area with the Lakers, and we had so many big players in the Lakers. But to me, Kobe's not the GOAT. He had some goated attributes. Like there's some stuff you could look up on YouTube about like his Mamba mentality and stuff like that, where Matt Barnes like was out of bounds doing it like an inbound pass, and he goes like this, like straight to his face with the ball, and he fakes, throws it at him. Kobe doesn't even blink. He doesn't even flinch. He's just like and then there's this thing where Pau Gasol is Kobe's dude. I can go like 2 more hours talking about the Lakers, but anyways, Pau Gasol is Kobe's kid's godfather. And they played on the Lakers together. They have 2 championships together. And during the Olympics, Pau Gasol plays for Spain, and Kobe Bryant plays for USA, obviously. And so this is in the era of like LeBron and Dwayne Wade have an interview where they're talking about this, and they're talking about this story. And Kobe Bryant was such a competitor that he's like, and pardon my French or whatever, but he's like, hey, as soon as the whistle blows, because this is the championship, it's Spain versus USA for gold medal, and Kobe Bryant's like I'm gonna run that motherfucker over, and then they don't believe him, like right, because that's his boy. They've won championships together. That's the godfather of his kids, and like so they laugh it off. They're like, yeah, okay, whatever. He's probably gonna like foul him and try to set the tone or whatever. There's obviously you can watch the clips online. Kobe lays him out, lays Pau Gasol out. Like nowadays, you probably get ejected for like this kind of a foul. Just lays him on the court. And that's just the competitor Kobe is. So in those senses, he kind of is the GOAT. And Jordan's competitive like that as well. But anyway, so Kobe, I don't want to like downplay Kobe. I had to give him his justice. He definitely has GOAT attributes. But LeBron James is the GOAT.
LeBron James, do you know what?
Go.
See, this just goes to show you how much I don't know about basketball, dude. I am so sorry. So, fun fact, you'll find out. But I talked to Sadie or 420, who's another creator in this space, and he's a huge sports fan. He's a massive sports fan, and he asked me, I meant to say LeBron, dude. I messed that up. Anyway.
No, it's okay. Actually, it was better. We got suspense out of it. And then everybody's going to flame me in the comments now. So it's going to blow up. They're going to, they're going to be flaming me for saying LeBron's the GOAT, not Jordan. And it's not just because he's on the Lakers. It has nothing to do with LeBron being on the Lakers. He's only won one ring over here. Not a big deal. He's been over here in the last part of his career, not the beginning, not the middle, not the prime. But I don't know. Like, I understand the argument, and we won't get into it now. But the argument is Jordan or LeBron. And there's arguments for both. But I don't know. I don't know. LeBron's the GOAT in my eyes. And here's the thing, though, about GOATs is everybody, the people older than us, say people who are like just turning, like in their 40s, maybe just turning 50 or maybe a little bit older, Jordan's definitely the GOAT to those guys. But people who are in their 30s, maybe like 20s, 30s, and just now getting to 40 or so, LeBron is more likely the GOAT to that age range because you remember everything. Like I remember Jordan when I was a little kid. I remember like even in elementary school, I remember somebody getting a pair of Jordans and it was like, oh, crazy when he first got his shoe deal and all that. But it's definitely like who you grow up with. And even though like the beginning of my life, it was, Jordan was the GOAT at that time. Fast forward, LeBron entered the league my senior year in high school. And so my whole adult life it's been just LeBron dominating the league. And so I'm biased, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You're biased to who you grew up with directly. Anyways, not to say Jordan's not like the debate is Jordan or it's not Kobe, unfortunately. It is Jordan or LeBron, but whatever. That's at me, fair. Bros. It's that's LeBron. Fair.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Well, dude, that's basically all I had. Thank you so much for doing this. This was amazing. The only thing is I am so sorry to everyone about the footage in the beginning. I think we went about an hour and 40 something ish minutes without video. So really apologize. I'll fix that. But yeah, thank you so much. Your perspective is amazing. All your EverQuest knowledge. I would love to do this again in the future if there's like interest or, if we're willing. And yeah, dude, thank you so much. I think we got it. I think we pretty much covered everything. And yeah, it's gonna be a good 2026.
Absolutely. A couple last words, if I may. Don't be too hard on yourself about the first part. Drama Quest is a podcast that doesn't have video oftentimes, and that is a great EverQuest podcast. I think the EverQuest scene needs something like this. This is great. I love what you're doing. I haven't seen all the episodes at the time of this, recording. I haven't seen all the episodes that you have done so far, but I want to thank you for doing this because I think it's a great idea. As soon as the rumblings were happening, early on in your past streams, there was some rumblings, you kind of brought it up and stuff like that. I was all on board at that moment. I was like, this is great. This is great for the community. It's not just about EverQuest. It's about indie MMOs in general, which there's quite a few out right now, like you said, the golden age and all of that. And I think you're doing the people's work here.
Dude,
I think
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there's a lot in the works, I'm sure, and I'm gobbling up every minute of it. So thank you for putting it out there. It's something I needed to watch myself.
I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. And like I always say, I might not necessarily be the guy. I don't have that in-depth knowledge like some of you guys do. I was just a stupid kid that played EverQuest back in the day, and it had a huge inspiration on me and a huge impression on me, and I was very inspired, and yeah, I really appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to see where this goes, and kind of working up the courage to ask around, but thank you for being one of my first guests and kind of helping me to get this thing going.
It's an honor. Love it.
So awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, dude, I think we got it. I think this is it. I'll just cut out this last little bit and the beginning little bit and that little bit in the middle, and I think we're good. I think we're good.
Yeah, that was great. I loved it. Hey,